I mean,
But
you could kind of make it work if you just have like pure welder helpers.
True.
what you mean on its own floor?
No, you can even put them together. If you have 6 capacity, you can play both, and then just dump a bunch of welder helpers, and you'll get enough damage. Plus, you'll get the AOE. And
Oh, you
just
mean
frontline with
it's
Apex
just
in.
like it just does damage and then gets killed?
Oh my god. Yeah, okay. I forgot that it's an imp for like a half a second. Sorry. I've not played enough with it to remember that it
It's a
gets
demon
heated.
imp. It's a demon
Yes.
imp. I didn't realize it was a demon.
Yeah, so it does benefit from Gurg's Goad. The only synergy. I wish they would do more synergies with demons. I'm a little bit.
Yeah, I
feel
agree.
bad.
Definitely, I agree.
Let me
Like
get into-
a like a buff card for demons or something, or like One Horn's Tome is cheaper, but you can only play it on a demon. You know, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Or it's cheaper. Yeah, make One Horn's Tome better on demons. Like it's cheaper, or it doesn't give you fragile, or something like that. That'd be cool.
I'm going to do video. You guys don't have to do video if you don't want. I'm going to. Oh man.
Well, I'm
Video
just
on
playing.
Discord's like sketch.
I'm playing the game in the background, but I don't have your video up, so.
No worries. I mean, I have it on mine, so we can do the discussion and
You know what? I'll put your face. I have a space for your face.
Maybe I could set up mine.
And I think what did I see? I think that viable. Oh, stream just went down. Oh my gosh! It's always at 9 o'clock. Like on the hour, every hour, stream goes down.
All right, we're gonna
That was your stream?
crop that thing. I don't know how to crop. Transform.
Yeah, you have to do free transform or edit. Sorry, edit transform, and then you have to like type numbers in. I wish you could just do a click and drag crop. Don't like that you have to play with numbers. Bad enough at math and Monster Train. You know, make me do it when I'm trying to crop Discord or whatever else. Yeah, so I don't think I think Viable said he's going to be late, and I didn't hear from any of the others whether they're going to join or not. All right, let me jump back into the actual lounge now.
All right.
Are we ready to
you're
start?
ready? I'm ready.
You ready? So I had a topic in mind. We can talk about some other things as well, but the main topic, I'm thinking about this a lot. I don't know why. I just was like on my mind. I was even going to make I think I mentioned this in the chat. I was going to make a separate video about it, but I thought it'd be better as a discussion, not just to get my opinions, but to kind of hear from others as well. What are the thoughts? So the topic that I had in mind for today was specifically with the DLC. We now have a whole bunch of new additions, and with those new additions come a lot of power creep on basically all sides, right? We have power creep on the player side. You have a lot of new units. You have an entire new clan, and more importantly, you have new modifiers, new ways to improve your deck. And then, of course, you have it on enemy side. A lot of new things with shards. You have Last Divinity himself. And my question is, kind of what do you guys think about power creep one as a general concept in a game? Like, how do you feel when a game adds a whole bunch of new layers like this? What do you think are examples of, you know, good power creep, bad power creep? How do we think it's working in Monster Train? Did they do it in a way that's effective, or do we feel like they did it in any ways that are maybe not so good for the player? This is kind of what I think about, because I like the idea. I think it's something that people complain a lot about in games, and I'm just curious how what you guys think, and also express what I think about how that's going in Monster Train right now.
Yeah,
So I don't know how we want to start. Maybe Gabriel, you said sound like you had something already.
yeah. I guess my initial, in a general sense, I don't mind it as much in these single player type games. It made me really angry in games like Hearthstone, where it's like you basically have to buy a new pack to be competitive. That being said, I'll always have some qualms about a lot of the changes, like just because I'm always salty and opinionated. Like right now, it seems like some of the old cards are definitely like invalidated in the DLC. Like they just can't really keep up with the scaling that Shards provides. But it's pretty early too. I might just be bad with figuring out how to make them work in the new world right now. So I think generally I'm not super. Generally I'm kind of for a lot of the changes. I think I'm not like too against the new world, so to speak. I think it's kind of freshened things up. A lot of old cards that sucked, I find myself using a lot now too.
Yeah, like in artifacts too that felt really mediocre, like cleansing water, for example.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Jack strips
but-
as well.
Yeah, Jack
but
strips.
of course, some things suffer. Like anything with just flat damage is just not good anymore. Like the champions that just have big stat sticks are okay, but they don't without built-in scaling. They don't hold up to Last Divinity, but
Right.
you don't always have to go for Last Divinity. So I mean, there's still place for them in the game, and so I kind of like the changes for the most part. I haven't fully explored, and I do feel like there are some cards that are made very situational now, but balanced by other things that are way less situational.
I think maybe let's talk a little bit about some of the examples we see from other games, because I think it's a good way to kind of give a baseline of what would be examples of bad versus good power creep. I think the ultimate gold standard in crappy power creep is MMOs. Like they are basically like you release a DLC, all equipment becomes nullified, all that work you put in to get them becomes nullified because now you immediately get to new stuff. And that for me is like one of those absolute worst things. You don't want something that's going to invalidate work that you put into the game, in my opinion. I don't know if if either of you spend a lot of time in MMOs, like
I
World of
put it
Warcraft,
in a ton of times in MMOs, and it's I mean, I can see that being a negative for a lot of players. You know, I feel like playing in an MMO that has a regular release cycle like World of Warcraft is a very different experience. And if in a single player game, I'm not sure it has the same kind of place for it. You know, I guess you could liken that to something like a single player role playing game like Dragon Age or something. Like, let's say there's an expansion for it and you go to level 30. Yes, it's going to do the same thing where it invalidates some of the stuff you've earned, but that stuff you've earned can help you get that. But with an MMO, you don't need that stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like all the things you've earned are completely useless because a brand new character could do the same thing.
Yeah. I'm trying to think if there are a lot of good examples of expansions that fundamentally change the core experience. Like take for example like Slay the Spire, when they came up with the update to increase ascension level to 20 and they added the heart. Didn't change any of the core experience. Like the core experience is basically untouched. You can play through the heart without any, I mean what was changed
It just
is
gets
some,
harder. Yeah.
you can do some elite fights that are a little bit more difficult, but outside of that, really none of the cards changed. There was not really any power creep. It was just okay for decks that could already do really good against the final bosses. Now you can pit them against the heart and you get one more shot. Maybe that one more shot makes the difference, but basically that's it, right? Other expansions of games, I'm trying to think of some others.
Yeah, I mean, you basically can go vertical or you can go horizontal, right? So, like adding a new clan, obviously doesn't invalidate the other clans unless you're a really bad designer. but we essentially added difficulty, but in a way that made it so other difficulties are potentially easier.
And I would say to a large degree there was a huge risk, especially with the shard mechanic, that it would frustrate players. I think the easier way would be just to add another boss.
Yeah.
Say like you could just
I agree with that vision.
another, or even like you can take shards.
I'm not sure how I'd word it though.
And there's no trade-off. It's just now you sometimes get shards, and if you get enough shards, you can face less divinity, and that could have been it. I mean, that's more or less how it works in Slay the Spire. There's no, apart from you, what do you get if you do Slay the Spire? If you have to get the 3 keys, you have to fight a little bit harder elite fight. You have to skip a rest basically, and
so
then,
it'd be kind of like the mutator, right? That gives you shards automatically with no reward. So, but instead of that, you get to choose when you take the shards, right? So do you feel like your deck is strong now, or do you need to take more later, right? That would be the equivalent to Slay the Spire, where you have specific types of ways to get the heart, right? And I see most people take those difficulty increases later in the runs, and from my experience. But
yeah, and I think as well this and I'm trying to think of to be honest, there's not really a lot of examples of this that I can think of where like an expansion DLC came out and fundamentally changed it. That's not multiplayer. Like you see it all the time in multiplayer games. Expansions, you have Civilization, you add new content, it affects everybody. It's a single player game, but it's a multiplayer game, even if you're a multiplayer against the computer. Similar with Hearthstone, and I think again Hearthstone is an example, right? You had always this like gold standard of Yeti being a 4/5 for 4, and then now you have 5 6s for 4, you have 7 7s for 4, you have 4 5s with positive. They're just objectively better power creep,
right?
And I kind of like this idea that at least my experience so far with the DLC is the type of power creep you have directly affects, let me say this, it's always a trade-off. Like there's always a risk. And I like this idea that like if you want to play vanilla, you can, like as you said, right? You don't ever have to do the shards, you never have to do the last divinity. You could just play vanilla, and if you're gonna try to get the biggest, sickest decks, you're gonna do it at the cost of potentially crippling your run because of shards. And I think it's a very different style of power creep than I've seen in other games, where oftentimes it's just like either nerfing or buffing, but not this like risk approach, which I think is quite unique.
Yeah,
I haven't been able to think of a similar setup.
Yeah, for the most part, taking a moderate amount of shards, but not too many, is going to be more powerful. But you get the risk, like maybe a random enemy has spikes, and you just don't have a way to have your backline survive that, So it's a risk reward. I like this. I agree. I like this power creep where it's not invalidating. I can't think of any cards that are just straight up invalidated, especially with unit infusions in play. There are certainly cards that are useful less often, but I don't think there's just the ones that are made redundant entirely.
I do think, and to the point, there are some things, and this is what's hard about it, is because you say power creep, there's cards that are invalidated, but they're only invalidated in context of the last divinity, that battle.
Right.
Like they're not invalidated in terms of the rest of the run. They're still you're still gonna manhandle Seraph with a Shadow Siege. You're still gonna manhandle Seraph with a Shadow Siege, even if Shadow Siege is not necessarily the best unit for the last divinity. And I think there again, it's and I don't know what is the proper way to contextualize the game at this point. I think for those of us that have played for a long time, the new standard is you've played the last divinity. I've done, in all of my runs, I have done one run that didn't have enough shards, and it was because I forgot to go the dupe, and I went the remove, and I didn't dupe my last one to get my last 10.
Exactly. Well, that's the only reason I've missed the last divinity as well. It was a mistake.
My saddest one, I think, was like I didn't have any damage cards, and it only offered me damage in the final temple, and I was 5 short.
Oh no, yeah. I got to a point on ring 6 where I couldn't get it anymore. I was, what?
So
Because I could.
oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm done.
Was there was just like no temples right at the last ones?
Well, it's just the math didn't work out because I didn't have any more dupes, and there was only 20 offered because there were 10 shard temples.
Ah,
The experience that I don't have a good grasp of, and this is something I think would be good to hear from the broader community, is how have shards affected non-divinity runs? So where you're going to have a seraph that's at 20 or 40, is that now just a cakewalk because it's easy to get 20, 40 shards or 25 shards? You fuse one unit. Does that just make, vanilla seraph or, low seraph completely invalidated, so that the old Covenant 25 style is no longer nearly as competitive? This is what I don't know, because again, I don't have a lot of experience. I had one run, it was by accident, and I'd be curious to see at that level if we start to see some of like the negative sides of the power creep, which is for people that don't go for Last Divinity, the game's now too easy because of all of the power potential you get, even if you don't go to the full 100 shards.
Yeah, it's tough to say because, unless, if you get 20 shards, I don't think that's a big difference in your ability to beat Seraph. Now, it might help on some earlier fights, but 20 shards in earlier fights means you're fighting tougher enemies. So I don't know that it's just going to make it strictly easier. Of course, if you get the right ones, it's going to make it easier, but I don't think just always it's going to be an easier run. But that's hard to say.
what do you guys think about offense versus defense now? I have a friend of mine's chatting me, kind of. I think I might agree with him too. He's kind of saying how it seems like a good offense is now usually better than defense.
Oh yeah, I feel like offense is way more important.
Yeah.
Like you need to do way more damage, and you have the shards are often where I get my defense passively or whatever, and then I have to focus all of my decisions on getting more offense.
Right. And quick has become nice now too.
Yeah, it's been interesting because sweep is now priority, quick is now priority, and then just raw damage is much more valuable. Spell damage, honestly,
and obviously
piercing spell damage.
It's kind of like fighting the patient. You need just shutdown for the boss, and then you don't have to worry about defense, because there's just so much stuff going on. You don't want to have to worry about also dealing with the boss. But every fight I try to find my way to survive on the top floor in Last Divinity, so that I can forget about it and focus everything else in offense.
So some things that I find in terms of if we compare again, comparing
Yeah.
pre and
Oh,
post.
I agree.
If you look at the top
Patience
end
super easy
runs,
now.
I think infinites are basically unaffected. Infinites that could one turn Seraph are going to one turn Divinity. And probably even easier because you never have the risk that there's anything blocking Divinity. You will always have, if you want it, you will always have free direct damage to Divinity on a floor, 2 floors, in fact. And to a large degree, infinites have become easier, kind of.
Probably. I've never done it. But...
There's a few infinites that used to be a little bit more challenging. In particular, the Cycle of Life Monument, Offering Monument combo is now much easier because you can -2 Cycle of Life, which you couldn't do before. The infinites with Rail Spikes became much easier because you can get, what's it called? The
X cost.
Well, it's the when you play a card, you get a second copy.
Oh, right. Spell chain.
Yeah, you can spell chain it, so you can spell chain one into the other, into the other, into the other, into the other, infinitely. So there's some infinites that became a lot easier. That part, I still haven't decided how I feel about it. I haven't been posting any of those runs because I don't find them as interesting, to be honest. Certainly, they're not the nail biters. They're just basically you have one. There's one I posted. I did post one Rail Spikes run because it was the first time I'd done it and it was pretty hilarious. But I've had a few off stream that just like they just roll over Last Divinity, and it's a little bit that part of it. I think I'm still not 100% certain how to deal with that. These infinites, they're rare. You require like at least 2 or 3 specific drafts, but the fact that they're easier to pull off. This is the one area so far that I don't love. I mean, looking at maybe let's talk about power in
Actually,
the new clan.
I-
Go ahead.
I think that Slay the Spire's Heart had a pretty good answer to some of those infinites that I wouldn't mind them adding to the Divinity fight, which was basically you get punished per card played past a certain point. Well, not even past a certain point. I think in Monster Train, I'd be more down in Monster Train if it's maybe past a certain point. I wouldn't like just playing a card to be punished, but maybe if you've played like 10 in a turn, maybe they start actually...
Or like maybe
you or
a
something.
boss that made it so every time you played a card, it got stronger or something crazy like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm surprised something like that doesn't exist.
And this is actually one. I mean, I had the same criticism when the DLC was on public beta. I feel like the Divinity himself is not what's hard about the Divinity. It is exclusively the units that are spawned.
Right.
Yeah,
And-
like not even the bosses. Sometimes it's like the ones that randomly have spikes are the ones that throw me off because I don't have the math to prepare for that always.
Channeler floors are brutal.
Yeah.
Any
Yeah.
type of channeler floor, or especially the ones now that channel or that
The what?
have incants and stuff like that are pretty brutal.
How about the Wide Harvest?
Yeah,
That one.
Yeah. Oh, that one's brutal too. Yeah.
Hallowed Hall's Rip.
Yeah. This is why, that's why I say, like, I think, like, I wouldn't mind if some of the power got shifted into Divinity in the way that you kind of described, Gabriel, that there's some type of effect to negate the power of infinites, because I think those ones are too reliable. And I think it's fine if you can build them easier if there is a counter to it. Currently,
Right.
there's not. You can just first turn.
Right.
Looking at like other epically strong stuff, I feel like to build some of the more epically strong builds requires such a high amount of luck that I think it's completely reasonable. You can get some decks obviously that are just gonna own Seraph and Last Divinity, but they're decks that you get 1 out of 100 builds, which I think is not really, for me, I don't think that's problematic.
Right. Yeah, if it's like a high roll, that's fine. Let a high roll be a high roll. But if you can consistently pull off just certain things, it kind of makes things trivial at that point.
Yeah. I honestly think that if there is an area that needs to be, and this surprised me, I think the Shardtail Queen is one of the most reliable champions going into Last Divinity these days, and I did not ever expect that. But I think just the way, at least I don't know what your experience is looking at different builds, but just the way that Imperialist builds is such reliable wave clear, and it's so easy to scale with even 1 rank of royalty and any decent imp at all. Like that kind of blew me away. I've done that now a few times, and I have not yet so far lost a run with the Shardtail Queen.
Yeah.
Which is strange.
I also think the imp infusions are kind of OP. Like,
They're very good.
yeah. Like,
You cram a lot of value into a single pip space, and
right. You put it on endless. Now you've got like, you can armor your whole floor. You can get 5 rage to the whole floor on top of the armor. Like, there's just so much. You can get a consumable back. So many things you can get.
Tombs, similar with Tombs.
Oh, yeah.
Tombs also, their value is incredible. And what's really interesting for me was the discovery that the incant infusions are pretty trash. Turns out that +1/1 and +1 rage is garbage.
Right.
And I think the only one that's useful at all is Guardian Stone. The rest of them are all just nerfed versions.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take
Glacial Seal.
I'll take
Glacial
a
Seal
siren,
as well.
a Siren of the Sea, just if I have a strong incant deck, just to keep them alive versus the sweep, and it's often enough. But yeah, it's pretty garbage in general. I agree.
Yeah, it's crazy. Some of like the units that, uh, I don't know. So let me put it this way. So there's some power creep in the game that doesn't really actually add power. Some fusions that are just objectively not worth taking and actually are a downgrade to the original unit. And basically, for my opinion, that's like almost anything that adds capacity at this point. Capacity has become such a commodity, more so than it ever was before.
Yeah.
And I basically, unless I have an incredibly important reason to do it, I will never add a capacity fusion onto a unit. I just find it capacity is way too difficult to manage.
Yeah, I agree. It's they're good they're good, but not really worth the capacity most of the time, just because it's so hard to. I mean, on that note, what have you guys been thinking about multi-floor setups? I feel like I do it even less now. Like it's pretty much always single floor with me now.
I do two. I will do Shardtail Queen multi-floor setups occasionally.
Oh yeah, that makes sense probably.
And MR. Melting Remnant, I will do multi-floor setups if I'm specifically not playing Firelight.
Right.
So non-Firelight builds, I'll almost always do multi-floor. But that makes sense because you typically just have insane amounts of units that you have to dump places.
Right.
I mean, unless you're counting a Titan Sentry, he
Endless
always
Sentry.
gets his own floor.
Yeah.
Honestly, though, even Titan Sentry, I've had a harder time playing than I
Really?
did before. Yeah.
I mean, yes, I agree. It does way less, but it still clears out damage shields, and weakens units so that you can kill them.
I find that you basically have to fuse him on himself. Like it's almost mandatory to get the 5 rather than the 3. But it's just interesting. So some comments: upgrade capacity. Okay. Yeah, I think some. So, man, how to get into this? So maybe we can like structure this a little bit. So in terms of like the individual clans, I don't think that any of the rare units necessarily pushed one into an insane space. Maybe Apex Imp I think is quite strong and pretty reliable. The other ones I don't think nearly as reliable as Apex Imp in terms of just raw power. But then looking at like Hallowed Halls, I feel like Hallowed Halls is just so much better than all the other editions. Even if you are, playing a Firelight build, I don't know. It's funny how ridiculously good that card can be, and it's not hard, I think, to make work really well. So that,
Right.
apart from Hallowed Halls being just like insanely strong, I think the other ones didn't necessarily push any of the clans over the top. The new neutrals, I don't think also pushed much over the top. Honestly, the only neutral like addition that I think is almost always good is Sinner Salve, and that's only is this called Sinner Salve, or am I saying it?
That's the artifacts.
Yeah. Is almost always good, especially if you're doing into any type of garbage deck, so either Diligent or Garbage Fell. But even Divinity, like I find, I don't mind taking them almost any time. But apart from that, Hallowed Halls is as fun as it is broken. Yes, it is as fun as it is broken. I think it's exactly the right way to say it.
The animation is so long on Hallowed Halls.
That is very true. It is very slow. That is the only issue.
Yeah.
The units come back very slowly.
Not a speed running strategy.
No, not at all. But molding also was very slow, even after they addressed the single molding unit thing.
Do you know? I got a minor complaint. It's so they added the hide button for Cheater's Hand, which I love, but they didn't really add it for anything else. I feel like that should just be there for like those times where there's so many times where it's like, oh crap, I need to recheck the boss's health or something, and I'm just stuck on a screen for something. I'm trying to think of like a good example, like I don't know, maybe just a reform or something, or a return of a consume card, something like that.
Yeah.
I feel like they should just add that kind of default.
In general, across the board.
Right.
Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of times, like in the middle of a reform, when you want to go look and just double check what you have out there before you reform your unit. No, exactly. I get that.
Yeah.
one of the things that was brought up, and this is what I mentioned earlier, is the pre-balance. Exactly, the balance does seem to be around Divinity. And I know you, Narninian, you mentioned that like getting 20-40 shards might not make a difference, but I think like imagine if you just merge a multi-strike onto a sweep unit, and that's all you do. Like for me, that's a huge benefit in contrast to just vanilla runs. For 20 shards, you get a multi-strike. Like I would take that deal almost any time. And so that's why I wonder, like, if these, and I would say it's probably up until around like 40, 60 shards, you start to see the effect a lot more. But like up between like 0 and 40, I feel like you can get enough power that it almost negates the run. I think there's enough combos in there that are strong enough and reliable that you're going to probably get 1 or 2 in every run. And then if that's all you do is you just fuse 1 unit, but then that 1 unit just completely negates how difficult the Seraph fight is. Like that's the part that I'm worried about. I don't know how often that happens because I haven't tested it myself too much, but I feel like that part could be problematic, or at least maybe less fun for players that aren't going for Divinity all the time. But I don't know. That's something I'd have to check with other players who have had more experience.
Yeah, with us only going for Divinity.
Yeah, I feel like the majority of people may not actually go for Divinity. I don't have any real data to back that up other than just screenshots that I see a lot of.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of stuff posted is still beating Seraph.
Right. And it seemed like, just using another game, Slay the Spire, as an example, most people don't actually seem to go for the heart if you go for just your common player. But yeah, I think when you get to our level of getting deep into the game, it doesn't feel right not going for the end boss, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Feels like an incomplete run if I don't actually face Divinity. It's super disappointing.
So, I mean, the parts that I like, I mentioned the one already. I really like with shards comes a risk reward, right? So you get power creep, but power creep with a cost. It's not free. You pay that cost in more difficult enemies. I also like that it affects the whole run. That's something that I think is quite good. A 100 shard Seraph is very different than a 0 shard Seraph. It just is objectively harder. And there have been runs where you lose to Seraph. I mean, I don't think I restart nearly as much to Seraph, but certainly more at 100 shards than I did at 0 shards. So I like that. I like that it's not a, how do I say this? It's not like you're just going for Divinity and that's it. Like that's the only thing that makes it harder. It's that everything you are going to be having to deal with the effect of your shards for every fight for the rest of the game.
Right.
And I like that a lot. I think that's a smart way to implement it.
Yeah. What have you guys been doing about like early shards? For me, I've noticed the early shards seem the most like impactful. Like if I have to take 40-50 shards early on, that's gonna, I better hope that I made an OP deck or I'm dead. Like there's some brutal things early on.
and there's I think and this is maybe another complaint that I have with the shard mechanic, is I don't feel like shards affect all bosses equally. I think Talos is significantly harder. I think Daedalus is not harder at all. I don't think you get 6 health bombs.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Hopefully if you've spent shards, hopefully you spent some on some damage, right?
Or at least sustain through the damage of the bombs.
Right.
But that's completely different from a Talos that's hitting you for 16.
Yeah, like 16 to 20 a turn.
It's not comparable.
Stacks of lifesteal and everything too.
Similar with Fel. Like Fel, I think is just objectively more difficult than it was before. I think in most cases, but I think even more now. Fel is just a lot harder with shards than Arcus.
Yeah.
And then on the Seraph fights themselves, I actually think that, to be honest, Patient is a lot easier now than the others.
100%.
Turns out that having more multi-strike is way more difficult to deal with. So I think it's something where I would like to see more balance, that it's the shard impact is equally valid no matter the run.
Right.
I don't like the idea that I could like go in and say, okay, I'm playing patient, I can take all the shards I want
Right.
because I know it's going to be a cakewalk
Yeah,
fight.
yeah. Whereas Diligent, he's gonna have stealth for 15 rounds.
Diligent's going to be a nightmare, and the units are going to be a nightmare because they're going to come with 30 health and 20 armor. So it's like it's just completely different. It's kind of challenge there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned this a little bit. I think, and this is my opinion, I think that Hallowed Hall's level of addition was probably too much for Melting Remnant. I think that Steel Singer is too little of an impact. I think it's, I don't know. Arguably, I've had the hardest time making it work than any of the other units. And
Which one's
Steel
Steel
Singer
Singer?
is the permanently scaling rejuvenation unit.
Oh, okay, yeah.
My biggest problem is when you're taking Steel Singer, you're taking Sentient. And if you're taking Sentient, you are restoring Sentient in like 99% of the cases.
Yeah.
And so then you have this problem where you have a big fat unit that, unless it has like 5 multi-strike, isn't going to carry you no matter what its damage number is.
Right.
And this is where I think the balance of, so maybe come back to it. I like the theoretical, I like the risk management of the shard taking with power.
Yeah.
I like that each of the clans got some type of power creep. I don't think it was equally distributed, both in terms of shard power creep and in terms of clan power creep, which I think is, I think it's hard to criticize that, because I think it's a much harder thing to pull off correctly, is balanced power creep. But I think the theoretical way they implemented it is actually really good, and
right.
I think the payoff is quite good most of the time.
Yeah.
There's just some areas where I think there could be a little bit more balance in that, and how things changed.
It's pretty unique too. I do like that it's, you know, affecting the whole run, not just sort of stacking up like you said. On that note, though, what do you think about the RNG on the actual I guess shard map events? Like I'm not a fan of Ring 2, the RNG present there personally. A lot of times you'll get a Divine Temple, but no unit other than a Train Steward to infuse with it. I think if they want to do that, I'd be more fine with them just always guaranteeing unit draft as the reward for Ring 1. I feel like that would just be an overall net more fun thing. And then it also makes, I feel the Divine Boons, when you get offered that instead of Relic on the Ring 1, I feel like it makes that more enticing, because then it's like that's the only way you can get extra gold. Whereas right now, I feel like when I see Divine Boons, I'm just like, well, wish that was a Relic, right? Or an artifact.
Or wish I had it on a shop floor where it might actually be relevant.
Right. Give me some immediate benefit rather than just nothing.
No, I totally agree. I you know, worst thing I think you can see is 2 palaces on Ring 2 and 3 and then never again. And I had that in a run.
It's sad.
Honestly, I wouldn't mind if it got standardized to be something like you have palaces on 3, 5, and 8, and everything in between is going to be boons or artifacts, and you say Ring 0 or Limbo is always an artifact. I think that would be fine and wouldn't actually detract from the experience. I don't think that RNG adds as much as shop RNG, banner RNG to the game.
Agreed. And I think it's just a net overall more fun experience, less frustrating, we'll say.
Okay, let's talk about new clans. So it's been in my chat. What's been your impressions of how Wurmkin stacks up against the others? Do you think that it's objectively better, objectively worse? Do you think it's equal in power level? I'm curious. Not necessarily like how good is the clan in terms of, or how fun, but just like what do you think the power level is relative to the others?
I think it's right in the mix. And I'm still learning the clan, so they may even be more powerful once I actually fully like grasp every kind of deck that you can build. But I think the champs are pretty good. I think I don't love Echorite as much as everyone does. I think it only has one super good path. I don't really like Marshallord or the armor one, but that could just be me not understanding what to do with that. But the Spine Chief to me seems like one of the best champs in the game. To me, the Corruption path is probably the most OP path maybe of every unit, or every champ. But I also like that you can basically flex between them and not really lose much. If I don't get the 20 plus damage, I can at least add like strike, for example, and I'm gaining through relentless every single time I'm getting echoes. So you're pretty much guaranteed to kill the boss as long as you have health on your champ. But yeah, that's kind of my thoughts.
Narnian, any thoughts so far from you?
Yeah, so I probably have played the least Wormkin. I'm just finishing my last combination right now, but I've had a lot of strong with specific champion paths, like the one that returns a consume spell seems very good. I haven't done any reaping path for Spine Chief. As far as the units go, I feel like it's a little tricky because like the units that benefit from having the candy or whatever they're called on the floor,
Charged echoes.
charged echoes on the floor are I think they're very bad if it's your secondary clan and you're not putting all of your efforts in there. So there's a lot of cards that are like sink or swim, and I mean that's the case there's a lot of mechanics like that. Like obviously burnout extension would be similar, like you don't really want to do a little bit of burnout extension, but I think I would, in my experience, agree that it's pretty balanced against the other clans. I don't have a lot of experience with it to say for sure.
I find it very interesting that the crossover, like the crossover of things meeting between the clans, is fueled entirely by Infuse. Because I don't feel like actually there's a lot of crossover between Wormkin and the other clans in terms of other mechanics. So let me give some like.
Yeah, there's incant at least.
But even the incant and infuse are not necessarily equal, right? Like incant is going to be basically no matter what. If you're playing spells at all, it doesn't matter. But etch and infuse are very specific, and I think, yeah, sure. Curious if you want to jump in, feel free. And I think that the fact that infuse and etch are so situational reduce their reliability to a large extent compared to incant, but give a similar level of effect. So take for example, you have infuse +2 damage +2 armor. That is native Siren of the Sea incant. Right, so it's no different. It's just objectively worse because it only incants. Yeah, it's and it has an extra pip. So it's a 3 pip unit, and it's more situational. The only exception, and it is literally the only exception, is that you can play it with a Spine Chief and get infuse off of non-cards.
Right.
But in terms of like just incant versus infuse, I feel like infuse is not good enough. I think it needs to be balanced around the fact that it's rarer. That's one thing that I haven't loved, especially when you get, as you mentioned, Narnian, when you get secondary clan Wormkin, is I feel like infuse struggles because you don't have the engines for it. Spine Chief and specifically bringing back consume enable infuse in a way that you just don't get naturally, I think, out of the clans.
Yeah, you can make it work, but you kind of have to pigeon yourself into only taking the infuse card options, which then you're kind of up to RNG at that point. It's like now I have to skip okay cards that I would take normally, but they're not infused, and I might just have to take something that's utterly pretty much useless, but it's infused, and I need infusions now to make Wormkin work. So it's like you kind of have to say, I'm going to abandon Wormkin as my secondary and just go all in on my primary, take a few cards.
Yeah, I mean, there's some really strong extract cards that that don't require you to go all in on it. I mean, you just rely on what infused you have, like the enhancements that are basically better than the Awoken versions, but obviously have the extract cost, and then you have like the dazes and the big spells. So I like those spells. The ones that are like do damage per echo, though, that's really tough to splash in.
They also don't play too nicely with eggs.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's just because they're eating up your echoes.
I mean, there's some eggs that are good, like Gorgers or something, but
That's actually another thing I was going to mention is I just only recently learned in my last couple of runs, but eggs don't gorge. And I feel like this is something that is also a little bit problematic if you
My stream
basically are
froze.
forced to not go egg builds in Umbra unless I guess you could do what I ended up
probably
doing
my
in
crappy
run, which
internet.
is have an insane amount of units, and some of those are eggs. But that kind of surprised me. So you can't gorge with eggs. I mean, it makes sense in terms of like.
what? I'm confused. I thought
No, eggs don't gorge.
what happens to the morsels?
They just stay there, and then when your unit comes out, then they'll gorge them.
I've had eggs with gorge, so I don't know.
Sure?
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, I just played it. I can check my VOD again, but I'm pretty sure that eggs don't naturally gorge on their own. Did you have eggs with any other unit, or is just literally eggs and morsels on the floor?
Maybe it was a different unit gorging. It's weird.
Because I know, like, I had it. There were two cases that showed up for me. One was I just played an egg, Echo Right build, and Echo Right gorged every time. So Echo Right was getting all the gorges, and then the second time was I had an egg solo build, and they just they stuck around. And then finally,
I guess
the box lights came out.
That was just me being a noob. I guess it must have been a different unit gorging. I thought they were gorging the whole time.
I haven't actually frontlined with an egg to know, but that's interesting. I didn't know about that mechanic.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be epic, and then it didn't work.
I think I did have
That's good to know.
an egg unit with morsel made, so they gorged. But
you know what? Actually, I lied. Morsel Maid's insane. Morsel Maid is actually insane and can come up with some of the craziest builds.
Yeah.
I was thinking about Steel Singer. I was thinking about
Eelgorgon.
Yeah, which are both for me major letdowns. But
Eelgorgon, I am not let down by Eelgorgon.
You like it? I couldn't make it work the few times.
I mean, it saved a run for me. I mean, it's so much damage. But
Eelgorgon is great if you have a tank in front of it. And
yeah, it's not a good
scale
tank. Yeah,
that was the problem for me. Is I feel like you have to play with either Wormkin or Awoken. I guess you could scale with Rage, but then the Rage goes away. This is the problem: is you can't scale with non-stat enhancements, and that for me is what kind of put me off.
Huh, I wonder why my stream.
Although you do have a really
issues.
cool combo that you can also put Burnout, and you don't have to ever worry about it. So I guess you could go MR and take a.
Maybe I can check my
what's it called?
resource manager.
That's pretty
here.
good.
Oh, whoa.
But in general,
you know what it is? It's Discord.
That.
It's the Discord.
I mean, that was one of the units that I didn't mind having a Siren of the Sea infusion, or I mean, obviously Harvest infusion.
I'm bugging out here.
Better, but even the 1 damage like per incant is pretty strong.
When you have like 10 multi-strike or something.
Yeah. Is anyone else's Discord bugging out, or is it just me?
Mine seems okay.
Okay, it's just me.
I don't know.
You don't want to know what's going on in mine right now. It's pretty horrific.
Okay, so let me say my opinion on Wormkin is I think as a primary clan, it's incredibly strong. As Gabriel already said, I think that both champions are quite strong. Actually, I am more and more liking egg builds over time, and I think Marshallord has a place that fits okay if you can play it right. I think it does require more setup than a lot of the other champions do to be successful. Spine Chief, I actually like all paths. I think all of them are viable, which is certainly not the case with Echo Right. I think armor gain Echo Right just can't. you basically you don't win because of the champion. You win because of the rest of your deck being able to carry. And I don't know if you have different opinion there, Curious, but I would go repeater or martial art every time.
Yeah, I would go repeater if it's shown every time. But I've seen on the Discord that there are some players who think that the armor path is the strongest.
Interesting.
And it can be if you have the support cards for it. If you get something like the Wormkin etchings and or broken memories, you can really armor up a lot.
Curious,
That's a fair point.
I think you said you've had a lot of luck with the kin host egg, right? Curious. I'm curious to know what your strategy is there, because I've not been having luck with that banner. It's like really hard for me to hatch it.
Oh, it's the there's two ways you can hatch it pretty easily, and one of them is with accelerated incubation, which isn't all that common to see, unfortunately. And the other one is the hardened hull artifact that removes 3 pips, 3 shell, and gives it 30 armor. That makes it significantly easier to hatch, and also just bring a lot of infused cards.
Yeah, Viable, feel free to jump in. Just messaged me or in the chat. Yeah, so maybe to just kind of summarize my thoughts, and maybe we can then talk about it in general. So individual clan power creep, I feel like is...
I need to complain about those fat eggs.
They're more or less the same vanilla, excluding all the other mechanics. Just like
absolutely
pure, if you play the clans as you did before, with the exception of hallowed halls, I feel like not much has changed, right? So there's not really a lot of like just vanilla power creep, unless someone has a different example. But I don't see a lot of like, yeah, okay, the clans have shifted around, excluding again all the other mechanics.
I definitely think melting has gotten a lot stronger.
You think so?
Yeah, I think their infusions are the most powerful. I think that, like, for instance, actually we were talking about like 1 pip infusions not being worth it. I do think actually the sludge bosses you can add the 5 rage harvest at the cost of a pip to any unit, and that can be pretty insane.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah.
And then those tomb units are just insane. Like you can infuse encasement with itself, and then you almost don't even need endless. You can just dupe it a few times, and you're stealth for the important rounds of the fight. Yeah, and hallowed halls, of course, are just game winning.
I showed up and we immediately start talking about molten encasement.
It was fated.
we're talking about, so, but I would say the examples that you gave there are not like vanilla didn't change. If you don't take shard stuff, nothing's really changed in terms of like, I think hallowed halls actually did dramatically improve MR as a rare card, because I think it's such a good spell, and there's very few MR builds that won't take a hallowed hall or hallowed halls because it's so strong. But if you look at all the others, even the most OP ones, I feel like you already had OP builds vanilla, so I don't think that changed too much.
Right.
When we started getting the shard, oh, go ahead.
I want to mention one other build as well that really got a lot stronger with the DLC, and that's imp builds.
Yeah, we talked about that. I think that Shardtail Queen is one of the most reliable DLC champions, which is surprising to me. I did not expect that at all. And I think currently the mix of it's either it's Rally 2 plus 1 Imperial.
That's another good
is
point.
The best combo in the game right now in terms of reliability, because you have incredible scaling and you have incredibly reliable AoE.
You can put a
I
lot of
think
units
she
down, reform
I think she
them
was
and
extremely
whatnot.
strong
Yeah, a little
before,
fade
and
too.
especially now. I mean, you have to consider the things that Divinity added that you really have to consider when you're building your decks. The three main things that I can think of are an increased need for a lot more generic stuff. So your chunky frontline damage, and then your ability to either multi-strike into a backline or sweep backliners somehow. And Shardtail Queen specifically of all champions was the one that already just kind of did those things. I've always thought she's kind of absurd in that she is this, when you combine Rally Imperialist, she is this chunky frontline damage dealer that can nuke down the sharded bosses, and she's also this way to clear these massive backline waves of 5 or 6 units that come in the Divinity waves. So none of that changed, and the emphasis on just being able to deal with generic things in waves, I think with Divinity has really been a big boon for her.
Not to mention that the fusing imps, the imps have some of the best fusions in the game right now. They're just incredibly strong.
I think the imp essences and the tomb essences are generally the best on rate, which is very interesting.
Agreed.
Given the size of the cards. You would think that they would make some of the splashier cards also have splashier essences, but it tends to be, I think that they do come off as splashy and very thick in terms of text, but they're also very clunky. You know, you look at like Paraffin Enforcer's essence, like it can just be kind of tough to put that on something and have that thing work the way you want it to, because some units it works with well, some units it doesn't, but also you're throwing that burnout on. I think they have a lot going on with some of those more complex units, but simplicity really seems to be kind of like the name of the game when it comes to infusing units.
I do think that, and again, I really like the infuse as a power creep. I think it makes sense. It's one of those again that's balanced by the fact that the game becomes harder when you infuse. But similar to my other complaints, I feel like it's not broadly balanced.
Yeah.
As you said, there are just objectively, and there was always going to be objectively better essences that was going to happen. You can't make it all the way balanced. But I do feel like there are too many units that have lackluster essences that just don't work, either because they require too much capacity or because they just don't do any value at all. I mean, minus three in cost on a unit applies to 2 units in the game, maybe 3.
Right.
And I don't know. It just seems very strange how some of the essences got decided. But in general, I actually really like it a lot.
I think my favorite one is the Glacial Seal versus Guardian Totem infusion. So you have Glacial Seal, which is a 2 cost, and it gets the full value of its infusion. But then Guardian Totem is a 1 cost. It gets a negative with its infusion. Granted, it's a small one, but I always thought that was kind of funny. Like, it almost implies maybe Glacial Seal needs to be a 1 cost, or maybe even Guardian should be a 2 cost. I don't know. Something's up there, but not a huge complaint, just a funny one, I feel.
I think the game has gone in a very interesting way, which is a lot of people were talking about before last Divinity came out, maybe lean towards more combo decks. A lot of people were thinking that the power level of Divinity was going to be something where you just had to build these insane combo decks or decks that popped off in some way, and that was the only way you were going to beat Divinity consistently, kind of similar to fighting the Heart in STS. And then it just didn't pan out that way. What tended to happen was the benefit that you get just from putting essences on a unit and maybe duping that unit, or building up insane spells and putting holdover or spell chain on them, just tends to be enough to counter the things that, the increased difficulty that comes with it. I think a lot more of the mid-range builds have actually just been perfectly fine, but there is this weird imbalance where some of the combos that were already very good have had this,
I've noticed that
just
role.
increased ability to play
Seems
mid-range
like Animus
decks and
just
be perfectly
wants to
fine.
have
You get a little bit of benefit,
stuff
you get a little
fused
extra
on it,
cost,
so it's
things
almost
kinda
like
balance
they're
out.
like trying to shy
Some
you
of the
away
weaker
from it.
combos at dealing with specific things, like some of these chunkier units or some of these wide waves, dealing with things that are very healthy, have had to become more combo centric. And I think we've seen that evolve over the last couple weeks. Like, when do you play an Awoken deck and not have it be a combo deck? Or when do you play an Echo Right deck and not have it be a combo deck and work out? I just think it's very weird.
It's and this is I don't want to keep repeating myself, but my biggest complaint during the beta is my still biggest complaint of the game right now, which is that the last Divinity has too much power in its units, and the fact that all the power is in the units means that having decks that can deal AoE, large AoE, is mandatory now. Versus, I mean, if you can deal with the waves, have you seen a deck that dealt with the waves and couldn't deal with Relentless? I've not yet had one. If you can get through the waves, you can get through Relentless, you're gonna kill Divinity. Like, that's gonna happen.
Right.
And for me, that's a little bit weird that so much of the power is crammed into the units and not into the Divinity itself. Yeah, it gets +7 damage, but it's like, I don't know.
Well, also, just so many decks don't even make it to Relentless.
Yeah, that's the thing, is you peter out.
Right.
Which Seraph was different. Seraph was very much like, you get this old, pre-DLC.
Yeah.
You get the Seraph and you're doing 25 out of 3,500 health.
Right.
And that's where you lose. That doesn't, at least again, my experience has been that doesn't happen with Divinity.
Yeah.
You die because you leak units to the pyre and they kill you.
Yep.
Yeah, and I was going to say there's something interesting in that vein, which is also you don't tend to lose your waves that often. You don't tend to lose your floors. I think the defensive options gained were really, really incredible relative to the offensive options. So you mostly just die to leaks, and I don't think that that's actually as enjoyable of an experience as struggling to keep your floor alive. You know.
You have a couple of cases. You'll have those spike floors that will just wreck your sweeps. That will happen. You'll have, occasionally you'll get like multi-strikers that will kill your frontliner. But I totally agree. I think there are enough tools that were added and enough ways to use, like temple upgrades to deal with survival. Like, certainly survival is not nearly as big of a deal as it was. But yeah, leaks, and like the boss leaks. You leak a single boss and you just die. You leak any floor that has spikes and you die. Like, it's very interesting that that's become the new loss.
I feel like they should add like if you get to 200 shards, that's like the quote unquote true like final boss, and then it's just something insane.
I've been doing a lot of the 200 shard runs.
Yeah, I've noticed you. But you've given me some ideas, Carius. I think we talked about this at the beginning. It really does seem like past a certain point, you can just keep taking shards, and it's not going to really hurt you. It's just going to help you. Like, the scaling doesn't seem exponential, or not what's the word I'm looking for? Parabolic. It's more just linear. So if you can make some insane 30 damage piercing spells, why not? Why not infuse every unit you can? Why not just make the most OP deck? And sure, maybe you get a few more 30 health backliners that do 100 damage, but they're never going to hit you, so what's it matter?
I would like to see a little more. Oh, go ahead.
I found that the floor that really shows you whether you made a good call on taking a lot of shards early is ring 4. It's just, if you can make it through ring 4, you can take every shard the rest of the way. You'll find. But ring 4 can really just kill you right there if you were not ready for the heavies.
Oh yeah, I get those double buffed up resolve climber dudes, whatever they're called.
180 health or.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting because ring 4 was always kind of a check, and that was largely just due to the uniqueness of the bosses, and then also I think you can get your first encounter with a clipped guardian there. But mainly the unique bosses, you have the first Scourge boss and also Spike's boss, which are two like more unique checks than a lot of other decks. Like, you can't just throw chump blockers against the Scourge boss, and you can't just play like an unprotected Tethys against Spike's boss. I think ring 4 was always a really, really strong tech. I don't find myself taking shards early. I usually just try to plan out like how late can I afford to take shards.
I think it's the difference between the kind of builds, and I kind of am in the same boat. It's the 100 shard versus the 200 shard builds, and I think I lean toward 100 shard builds and trying to play between 120, 140 maybe, but normally that's where I sit. But I have been doing some off-stream runs where you just go all in on 200 plus, and it's surprisingly reliable. And you just take everything, and it's kind of crazy how much value. I didn't expect it to be as smooth as I thought it would. I do say you do get wrecked early. You get wrecked by, in particular, Talos. I feel like also wrecks you hard. If you go into extreme Talos and you're not ready, you will lose. But after that, I feel like if you could handle Extreme Talos, you can handle Extreme 4, you're going to smooth all the way to Divinity. And so it's a weird, I don't know. I didn't expect that. I thought it would be exactly that you should always take late shards, and I don't know if that's always the case now as I have been playing recently. But again, this is only like 2 or 3 runs where that's been the case for me.
Yeah.
I would have really liked a lot more modality, I think, in the last Divinity fight. So something more akin to having the different seraphs. Obviously, they built modality into, you know, which floor you play, but the waves are very, very, very standardized. And I also find, again, it just tends to be a can you punch through and can you clear waves type of combat.
Yeah.
I think STS goes on the other end of this, and they do it a little bit wrong with the heart, which is it counters these storm type decks. It counters these combo decks or decks that try to, you know, play a lot of things in one turn. The heart has this specific mechanic. I think that would actually be fine if you weren't always facing the heart. The problem with having a consistent, very unique counter inside your final boss is that it just completely invalidates strategies 100% of the time. I think Seraph actually does this pretty well, which is you'll run into a version of Seraph that will invalidate a certain subset of strategies, and then you pick the strategies that are not currently invalidated by any of the bosses that you're facing. I think Divinity would have been much more interesting if it had something similar to that, you know? Things that tackled you on a different axis than just waves.
Yeah, 100% agree there. Like, I do wish you'd just either the version of Seraph, you know, really had a correlation to what you're going to face in Divinity, or alternatively, just similar to Seraph, have an indication of some, you know, maybe we don't need 4 different versions of Divinity, but just, you know, different ones that you can prepare for that present really hard counters to certain playstyles. Like we've kind of talked about sweepers. Sweepers are just almost unstoppable. It'd be nice if there was a version of Divinity that really just doesn't allow you to do sweepers, so you actually have to use some of the other Awoken units, right? Like when I play Awoken now, unless I just want to experiment, I might as well just take Husk or Shattered Shell when I see it, because I know it's almost a free win at that point. Like I'd like it if they maybe forced me to try to take some tanks and whatnot sometimes, but as it stands, a quick sweeper will get you through the game almost every time.
Yeah, I think a lot of the things that we would be discussing if we were just to go down a list of modes for Divinity would be really, really straightforward, involve very simple mechanics that have already been built into a lot of bosses, and clearly counter strategies that we found to be very relevant against Divinity. So something like a really, really heavy spikes version of Divinity could counter your sweepers very hard. Something to counter your more like combo decks with spells could be, you know, some kind of taxing Divinity, something in the realm of either Seraph the Patient or Scourge Fell. You know, there's a lot of different options that I think are very, very simple, and I don't think it would be very tough to design some very unique modes to Divinity.
I mean, my thought was, this is my brainstorm. I wouldn't mind if the bosses were bosses. Like you had 8 rings, or maybe you do 6 or 5 or whatever. You represent them and have a similar shard mechanic like Arcus does that affect that floor, but it's known. You know what they're going to be. The mode tells you that, and it's having to deal with the regular bosses, and then you deal with the last Divinity with that same mode. That I think would be cool, and I would like the idea if he wasn't. I mean, maybe I'm in the wrong here, but I would like if you couldn't fly and kill him. I think you would have. I like the idea of Divinity being you have to face every boss again, one floor at a time, going through relentless after relentless after relentless, and then you hit the last Divinity. And I like the idea of there being a modality to there will be a factor at play that affects every one of those relentless fights. I think that could be really interesting, but I don't know. That was my thought.
Yeah, I'd agree on the flying kill. I mean, I'd be fine if you couldn't fly and kill him. I often find I'm just not going to relentless, and I don't. It's kind of funny. It's funny, but I don't know if it's necessarily always. It could get stale after a while if I'm just never having to face the boss. But as we've already said, it's also just easy in relentless generally. So I think if 2 things there, make relentless harder, but then also, yeah, I think if you couldn't, at least make it harder to get a flying kill. If you can get one, like there needs to be maybe some, I don't know, some heal or something, like he heals 300 health. I don't know what the number would be, but you know, just throwing out a number there per turn or something. Or maybe on the card infinite thing, maybe we say that he heals based on card played or something, and even gains some buffs or stats or whatnot. I think there's a lot of opportunity there to make life harder on us, but I think we'd have we'd have more fun as a result.
I think we could actually knock two birds out with one stone here. Me and Tom were talking a lot the other day about how certain cards and artifacts that already were in kind of an iffy place but may give you some options, and some clans that have problems dealing with wide waves are just kind of invalidated by having a floating boss sit there on the floor. So cards that say random targets and stuff like Golden Teeth, like you really didn't need your Umbra deck that has its only backline clear being Golden Teeth to struggle anymore by making so the Golden Teeth can never get away. You know?
Yeah, that's always a pet peeve of mine. Is those flying bosses should some of
Not
those
be
spells
affected
should,
by stuff.
yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't even mind. So the one of the other balance things that comes out is Hoarfrost Effigy. If you can't target bosses with Hoarfrost Effigy until they're relentless, you solve the problem without nerfing Frostbite, 1,000 feet in the ground. And so I think you're totally right. I think something like that could trim what they wanted to trim with Purify, which I don't love. I don't think Purify in its current state is particularly great. But I also think that at the same time, it does make some things extra frustrating that didn't need to be. Yeah.
It also feels like Purify is just kind of like a mode. Like that could just be a mode, maybe even like a more extreme version of it. I mean, you already have one there. Just toss in two more that feel very unique from the Seraph mode. So you at least have to like plan to fight on two different axes as you're climbing up. And I don't know. It feels like something very, very straightforward. Also, the things you could build into it would also help you counter the strategies that have become super prevalent and super consistent. Things like Gabriel was saying, which is just throwing a Shattered Shell on the floor and hitting in turn. Like it's not tough to counter those things. I think again the two key problems that you're going to have are sweeping strategies with units and really heavy spell-based strategies that play just a lot of cards in one turn. So if you just build a mode for each of those and then leave the Purify as a separate mode to counter your random Frostbite and Reap decks, I think you'd be in a good spot with that.
I also think what would be really good is to, and to a certain extent, not nerf, but maybe challenge single floor setups. And you could do that with Harvest, with Incant, with Rally. And if you had it, it's like it does now, because, Last Divinity is not one unit, he's 3 units. I just did a video on this. He's actually 3 units. And that I like that idea, keep that idea. But imagine if you had something as simple as Harvest gain spikes. Your sweep units they're going to die. They're going to die. They're going to kill themselves because they're going to just kill themselves against ever increasing spikes from all of the harvests on that floor. So I think there are ways to do it that would be really cool, and also push multi-floor decks, which I think you can do them, but I don't see it as often.
Yeah, I've hardly done any multi-floors against Divinity, and honestly, I've found I'm able to go top almost every time. Like you'd think the sweeping would be harder, but there's just so much ways to just counter it, and then you get 2 free shots in, you get time to scale. I mean, just a simple dazed sap, just armor, if you can infuse 2 units with a steelworker, that's enough to do it at 100 shards. Because it's only like 9 or 10 attack. Yeah, just a lot of ways to counter that top floor.
Two of the things you mentioned go really hand in hand, which is I've been wondering a lot why people have been shifting a lot more towards one floor decks. I mean, good players obviously recognized very early on in the game that one floor setups were generally better. But I think we've seen a migration even amongst good players to go more towards having consistent one floor setups. And if you are playing a second floor, it's usually just a chump floor or some kind of like throwaway things for value floor, like a Titan Sentry, or your Spine Chief. And I think a lot of what that comes down to is that the game has actually become a lot more setup heavy with some of the rares and strategies that have been leaned hard into here. And when you're setup heavy, top floor is easily worth, whatever other costs you might incur by playing top floor. Just a full extra turn, even when we had days, was worth the days. Like a full extra turn with setup is just so important. I would actually like to see the game migrate a little bit away from setup heavy strategies. I think it used to be that your Awoken Hellhorn deck wasn't very setup heavy. That was the deck that, at least to the greatest degree, was build up a strong set of units and some decent spells, but you can kind of just play them and press in turn. Whereas a lot of the newer clans that were made, like Melting Remnant or Umbra, are really just built up around these setup strategies. I'm not sure how we migrate to non-setup strategies at this point, though.
Certainly not with the Divinity fight as it is.
Yeah. I guess there's also the factor of when you infuse your units, you lose banner units, so it even just makes it harder to pull off a multi-floor setup because you're not having as many banner units.
And the consolidation, you're putting so much power into a single unit. You want to make sure that unit is getting as much power as possible.
Right.
And especially like the example you gave with, sweep, you typically want to dump everything into that sweep unit. And then this is the same issue I had with a lot of other builds as well, is like, it's why I have a problem with Steel Singer, is because you take Steel Singer typically in Sentient decks, and Sentient decks, you want to heal the Sentient. So it's like, there's a little bit of a, I don't know.
And they could maybe add like something that gives something to the floor above them or below or both. That could maybe incentivize. But that would be a big rework. You'd have to rework a lot of units and spells. But
I mean, imagine one thought I had was like little things like, what if Hef added capacity below or above her rather than on her floor? Like, I feel like, I don't know. The Wingmaker, Wingmaker builds are hilarious. But they also like, are you really going to play multiple floors with Wingmaker? No, you're gonna pack a single floor because it's so much more valuable to put so much into a single floor.
Right.
And
can I come up with a dissenting opinion here?
Sure.
I've been playing more 2-floor setups than I did before. It's quite easy to get 2 or even 3 infused units fully charged up, even with if you have to dupe, you dupe, go to the temples, and if you don't get the sweep, you really need more units. You can't just have one unit kill everything unless it's sweep or Dante, maybe the Gorgon. So without sweep, you really have to go with a 2-floor setup where you have something like 1 floor with heavy hitter up front, and the next floor you have all the smaller multi-strike things. And it also works well to if you have a egg build that we talked about earlier. If you can hatch the eggs fast, then endless eggs or reform eggs is definitely a thing. I've done both, and they kill the divinity. There is some leaking problems with them because there's a lot of setup. But I've gone 3 whole floors full of Kinhost pupa, the Kinhost egg units, and just at that point you're just wrecking everything.
To me, it feels like okay.
I just have a great hope that Curious decides to start uploading his runs soon, because I'm super interested in his in your playstyle, Curious. I hope you start uploading some runs, because I'd be super interested in it. Because I've seen you talk about this before, like Kinhost. I really want to see like the right strategy to get that to work, because I feel like it could be insane, but I'm just missing something with it.
I did really like the only thing I've come close to like with a similar type of build was I did take Endless on a what is it, I can't remember the name. It's the egg that spawns the bogflies, and
Bogfly host.
Yeah, it's bogfly host, and then fused bogfly host onto bogfly host, and then I could play that very easily on multiple floors because you get 4 bogflies per egg and so on. That was kind of cool. But and then hallowed halls builds, I find you can do multi floors easy because you just play hallowed halls and you get an entire floor.
Right.
It's I don't know. It's interesting. So I have to say, a lot of this criticism, I think that the DLC made the game more interesting. Certainly made the game a lot more interesting than it had been for me for a long time.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
For me as well.
I think, again, my only thing is we're gonna reach a point where the divinity is solved, and I don't know if that's so fun.
Right. I could see the game being easier.
To me, it felt easier already. I'm not sure. I feel like the tools given have more than compensated for the costs of taking those tools. There's a lot of like weird shifts that are more like horizontal shifts than vertical shifts in difficulty. It's just you're moving around the things you need to prioritize and the skills you need to build. So what Carrie has hit on before was taking multi-floor setup so you can get more individual hits in to try and clear these wider waves. I think that's actually similar to what a lot of the rest of us have been doing. Just instead of going on multiple floors, we've been prioritizing individual strikes. Like I sit there and count the number of strikes that my floor has when I'm trying to build it. And then the size of those strikes to make sure I can actually hit through multiple units and I'm not dealing my damage in a chunky way, which used to not be a really big issue. But the strategy that Carries has is just, spreading your strikes out across multiple floors so you can generate, 6 or 7 or 8 of them as opposed to 4 or 5. I think there's a lot of these horizontal shifts in what you have to prioritize, the things you have to count. Like I've never sat around and counted my strikes before in a meaningful way in a game before. I was just like, does my wave deal enough damage? And that was my concern up till the last divinity. I think there's a lot of horizontal shifts in power level or in difficulty that have the illusion of a vertical shift in difficulty because we're trying to adapt to them right now. But I've already felt like the game is easier even having to make these adaptations. So I think the game is going to be significantly easier once people have really adjusted to, what things you need to prioritize and how you need to play the game.
Yeah, I've been saying for a while now that the DLC definitely made the game easier. But it also made it more complex, which I love.
Yeah, there's more to learn. There's more you can do. And for me, what I would hope would be like the next steps for the developers. To be honest, don't really think another clan is necessary. If they do another expansion, I don't think another full clan is necessary. I think what would be really good is more emphasis on enemy diversity than we have today, because that to me is the part that for me still feels less diverse. The enemies are more or less known, especially the flying bosses and divinity, and I would like there to be where the emphasis goes in terms of additional content. Yeah. How do I build against a foe that is different than I've had to face before? And this, I think, as you said, we're doing this now, we're adapting now because divinity is completely different than anything we faced before. But once we've made that adaptation, that's it. Like we're there. And I would like more variety in terms of enemy.
There's definitely a lot of people who like really, really straightforwardly just want a wider set of tools in their hands, and that's what a new clan gives you. There's a lot of hype that you can build around that. I would actually like to see, instead of going more clans, I would actually like to see just a wider card pool within each of the current clans, a few more strategies built into each of them, making players be a little more flexible, and also just decreasing the consistency of runs. Like I'm currently working on a video which is my guide to that Shardtail Queen primitive mold deck, and I'm going to go through my runs and pull out a lot of the data from them. But if I'm correct, I have a Wickless Baron in north of 80% of them, and that just feels a little bit excessive in terms of consistency. I'd like to see, if you were going to do like a whole nother very, very large DLC, at least like, I don't know, 20 or 30% increase into each of the card pools that introduces one new kind of strategy or archetype into it. Something like that feels a little bit more interesting to me.
And I think tags are one of the things that are also really underutilized. You have Imp tag synergy, you have Morsel tag synergy, you have literally one Demon tag synergy. You have Tomb tag synergy, but you have so much other stuff. You have demons, you have hollows, and there's no synergies with any of these tags, to where it's like, okay, it's pure flavor. I'd love to see more tag-oriented stuff.
I think there's a Waxer tag. Or isn't there a Waxer?
Question for you. Which new mechanic do you think is the most broken? Like
Spell chain.
Oh,
I think spell chain creates combos that you could never do in vanilla. I think the rest makes some combos easier, but I think spell chain is on the right cards completely broken. A single card with spell chain can completely break a deck.
If it counts, I would say essences, but if we're talking about keywords, I'll readjust my answer.
I mean, I don't think it's broken, but I really appreciate it, and that's intrinsic. I think that adjusted some flaws. That you relied so much on RNG in the original game, and I think that was a good upgrade that doesn't overpower anything.
I think
Agreed.
it's ridiculous that we're still now several DLCs in and there's not a banner indicator on units. I don't know why this is not in there
That
yet.
is absurd, yeah.
Because as I said, it's funny because I think some of you saw my Reddit post. Some of the comments on the Reddit post, like, yeah, duh, this kind of thing. You wouldn't believe how many people have messaged me outside on Reddit and in Discord, messaged me to say they had no idea, and they have hundreds of hours in the game. They had no idea there was banner unit priority.
yeah.
So I think similar Narninian, knowing that you can have something guaranteed in your opening hand, while not OP, I think it does allow for consistency you never got in vanilla.
Yeah, especially now that it's more setup focused often. So you really need those setup cards. Like putting intrinsic on Space Prism is amazing.
I mean, but my last run, right?
Solid.
I don't know if you guys watched my last posted run, was exactly that. It was intrinsic on a spell chaining Space Prism.
Yeah.
And then also I happen to have what is it called? The artifact that duplicates your consume. So I had 6 Space Prisms in turn. But yeah, like I so the thing with me, there's a couple. -2 also, specifically because it enables infinites that weren't existing before. And I think I mentioned this already. I think every single infinite in the game was buffed, and all of them first turn, the last divinity. I don't do them because I think it's not fun, but every infinite will first turn last divinity, and all of them are easier to do than they were before. And I don't love that, to be honest. I think that's the one power creep that I think is objectively harmful, is the fact that you can do that. The biggest offender for me is Cycle of Life, Offering Monument. It's just an instant win. Because, anyway, but there's a couple of those that exist right now.
Do you guys want to know what the mechanic that I thought of when I asked the question?
I bet it's consume. My guess is consume return.
No, that's a good one, but no, it's hunger.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah. That's good.
Is that Morsel Maid?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Morsel Maid.
Yeah.
It's. I mean, I don't think of that as a mechanic because it's like a single unit, but yeah. That's
infuse Morsel Maid into a sweeper, and you have a. Oh God, the scaling.
Yeah, I would say that was that in terms of like fun units. That's the most fun of the 4 units that got added is Morsel Maid, because it's just hilarious to me, both the infusion and just the standalone unit. I think Apex Imp for me has been the most consistent still, but anyway, I don't know. But that's as I said, I don't love that. I don't love that infinite combos got better, and I would like to see something doing that. I don't. I mean, we talked about earlier, Gabriel, that we do something around like the last divinity, hurting infinites, but I don't know. I don't know how to fix that. I think it's.
I will say though, I'm hopeful. I mean, I gotta say, not to blow smoke at the devs or anything, but like I would say they have probably the best track record I've ever seen of the speed to which they respond to things like this from the community. when they see that something's just OP or super unfun, they'll fix it usually within like a month or two, it seems like. And then the patch, I'm always pretty happy to see the patch notes. Like the changes always generally make sense. I'd say like 90% of the time, which is pretty unique, I think. Even other games that I love, like Slay the Spire, it'll take, I feel like maybe 3 times as long for really the response that Shiny Shoe. It is Shiny Shoe, right? Yeah, Shiny Shoe does. So I wouldn't be surprised if these infinites do get nerfed, especially because I think
By the way, Gabriel, you mentioned consume retrieval. It's not actually a new mechanic.
Oh, that's true.
It's been a while. It's been around. You got the Imp Scholars.
That's right.
The endless Imp Scholars and the Transcend Imps with Imp Scholars in the deck. You can do crazy stuff with that. And
True.
Wormkin just got a sort of a taste of that as well.
All right, so to at least like throw a little compliment and then a little shade, I'm gonna reiterate what Gabriel said, which is I think the speed at which the devs have responded to any issues and making adjustments and patches and updates has been incredible. It's better than any game like this I've ever seen. Now the backhand of that is I think there are some long-term like core design issues that they've kind of tunnel visioned on. So one of them actually leans back into the discussion we had earlier about mechanics. And a lot of these mechanics are things that are already kind of built into the game. So leaning more into tribal synergies, like unit types mattering, or even some of the mechanics that are actually already built into specific clans, like hunger and stuff like that. I think that the devs have really focused on this idea of when we introduce a new slew of mechanics, they need to be within a new clan. And I don't think that's actually the case. I think it's really, really nice to introduce new mechanics, or like if you have entire areas of design space that you haven't touched to a great degree, just put them in some of your current clans as opposed to developing a new one. This seems to just be looked over every time the dev stream happens. It's a lot of, hey, we've seen this really, really cool area of design that we just didn't even think of, like moving your own units vertically between floors in ways that are not just like ascending them to overstack or shifting around the positions of your units. A lot of these things have popped up in the modding community, and the devs have praised these mods, and they keep talking about bringing in new clans that use these mechanics. But I think if you have an area of design space, it doesn't have to just be put into a new clan. You don't have to release a whole new clan to put it in the game. Just throw it in one of the current clans in like a 20 card package,
Yeah,
well, I mean,
really
they kind of did that with the Exileds.
Yeah, to a certain extent, that's true.
I'd really like to see them build upon some of the mechanics that are very underused. I'm especially thinking about rally. There's one champion who can rally, and there's nothing else on the player side.
And I think Narninian did have a great point there, actually, that a lot of what we've been discussing, even what we discussed earlier, are things that happen with the Friends or Foes release. I think that release is actually extremely underrated in how it kind of changed the depth of each of the clans. I'm not sure why we can't do more things like that. Obviously, like a new set of champions might be spreading us too thin because we don't currently have enough mechanics built into cards in the clan themselves to support a new champion. That's why you discuss
like the
rally
Doge.
here, and we have this one rally card that cares about you doing these rally things, and then that's it within the clan, because we didn't already have that mechanic built into our commons, uncommons, and rares in the clan. I think a good place to go is you can fill out some new mechanics just with cards,
Fiend.
not with new champions. And then some of these champions that have these mechanics that are very, very underrepresented in the cards within those clans, just build out the card set for them, for the mechanics that they already have on them.
So, I mean, some thoughts that I had, and I got involved with the unofficial patch, the one that's maintained by Rising Dusk, right?
Rising Dusk, yeah, he was in the tournament.
And we had the discussion about that for me, like, I would love to see some of, again, I know I paid it a couple times, but clan tech stuff, like Hornbreaker Prince could be redesigned to do demon stuff like Shardtail Queen does imp stuff, and that would be sick. Like, demons don't matter. The demon tag matters exactly for Gurg's Goat, and I think that's not exciting. And similarly, hollows, like hollows could be sick. You could have hollow tags about how they rejuvenate, about how they affect them. Channelers are pretty much trash. What could you do with channelers to make them a lot more interesting than they are? Enemy channelers are way more interesting than the channelers that we get. And I think there's a lot of area there, as you said, viable, where let's introduce into the clans mechanics that kind of flesh out and add more dynamic play without necessarily disrupting with a brand new clan. So I think that makes a lot of sense.
I could actually give a very, very specific example, one that I've thought about a lot, and it actually goes back to what Carius was talking about with Shardtail Queen and Rally. So an entire area of design space that has not been touched is bouncing. Bouncing generally in card games is returning units from play to your hand. That's an area of design space we haven't dipped our toe in Monster Train. It's an area of design space that overlaps very, very with Rally and very well with Summon, which are the two things that Shardtail Queen leans into and which Hellhorn generally cares about. That's an example of a mechanic which I think you could put into just a common, uncommon, and rare card package, toss in the game into Hellhorn. It fleshes out Shardtail Queen more. It gives you more variety. It gives you more archetypes to play within that clan. I think that would be a very, very, just good way to go. And then there's obviously similar things that you could do with the other clans.
You can pseudo bounce with endless units and like important work.
Yeah, Dark Calling.
Yeah. Ways to do it without units.
I gotta say, Roll. I actually like Dark Calling even more.
Oh, Gabriel, I think you're
DLC.
muted. Oh, he might be muted deliberately.
Oh yeah, sorry, I'm just talking to my stream.
No, you're good. But yeah, I think it's weird that bounce hasn't been in the game, and it also just slots perfectly into that slot that we're looking to fill.
So then, to my other point, I think that I made a long time ago. I think the other power creep area that I think is unexplored is variety of enemy. Like I think there's a lot of stuff too that could be there that is not there. Like the enemies, 90% of them are still pretty vanilla. They're just stats, and I think you could have a lot more complexity throughout stuff like you see in Seraphites, stuff like you see in The Last Divinity, but showing up throughout the floors to make your. And I'd be totally fine if they said, okay, we do full transparency. These are the bosses you're going to get through the whole run. You can hover over them and see everyone you're going to get, but that they are more complex and don't just get steamrolled. They're not just a bunch of stats dumped into some units. So that for me would be a lot more interesting. Is to have I think the only like bosses that have a theme are putting trash in your deck, where you get the boss and the units that are all just together, as much trash as possible in your deck. But why not other areas? Why not other things? I guess stealth. I guess you do have the stealth boss as well.
Yeah, well, there's also like Spike's boss doesn't currently make spiky units, something like that. I think Spike's boss and the self-mutilation boss, stealth boss are like really, really interesting. They're a little heartbreaking when you encounter them and you're not prepared. But yeah, I actually fully agree. I would like to see some more fleshed out and intricate minor bosses that lean into hard countering strategies and being very susceptible to certain strategies, but then also compensate for that by giving us the information on them. It creates this really interesting pattern if it's every single fight what to plan for. If you're kind of maneuvering your deck in and out of certain archetypes or certain setups as you go through the run, like maybe I need to plan for a stealth boss right now, but the thing that lets me beat stealth boss is not going to be the kind of set of tools that's going to let me beat the certain Seraph I'm fighting. So I actually need to pivot my run mid-run, and I can try to plan for that pivot early on. That would be very interesting.
Yeah,
and then I think going to then the Last Divinity fight, if the boss mechanics of the run were more incorporated into the Divinity fight than they are right now, I think then you have a culmination of, this is what I just did 8 times, but now I have to do it in a single boss fight in a much more stress-inducing environment. And I like that idea that the Last Divinity becomes a culmination of what you've done and not its own piece that you have to plan independently. And that, for me, is what's missing. Last Divinity is a really cool encounter that is completely disconnected from whatever you did so far. It's just, okay, I have to, if I'm going to play Divinity, I have to build my deck around it, and ideally that deck can deal with everything else along the way. But it's not, like, as I said, it's theming-wise, it's not that the Last Divinity cares what else you did throughout the entire rest of the run. I mean, I guess Seraph does that to a degree as well, but I don't know. I like this idea of themed builds, which we have, but there's no themed encounters on the other side, and I think that could be really cool.
Yeah, I definitely like that idea. I mean, if it's based on, I think you're kind of alluding to the three main bosses that you face, you know, Talos/Daedalus in the specific version, and then, you know, so on and so forth. It makes for a lot of variety in what you might end up with Divinity.
Like, we talk about modality, that could be it. That it inherits, so you have to play the waves that are not flying bosses, so 1, 2, 4, 5, and 7. You will see stuff from those waves as units that show up in the last Divinity fight.
Yeah.
And you will have modality in terms of something from your 3, 6, and 8. And that could be really cool. The last Divinity represents your run in final boss form.
Right.
I like really that. Interesting, I think.
Yeah.
On that theme idea, there is already a bit of a theme with the different variants of Seraph. Especially, it's about the virtues, and they all have some virtue they're named after, but it's corrupted, sort of like patient is the most impatient of them all. Diligent makes you work.
I have a very interesting idea. Actually, what if instead of a preview going into the whole thing, enemies that were themed around, like, obviously we all seem to agree that themed enemies around the mini boss that you're fighting seem very, very good and interesting. What if some of the smaller enemies that are themed around the boss that you're fighting kind of leak into the rings before them? You know, you face a single one of those 15-2 stealth 1 units in like ring 2, and then you kind of know that you're going to fight stealth boss in ring 4 or 5. You know, something like that I think could be an interesting way to do that if you don't just want to give players all the information to plan out their run right off the bat.
You can hint at it with it.
Yeah.
But
like, if you see a random, good.
Yeah, but the whole corrupted virtues thing, we could do more of that. Like, there's the 7 classical virtues. So, for example, you could have Seraph the Merciful, who has a bunch of units that have revenge triggers or do damage on exhaust and stuff like that. Like, he's really not that merciful. You can do a lot with themes like that.
Yeah, and actually
really tie them into the lore.
Yeah, and on that note, if the Seraph itself had some revenge, that would be a counter to sweep.
Yeah.
So that's for me. That's for me. I think a combination of utilizing what's already in the clans and expanding on it, and then diversifying enemies, and kind of, especially with the last Divinity, somehow tying that combat encounter to the rest of your run would be, for me, like 2 really huge things that would dramatically improve the feel of runs. That it felt more like an event that I'd been kind of prepping for through my run, rather than an event I was prepping for that's completely disconnected like it is today.
Now, I think if we're talking about a lot of us wanting some kind of increase in difficulty, I don't think we would want it applied to things like this. Like, I think this is just a thing where you want kind of some horizontal shifts in power, because I don't think we want things that actually apply to the player base in a broader sense. I have a lot of people coming to my stream. My stream is centered more on being educational, and so I get a lot of people who are in that climb. You know, they're stuck at Covenant 12 and they're really trying to figure out how to go over that hump, or they've really slowed down around Covenant 15. I get a lot of that. And I think that's a very, really, really cool segment of the player base of Monstrain. You know, the people that you see who are popping into the Discord and they're like, I just got my first Covenant 25 kill. That's awesome. And everyone celebrates that. It's a great time. And I think there's a lot of people who want to engage in the game in a way where they climb up the ladder and then they kind of chill there. But there are players like us who, you know, like, I'm north of a 95% win rate since Divinity came out. and a lot of that's playing with a brand new clan. Like that's for a game that's meant to be in this kind of realm of roguelike Dark Souls-esque card games. I feel like north of 95% win rate is just a little too high at the top end. I would like to see something added in that has a barrier to entry and isn't just built into the broader game. So that, because I think the difficulty level of the broader game is actually in a very, very good place right now. I think that's a thing that a lot of people who want increased difficulty are missing. I think that the balance of, you know, climbing up to Covenant 25 and learning the game, I think the difficulty of the game is very, very well balanced there right now. So we just need something beyond that. Divinity could have been the thing beyond that, but the tools we were given were really, really good. And also Divinity was kind of built into the broader game anyways. So what if you add some tools that have, or some, you know, levels or bosses that have a barrier to entry to reach them, and you make those extremely difficult? I think that could be a good way to go.
Yeah, I think I definitely agree with that. And I definitely echo the 95% win rate's a bit high for the highest difficulty. I think a lot of thing. I think, you know, that there's a lot of ways they can go about it. I can talk, but you know, as long as they do something about it, I think that'll be good. And even like additional Covenant levels, I could see that. But yeah, I think it would draw, I think, more attention to the game if there just was kind of a harder, like there is mutators, but I feel like that just isn't the same. Like they're meant to kind of screw you over, but I feel like just the actual game itself needs to be a little bit more difficulty at higher levels. So
this was what I heard was the primary complaints from a lot of the variety streamers that left Monster Train after like a couple months. They played Monster Train pretty heavy. They were doing it a lot, and they just got bored because it was too easy at Covenant 25.
Yep.
And why they went back, a lot of them to Slay the Spire or whatever else, because exactly that reason, that the difficulty just wasn't satisfying them. And then there were those of us who, instead of going back to one of those games, we just started self-inflicting masochist challenges. So I think
Guilty.
yeah. So I don't know what the solution is. I agree that I think the climb is pretty reasonable for most players, and I think it's a good. In fact, I think the climb is easier now because I think the Covenant 10 modifier change is way easier. It's way easier to deal with Ember Drain than it is with Daze, and the guaranteed loss of capacity on the middle floor is also easier than it was when it was random. Yeah, I don't know what it needs to be. I almost just wonder if rather than focusing on necessarily making the game harder, having more risk reward, maybe that's just it. Maybe shards need to just do more, because that already, you have a built-in risk reward mechanic, but maybe that's it. The shard trade-offs just need to be a lot heavier throughout. I don't know what needs to be done, but it's this weird state where, as I said, like all of us are exclusively doing Divinity runs because we don't find vanilla challenging enough, but even full Divinity runs are not necessarily.
And a lot of these actually
hype spike, you know.
A lot of these really concern me from a viewer and new player perspective. This was a concern I had just with the release of Last Divinity DLC being something that fundamentally changes gameplay. It can be very tough for someone who, you know, has just bought Monster Train or is considering just buying Monster Train to watch our content and really feel like they're playing the same game as us with how fundamentally Last Divinity has changed the game. And that was already a concern. When we start talking about trying to have a way to increase difficulty for some of us more competitive or spiky streamers, what are good ways that we can actually do that without making it so that we're playing a fundamentally different game from the viewers? Like even increasing stats on units seems like it's just a vanilla power increase, but that can change, you know, certain thresholds that you cross with the playability of cards. We talk a lot about, you know, like power creep in card games being a thing that is largely viewed as abilities becoming stronger. But if you just increase the health of a unit by 1 or 5 or 10, you might be changing every way that you can interact with that unit on a fundamental level. Like if we're trying to introduce ways to increase difficulty, I think this is probably an issue that Shiny Shoe is finding. Like there's a certain threshold beyond which we can't increase the difficulty and have it be at a certain acceptable win rate for competitive players, but not have the game be so difficult that the players who are trying to climb up Covenant early on just don't feel like they're playing the same game, don't feel like they're viewing the same game that they're playing. That's a really tough thing to balance.
Yeah, that's definitely there's and you know, I will say I've looked at Steam, like the vanilla game has, I think, a 96% approval rating. DLC's still high, but it's a bit lower. I think it was at like 85 last I checked. And most of the negative reviews kind of echo that even for what it is now, they're basically like, you know, it's a lot of new stuff, but it seems geared toward like people that are playing at a high difficulty. Like I've seen some of the negative reviews kind of allude to that. So it's definitely a tough one from a publisher's perspective.
We're in a very awkward space as content creators where I even thought about going into Last Divinity, like, I can't accept, I'm going to lose too much relevance if I'm not playing the new content, because you're going to have, you know, a certain branch of players that are spiky and like the game and play it a lot. And that's going to be a disproportionate amount of your viewers on Twitch and people who interact with you on YouTube and on the Discord server. You're going to have a lot more players who are more casual and don't interact with your content, but, you know, which want to just play the game, have a fun time, climb Covenant maybe. And so I actually thought about going into that week, like, it would be content suicide to just not put Divinity on and try to play the vanilla game. But playing the vanilla game, I think, would give newer players, that small percentage of Twitch viewers but large percentage of the players, more of an idea of what the game is like and more of a shared experience when watching a content creator. That's a tricky spot to be in, and I still haven't figured out a good solution.
I mean, one thing that I'm constantly thinking about is how does this affect our participation if we do Divinity tournaments? Like, you mandatory, you have to have the DLC to play. And I think probably the first tournament's going to be like that, but do we perpetuate that you have to have the DLC to participate in tournaments? I don't know. And I don't know that yeah, it's kind of tough for me as well to think about what is the right way to develop this game beyond where it's at right now without exclusively catering to the top end. And I don't know. That's why for me, like, my suggestions, at least I think more flavor is broad appeal. Having more flavored runs is broadly interesting compared to just ramping difficulty up. So this idea of like Divinity being a culmination of your run, I think, is broadly interesting. Even if it's not any harder, even if it's equally difficult now, I still would think it would be more interesting. And similarly, using tags, like taking advantage of mechanics that are already available in new and interesting ways, I think is broadly interesting, rather than just introducing a new clan and new content in a new clan and new, you know, more complexity. Taking what's already there and thinking about new ways to utilize it to make it more dynamic, again, I feel like is more broadly appealing to someone. It's a very similar thing. I mentioned already. So I used to play, I didn't stream it because I didn't stream at the time, but I used to play fairly competitive Civ 5, and every time they would do a new expansion, you alienated an entire group of players that just were like they weren't gonna do it. And so then every single time a new expansion came out in competitive, which was not like there was a lot of competitive, like, it wasn't very serious, but all of a sudden you would just lose participation for like a couple months, and then slowly people would get it and come in and stuff like that. But it hurt every single time they came out with a new expansion. It hurt competitive play for like a little while, and then it would finally kind of even out again. And that's also my concern, is like, does the DLC bring back new people or people that were turned off by the base game? No, like, they're not gonna. It didn't change anything fundamentally enough that they're gonna come back. And for a lot of players, it is overwhelming. I just played with my wife for the first time yesterday on stream.
Saw that.
There's no chance I'm showing her the Last Divinity content until she's played at least like 30, 40 games, because she needs to understand fundamentals before she can jump into stuff like that. And so it's just like, I do agree with that. I think we can handle the complexity. I don't think it's great for the main player base. I think something that would have been more simple and broadly appealing might have been also nice.
So I have an idea for a possible solution to both the thing you alluded to and the thing I'm alluding to. Obviously, they're slightly related, but maybe simultaneously, and I'd like to get you guys' feedback on it. So, Slay the Spire has something that which is this to a very, very small degree, but which is basically your ability to do something which is optional, which not just makes the game more difficult as you're going through the runs, but gives you more difficult things to achieve in a later part of the run. So essentially, as you're playing through a run, everyone's run looks exactly the same as you're playing on the same ascension level up to a certain point. But if you've chosen to keep going further and kind of press your luck with your ability to win, then you can take a further challenge, which is, the heart, as opposed to just stopping on a final boss. And this was a thing that some people have discussed with Divinity. I don't think it's a great way to handle that, having necessarily just like you can either just stop at Seraph or you can go to Divinity. But what if you had multiple layers like this, which were really, really difficult points that you could achieve if you decided to push it further, or if you did things that allowed you to push further into the game? And those parts were really, really difficult, but you don't change anything fundamental about what happens between the point at which you start the game and the point at which you reach that first possible stop point that would count as a victory for a normal player who's trying to climb Covenant. That gives us as content creators a period of the game that we can play that always feels relatable to people who are just trying to climb Covenant, or maybe just reach Covenant 25, or even just started the game. They get to play what we're playing, and maybe they'll have difficult pushing into these tougher areas, but they'll at least feel like some portion of the content that they're watching is the thing that they're playing. Whereas currently what we have is, if you try to increase the difficulty in the level in a way that just broadly affects the game, either you're going to have a game that's too easy for the top end, but very viewable for most of your players, or you're going to have a game that is so distant from how you played on the top end relative to how the average player plays the game that it just doesn't resemble it, and you're not getting value from that content. I think having ways to dive further into runs and engage with tough areas that are optional and things you can decide during a run, or things you can achieve during a run, would be maybe a way to fix that problem.
It's interesting because, like as you're describing it, it's the opposite of what. So Monster Train and Slay the Spire have two complete opposite things. Like there's no real benefit from going to the heart. Like there's no you don't get a stronger deck because you went for the heart. You get a stronger deck because you go for Divinity. And I think there's positives, negatives about it. The positive is you can push your deck further. The negative is you can push your deck further. And so the challenge also becomes the enabler for insane success. And maybe that's one thing that could be toned down, or at least maybe disconnect that it's not just shards that equal a final thing, but something else. Like one of the thoughts that I even had as you were talking about this was, there's the cabinet events where you take the 3 crap artifacts, then out of that you get something back good. What if you didn't get something back good? What if you just took the artifacts and it resulted in a change in how the game played out the rest of the time, purely negatively, but as a way to challenge yourself? Like things like that could be really cool. Options to flavor, or even trials that you could take. Level 1 trial, level 2 trial. Level 2 trial is a permanent effect. Level 1 trial is a temporary effect. And level 2 trials enable something later down the line that you can't get without taking them. Actually, that would be pretty sick. I was thinking about that. You take a trial. Like what my thought is that you currently don't have trials on 3, 6, and 8. What if you could? What if there were permanent rest of run trials that you could take on 3, 6, and 8? And they unlock something like the Last Divinity. It's objectively harder. There is no benefit to taking them except that you can push your deck further.
Yeah, this is actually what STS does, which is you need to collect all of the keys, and those keys have a very tangible cost. Like you're going to have to skip 1 rest site. You have to skip 1 boss relic, or elite relic, I mean. And you have to skip, or you have to take 1 optional tougher fight that you wouldn't have had to otherwise take. These costs are relatively small, but I think they affect your gameplay in a way that doesn't feel like it's fundamental. It doesn't feel like it's aesthetic. It's basically just, what if a really high level player playing through those first 9 rings just ends up with 1 less relic than the average player who's just playing to beat Seraph, and then maybe like a couple of other things, something really, really minor that doesn't feel like it fundamentally changes what you're doing when you're going through the run. I think if you took on stuff like those optional relics, you could be changing the game in too much of a fundamental way. Like, obviously, I not assuming that you're going with those specific examples, but like you wouldn't want it to be like you have to take the broken wheel or something else like that, because that fundamentally changes how the run plays out. But skipping over one artifact or something like that.
So what if for example you had on the Daedalus fight, if you had to do like a certain sacrifice, and what that meant is that you would get randomly bombs showing up on your floors throughout the rest of your runs. It's minor, it's a bomb, it doesn't do a whole lot, but it could affect some of the later runs where all of a sudden you're having to deal with a bomb on a floor that you didn't have to deal with before. Minor effect, but then leading into something bigger. And similar with Talos, you could have I don't know what it could be, but something thematic Phantom. To the boss. Yeah. Or I don't think what the Talos effects are all hit effects. I gotta think of what that would be. But Arcus, you could have a shard show up occasionally.
Well, you could. The Talos does have the armor, sap, and rage. You could maybe just have that, like to the units or whatnot. But
yeah, exactly. So something minor, like not like game destroying, like those artifacts do. All those artifacts are like they completely change your run, but something like that, a minor effect that you're saying, okay, yeah, I feel like my deck can deal with bombs for the rest of the run, and you have to take 2 of 3 or something. I don't know. Similar to like with the heart, you don't have to take it every time. You don't have to fight every elite boss. You have to pick 1 out of the 3 floors, and then you don't have to skip every single rest. You just pick 1 at a certain time. Oh yeah, Talos rearranging, that could be it. You would have a unit rearrange at some point.
I'll never pick that one.
I don't know, but I think something that doesn't fundamentally change, but would just negatively affect the rest of your run, and you have to take a certain amount of them throughout to unlock, would be cool. Pure net negatives.
Yeah.
No trade-off.
I think there's something very, very stark in having those clear thresholds that you have to do these things to cross later in the game to fight some optional boss or reach some optional area. I think having that very, very clear threshold is very nice here. Again, it makes it so you are playing the same game as someone who can't reach that area up to that point. And then for a very, very small portion of your run, you're playing this point that they aspire to get to. I think crossing a couple of thresholds there that kind of shift you from having, your average player maybe have like a 20 to 40% win rate against Seraph up to that point. And your really, really good players having 90+% win rates, and then having some area that you can reach after that is much tougher to reach. You have to take cost to get to it, and which has maybe a 20 to 40% win rate for really, really good players given our skill level right now. I think that would be a really, really good way to go. Again, the focus for making content should just be, does it feel like 2 of you are playing the same game as them? Because otherwise they're not getting great value out of it. I try to mitigate that by making my content very, very educational, and also not taking any of my knowledge about the game for granted. Like I'll explain things that a lot of streamers won't explain, because I don't assume that every single person who watches me knows them, and I don't feel like I'm losing much in re-explaining them for a lot of the more advanced players. That's what I have to do right now, but I think there's things that can be built into the game design-wise that would enable us to make content a little more naturally and have it be more broadly appealing.
What do you guys think about, and I'm throwing a big wrench into things now, but with the popularity of all these battle royale type games that are quote unquote like unfair, what do you think if they added more of like a new, maybe not Hell Rush, but basically a battle royale multiplayer mode where you can, at free for all, you can screw over anybody unfairly, but you have to pay to do it, I feel like that could actually drive a lot of people to A, stream the game more, but B, watch it more too, and play it more.
So, I don't know. Interestingly enough, you mentioned kind of some offensive options there that don't currently exist. I think that an interesting discovery that we found when running the tournaments, at least something interesting for me that might actually be benefited from having offensive options amongst players, is there are a lot of interesting runs. I think the most interesting runs you can find are actually the ones where your competitive players just barely can't make it. Like they get to ring 8 or ring 9 and they die. I think it's much less interesting when they die early, and it's much less interesting when they just, are dumpstering the run, and it's just who dumpsters it more. So if you give people options to like actually mess with each other at a cost, and you make the game a lot more about survival, I think you could have something similar to Hell Rush, which feels more like a battle royale than Hell Rush currently does, because that's what they originally marketed Hell Rush as. Was, you know, it's kind of like our version of a battle royale, but we've gotten to a point as players in the design of the game where, you know, you have your good players who are just going to absolutely destroy any Covenant 25 run on Hell Rush, and you have your players who are going to struggle against it. I would like to see it balanced in such a way where you could interact with other players and try to bring them down to a point where they just barely can't win runs in general.
Yeah.
The other thought, if they didn't want to do this kind of crossover of people playing, if Hell Rush was infinite, if it was just randomized boss unit combos, and it was just infinite. Every time you got a brand new floor where you're picking units, you get shops, whatever, and it was just going and going and going. Also, the other part of this is that what kind of pisses me off about Hell Rush is that you can't finish runs if everybody else dies. So for me, if that was the point, if the point was not score, if the point was survival, eliminating even the offensive options and just being like, this is endless. Hell Rush is endless monster train, and it continues to scale, and whoever can build the deck that can go longest could also be very interesting.
I think we've gotten to a point where we've ironed out a really, really amazing tournament format for the tools that we have available to us. And I think Hell Rush also has potential. I mean, we did some really, really interesting things with those goofy hellish Hell Rushes the other day. I think a new format in the vein of what you're talking about, which is just score is not the relevant factor here. It'll be used as a tiebreaker if necessary, but it doesn't matter. Like, you know, we also discovered during that
I'd like that too.
If you have more points, you still lose if someone got to a later ring. I think that should be the most important thing if you're talking about building a competitive tournament style format for this game. Having it be survival based should be the most important thing. I feel like that's the most fun way to play the game for a lot of people. Is just, if you think about 90% of your player base being players who are really just focused on survival and actually just getting to Seraph in the first place, not worrying about score, the way to appeal to those players is have your competitive format also feel more like the thing they play. And in this case, it doesn't have to be the exact format they play, but have it be something that is more about survival and less about score and just crashing the game as hard as you can. I think a new format would do that.
And look at every competitive game there is. It's just that game on steroids. It's not a completely different game. And our tournaments they are. And I don't know how, as you said, we don't really have the tools to otherwise. I mean, Narnini, we did some like insane stuff in the past. We did, what was it? We did a challenge where it's whoever can have the most units with permadeath enabled.
The league stuff, yeah.
The league stuff.
Yeah.
But again, you're playing a completely different game. It's fun, but you're playing a different game than the other player base because nobody's going for score. Nobody's going for these weird masochist self-inhibiting stuff. And I don't know how we do that. And also no one's speedrunning. We could do speedrunning, but like Narnini and I are the only ones that want to do it. So it
would be good at it.
But so this is where I think I'm 100% in agreement. I think we're in a weird spot. We're at the top end. To make the game, to separate the top players, you have to do something extra. And currently that extra is score. And it would be nice if there was something more relatable to players. When you watch competitive League of Legends, it's just League of Legends on steroids, but it's the same goal. Kill the Nexus. When you watch Hearthstone at the highest level, it's the same cards, the same setup. It's just better players who have better, understanding of the game, playing it out to see who wins. It's the same experience on steroids, and that's not currently Monster Train. It's that same experience, but because everybody's likely to survive, we have to add a score. So
and even outside of survival, once you make score even the tiniest amount of a factor, now everything about how you play your run has changed from the way in which every single other person plays their run. Like, I don't play for score ever when I'm doing making any of my content. And when I was looking at the tournament, I was like, I understand Monster Train on a very, very good level. I'm very good at it. But this is just a completely foreign game to me, trying to play for score, caring about playing on lower floors just to do that. The moment score matters, it doesn't become a matter of like players who are worse at the game generally play and get a lower score, and they want to aspire to get a higher score, it becomes you're either playing for score or you're not playing for score, and most of your player base are not going to play for score. So also that's just kind of an underwhelming way to have a game like this, a game that's built on being difficult and tough to learn and tough to really, really master, be something that comes down to just a points race. I think a lot of people are having a lot of fun playing this game as a survival game, and we're kind of stuck here playing it as an arcade game, who's getting the highest score on the scoreboard.
And the only other way to remedy that is mutator-based stuff. And then if you're playing mutator-based stuff, again, it's not the same game. It's the same game, but completely differently.
It may not be too far-fetched to think that enough people getting together, especially enough content creators, relevant content creators getting together, could make the kind of impact that we need to introduce a new format. I mean, we have some kind of a design for it. Maybe we could even talk about this and work on it even more. But I think if we can introduce a format that scales in a competitive way, still feels like the base game, that would be good for new players. It would be good for people watching content who are on any scale level, and it would be good for the competitive scene. It seems like a win all around.
The only question, and this is actually the fundamental question, which is the thing I always ask with Monster Train, is this going to be a Slay the Spire where it's just there's no competitive Slay the Spire scene? There's never been one. There was speedrunning for a while, but then that kind of died off. But there, I mean, the scene in Slay the Spire is a bunch of players that are really good trying to win streak. That's it. And is that what Monster Train becomes, or is it possible to pivot? And do the developers want to, or would they rather focus on a new game? This is what I also don't know. And what we'd have to find out is, what is their long-term goal? Is it to be like Slay the Spire and just kind of have like a staple of content creators that are mostly just doing win streaking, or is the intention to do something different? And I don't know. The developers haven't really said what they're, beyond just adding more content, what their plan is to do with the game. And this would be interesting to discuss with them as well.
I would say there's at least a hint as to the answer in it. If you look back in the early launch days of Monster Train, a lot of the conversations with Mark and a lot of the developer streams, there was a really, really big emphasis on the key difference between this and Slay the Spire and other similar games being the fact that this game has multiplayer. Like, obviously people talk about the clan combos and stuff like that, and that's where the game has leaned a lot more towards, like, oh man, we have a lot of new clans, we have a lot of new cards, we have a lot of new events. But in the early days, I think there was a big emphasis on the fact that this game has multiplayer, and that separated it so much from the pack. Does the game just want to be successful and kind of push up into an area that we know is established in the market, or does it want to carve out something really, really specific? Do the developers want to carve out something really specific? I think if they do want to carve out something specific, you can't do it just by being Slay the Spire with some deeper mechanics in terms of how you pick your clan and how you encounter events and how you go through the run. I think you need to carve out something a little more unique, and that really could be leaning harder into multiplayer and competitive play.
And what I love about this is it's competitive play in a completely different direction. It is not, I'm not playing against you. It's still PvE. It's still primarily PvE. It's more along the lines of like, Tetris 100 or something like that, where it's like, it's really focused on, I'm playing my own game. I'm just trying to play my own game better than everybody else.
Right.
And I think that space doesn't have a lot of strong players apart from like, a handful of these, like, kind of taking an old game and then converting it into a battle royale kind of.
And I actually think Tetris 100 or whatever it is a good template to follow. 99, right? Like, because you can still screw over players in that, and I think that's part of the fun of it. And I think it'd be a good format to kind of base a new Hell Rush on that could really, I don't know, maybe they sell I feel like they could sell millions of copies if they had a big multiplayer thing, right? Survival based
right. Multiplayer.
Yeah, I think that in the vein of what we had discussed earlier, which was these offensive mechanics, that's something that's like possibly something you could include, but feels like an optional design choice into how you want this format to play out. But the key focus should just be a multiplayer format where survival is the key. I think that's kind of the fundamental thing of it. And then whether or not offensive and defensive elements feel like they're an appropriate measure to take there is a separate discussion I have. But I feel like at the very least, your base of what you should start with to really carve out a space here is make this a multiplayer survival game.
Yep. I 100% agree, and I think this is where, as Gabriel already said, this would take the game from kind of, in a lot of ways, higher production value Slay the Spire, with really interesting mechanics, a really, I think, quite good learning curve, and a decent end, and put it into an environment where you can get mass appeal, which currently it doesn't have mass appeal. It has niche appeal. And, you know, I don't know. There are Slay the Spire clones every day. I think this is it's not a clone of Slay the Spire, but if you were to call it a clone of the Slay the Spire, it's probably the best one on the market. I certainly have not found one as enjoyable as this, but there are tons of Slay the Spire clones. But if this could go in that direction, I think this would be the way to have it be a long-term game that I could imagine, you know, beyond just when DLCs come out, coming back and diving into.
I also feel like there's a very low opportunity cost to this. You still don't need to change anything about the way the game is currently played. Obviously, if this scene takes off, then the competitive scene, the content creation scene line up, and then that'll probably be what a lot of your casual players roll into. But you're not making a big sacrifice by creating this new format. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't, and everyone just goes back to playing the game the way we are right now. I would also like to emphasize that on the basis, outside of just the design aspect of this, on the basis of logistics, of trying to create some kind of competitive scene, you have a lot of people, every single person here, especially included, who will put the effort into making this competitive scene work on a logistical level without an incredible investment from Shiny Shoe. Or Good Shepherd, whichever one would be involved more directly with that. I think we have a lot of people here who would be willing to work on trying to develop this competitive scene and seeing if it works with some new format, and trying to create content around that format and seeing if it works, and if it doesn't, just moving on. I feel like the opportunity cost here is extremely low, and this is at the very least a plausible route to carving out an area of the market that does not exist at all.
Yeah, 100% agree.
Maybe some discussions to have there. It's a tough channel to get into. Obviously, we have some of the bigger content creators here, but a lot of the people who have the reach to discuss these things a little more directly are more like your variety streamers than your dedicated Monster Train streamers. So how we open up those channels is a tricky one to figure out. We've started to open up pretty recently to at least a small degree. With some direct conversations happening about certain things. It would be nice to reach a point where we could have some more direct channels, at least just something suggestion based for some of the dedicated Monster Train content creators to discuss these types of things, or at least just offer up ideas, you know?
Yeah. This is a 2-hour conversation that I had planned for 1 hour, which is absolutely fine. I'll probably split it into two main topics then, because we talked about power creep, but we also talked about like how to address kind of the elephant in the room, which is what makes Monster Train long-term viable. It's something that Darneen and we talked about a long time ago, back when we were talking about speedrunning, was how do you make a game like this, if not evergreen, at least something that can last for, you know, a few years. It's not even 1 year old yet. We're encroaching onto 1 year right now, so it's still a relatively new game, and begs the question, if we're at the top end talking about already feeling like the game's a little bit too easy, what needs to be done to keep that group playing for another year? Tournaments helped, honestly. I think tournaments invigorated the community a bit, because there were days when you had literally no one streaming Monster Train, and now, at least at almost all times, you have at least a handful of them. And that was before the DLC came out. Like, before the DLC came out, I saw that pivot where now we all of a sudden had streamers making content again, where there was a time when like there really wasn't a lot. So I think that helps. But yeah, I don't know. And I don't know how often we can sustain a tournament environment that's entirely based on score. But
Yeah, we've really encountered a separate issue here, which could not have been predicted going into it, which is the game that we play in this tournament scene, for as great as it is, just isn't the game that the vast majority of the player base play. It's just a completely different game. And I think there are ways to address that, and the main way to do that would be a new format.
could be the case. All right, so we'll end the discussion. Appreciate all of the thoughts. We had a group that changed dynamically throughout, so I don't know. Who may I heard from? Carius, Narnini, and you guys have been quiet. Any thoughts on the last topic before we close?
I think they could do more with Hell Rush. We did our custom Hell Rushes. There's no lobby system or anything.
And there's no matchmaking, and there's ranking. It's just literally random. You play who's
Find
there.
the seed.
Yeah.
It's like you have to type in the seed to get in. There's no matchmaking. There's no lobby. If you really developed the custom Hell Rush scene, or just Hell Rushes at different difficulty levels, that would also do a lot, I think.
Yeah, I'd be down with some custom, like kind of like old school StarCraft BattleNet. Just make a lobby. You can have whatever settings you want, name it something, wait for people to join, and hit go. I think that'd be pretty fun.
It's sort of like a split between making it public or private as you wish, and then having it just displayed on a screen. Yeah, I like that. Curious.
That's how we did Civilization forever, so I'd also be down with that.
I want to see you stream Civilization sometime, Nate. I'm interested.
It's been years. I never could get into competitive Civ 6, so it kind of died for me there.
Yeah, it seemed like Civ 6 wasn't quite on par with 5 or 4, but
I think it's more fun. I think it's less competitive. I think the competitive side of it is less fun, but the actual just playing it, I think, is actually a better game. But
all right, Narninian, you can have the floor for a bit.
I don't have much to say. I just think we are lacking player base to do a lot of our grand ideas, but all of it sounds cool.
It's a chicken egg thing. I think if they had a bigger player base, endless mode would already be there. I think the fact that the player base is what it is, which is about, they confirmed, right, 500,000 players. It's hard to, I would say, develop an entire new mode for that level of player base. It's a struggle.
Yeah, you need the perils of production before the furnace tap.
Yeah, exactly.
I love that.
You're never gonna pick up. You're never gonna pick up. No, I take the furnace tap every time. You know what?
Actually, the two cost reduction on furnace tap with repeater, that's a good one.
Yeah, that's fun.
So then the next question is, I had some thoughts around games similar to last time. We have 5 people. It's an awkward number of people to do eyes, hand, and brain with, but we could do.
I will not be able to stick around, so we'll have 4.
You have 4 people. Carius, are you sticking around or not?
I'm about to head to bed, so.
Okay, then Gabriel, Narninian, are you guys down for another?
Oh yeah,
I'm down.
Okay. Yeah. I want to do it with a twist. First off, I will say thank you again, Viable, for joining. Also, Carius for the discussion, and appreciate all of the thoughts. I'll try to put together something, because 2 hours might be a long time for people to watch. I might try to edit down and try to get. I don't know. Depends on how motivated I am tomorrow to do anything. But
you could do the full video and then like a highlight reel.
Yeah, I might.
Before we wrap up, I have a question.
Yeah.
Have you put any thought in when the next tournament's gonna be?
Yeah, actually, we already have a date tentatively, which is the 24th of April. I realize now that's 2 weeks away. Or not 2 weeks, 3 weeks away. Came a lot faster than I thought. I think we should finalize planning. I cannot get a commitment yet. Of course you can join. Yeah, sorry, Cafeterian's asking. Yes, you can join. It's probably going to be the 24th of April with the qualifier seeds going out a week before. We're still finalizing the format. I think we have a better format. I don't know. I don't know everybody's thoughts on it, but I think it's more interesting and a lot less painful for players who just like play one round and then they're done. But more information will come on that. I don't believe we'll change hosting. I think it's going to be hosted the same as last time. Maybe the next tournament we could talk with Shiny Shoe about doing some more hosting, but at least for now, I expect we host it on my Discord and we trade streaming hosting between the group of us that are commentating. So we'll sort that out and then announce it soon.
When you say less painful for those who play one round and then are out, it's going to be more of a Swiss system or something.
Yeah, exactly.
If I can get one note in, I'm going to avoid making this self-promotion, but I just do want to note for anyone who might be a regular in my streams, I have not missed a single stream since I started, but I will be missing my first one tomorrow, and I did not expect to. So just to give people a heads up that I won't be there for a scheduled stream tomorrow, wanted to let people know, because you can really lose a lot of ground very quickly just by missing one scheduled stream that people were expecting, especially when you've been consistent. I will not be available tomorrow. I'm going on a little sudden vacation for my birthday. So,
happy birthday!
Happy birthday!
Yeah, happy birthday!
Very much looking forward to commentating on the next tournament. That was a blast. Me and Gabriel got the synergy down. It's only getting better. We're gonna crush it.
I was super.
You can't just commentate. This is now a requirement. Everyone that
Sanguine Penguin is gotta be the new host. We gotta reach him. That's been the tradition.
The tradition is that the winner hosts. But no, I would like to try to get the format where everyone can participate and commentate and do a mix. And I think our new setup could potentially work.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the finals might not work out, but yeah.
All right, Gabriel, apparently I'm not welcome anymore, so enjoy your commentary with someone.
No, see, I'll be playing, hopefully, if I make it. I'll have to qualify on the first day because I'm in a cabin for the rest of that week leading up to the tournament, but hopefully I can qualify.
Okay, I would still prefer to do commentary if that is okay with people, whoever co-commentator might be. Mostly because I, again, do not play the game for points ever, so I...
Well, me neither. Okay, let me tell you this. I don't either. And until the tournament, and that was a lot of fun still. So I would at least give the qualifiers a try and see how you do.
If I could plug Viable for a co-host, though, I gotta say, you probably won't find anybody that can get that graph done in real time the way he did.
That was something that kind of felt a little more natural to me, and it's something that I really want to do commentary rather than play and just start from there because it's something I feel like I'm really good at, something I enjoy doing. And also I've kind of thought about trying to build a little portfolio of doing gameplay commentary, maybe apply for some color commentary jobs in, obviously Monster Train doesn't have anything official right now, but in other games, stuff like that. I prefer to stick to commentary side. It also lets me plan for being on the commentary team if there's not just like a chance I may or may not be on it. Building the charts, building the layouts, and being prepared to interact with them is something that's been helpful.
Gotcha.
Well, you can be the captain of your own ship, but we'll have you participate either way. All right. Yeah, let's pivot. So if you guys, sorry, that's really, I don't know, that felt more awkward than I was intending.
It's been a good talk.
Yes. Thank you guys for joining. Thank you for the discussion. And I think we'll try to do this regularly again. We were doing State of the Game a long time ago. I now renamed it to State of the Train because why not? And I would like to do it at least once a month if we can, maybe in between tournaments, like kind of on the off weeks. I think it's good to kind of get in the feeling for how we're feeling about the game. What do most content creators, or at least some of the content creators, think about the current state? And I think it also, I don't know if the devs ever watched the original State of the Games, but it might be that some of them check it out and maybe they feel inspired. I don't know. We'll see.
I think it is possible, guys, that I might be able to shift my scheduled streams from Sunday to Saturday to make this thing work if we can establish something more consistent. I think it actually would be really productive for us to establish some kind of consistent collaborative content that's not just playing Monster Train. Gives us a lot more visibility within the community in kind of a broader range of areas. Yeah, if we can build up something consistent to do on Saturdays, then I wouldn't mind shifting my stream schedule around that.
I also my chat. I owe this to my chat. I need to bring up that Bogworm being 3 pip is just wrong.
Yeah, that's a shame.
Fake.
At the very least, just like make Echo Right reduce their size, you know, something like that.
Yeah, I didn't expect that one going full Martial Lord the other day. I was like, oh, I guess I can't play all the units that I did everything based around now.
All right. Yep, I will sign off so Nate can finally sign off because he's been looking to sign off.
That's for you, Roll.
I just don't want to. We get a lot of complaints around how long Monster Train videos get. I've been trying to pare that down across the board. That's been all the criticism I've gotten on my channel over the past year. 99% of the criticism is your videos are too long. So
I cut all of the dead air out of mine, or at least my ones that were more edited.
I don't have
to
to
get those down under an hour.
By the way, closing words for me.
Yeah.
All you who complain about how easy the game is now and you have to find ways to make it harder, take more shards. I do. I challenge myself to take as many shards as I possibly can and try to win anyway.
I like it. I think
it gets a lot harder. I do not have your win streaks.
I find it very difficult to do things that make games more difficult that are like either arbitrary or feel like they're just suboptimal. Like I'm just playing suboptimally to make the game more difficult. That's a tough one for me. It doesn't get the same feel as the game just being more difficult.
Somehow Slay the Spire people get away with it.
One of my favorite.
I guess
one of my favorite ones.
When we're small time, we're not allowed to make long videos.
He did the War is Hell expert challenge. And one of those mutators is that you get 15 packed shards after each fight.
Yeah.
And he was kind of barely taking any shards otherwise. And I looked at that. It looked like an easy run. And I figured, what the hell? I'll do the same clan combo with Primordium and Awoken. And I took every shard I could and ended up with 380 shards and just crushed it.
I do actually want to squeeze in one final 15-second word, and then I will say nothing other than bye for Nate's sake. I would encourage anyone who makes content in this game to never take any of your knowledge about the game for granted. Viewers really respond to content being more educational. They really eat it up, and I think a lot of people tend to go in autopilot mode or talk about the more advanced things that happen in runs. But if we want to reach a broader player base right now, with Divinity not being the same type of game that they're playing, the only way that we can do that with the tools that we're given is just be more educational. Teach people about things that you're kind of just, autopiloting in your run, but which some players might not be. Just stop and maybe assume that some of the people in your chat are not Covenant 25 grinders like us for a minute. I think we'll all benefit from that.
I find that Narninian and Gabriel are two of the best at being educational in that manner. They often explain their choices. We're going to take this now because that, especially Narninian, see that a lot.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate the shout out.
I appreciate being excluded from that list.
I haven't actually watched your content yet, so I can't say.
The second dagger.
So sorry about that, but I watched Gabriel, I watched Nathaniel, I watched Narninian. I used to watch a lot of Voyix, but he's not really in the community as much. Like, he hasn't been in the tournaments or anything, but he's been playing a long time, and he can be on and off about being educational. Sometimes he's very educational, and sometimes he's just slogging through kind of in a daze because he's recording at 4 a.m.
I can relate to that. A lot of mine are at 3/4 a.m. insomnia times.
Yeah,
that's when I play my worst.
Probably benefit from not being a live stream. Like, I just don't upload those videos sometimes.
Yeah, I definitely. This is actually something where, for me, I lost a lot of my competitive edge when I started just live streaming all the time, because I play from 11 o'clock to 2 a.m. And so I think that's why people watch too. I don't know. I maybe they watch just because they know I'm going to crash and burn. But yeah.
I will catch you guys later. It was a great chat. Hope to be invited back.
No, that's why. Let's talk. We have the group. Let's talk and keep thinking. Yeah, we're here for the misclicks. Thanks. Yeah, well, we can talk again, and I think we would continue to have rolling stuff. I think it'd be good. I'm down for Saturdays. It's the easiest for me, certainly. And if it works for everybody, great. And if not, I'm also flexible. I stream almost every night at the same time anyway.
If I'm allowed, Gabriel, I will see you on the commentary team when you lose in the second round.
I mean,
see if the first round's my worst.
nobody yet has had the honor of losing in the first round of their own tournament by dying on ring 5. So I will record and be proud of it.
I got lucky.
I look forward to you actually making it to the final once.
I've made to the final twice. Once in a tournament I didn't host, and there I completely choked. And then once in a tournament I did host, and I also completely choked. So I have a track record of choking on ring 5s. It's like my it's the bane of my runs, ring 5.
Well, I think we were both in that same first round where you made it the farthest to like ring 6 or 7, and I was out in ring 4, but just everybody died. So
everybody died.
Yeah,
all right.
Tournament number 2 there.
Okay, we gotta switch. We gotta do some.
I will catch you guys later.
People waiting for Steve Viable. I'm curious if you're signing off. I'll see you later as well.
Is anybody streaming right now? I can raid you because I have. I'm stopping my stream.
Are you're gonna stay, but you're not gonna stream?
You should raid Nate.
Raid Nate.
My stream is having issues. Like I keep lagging. I think.
I need to start raiding more. I always have the bad habit of like I just sign off, but I feel like I don't know. Recently, my streams have gotten a little bit bigger. I need to start giving back more with raids.
Yeah, raid. What /raid and then just type your name or?
Yep.
Yeah.
Not that I have a giant number of viewers. I just get in the habit of it.
I'm gonna step away for like 30 seconds and I'll be right back.
Sounds good.
I'll see you all later. I'm gonna head to bed. I gotta get up in like 6 hours and go to work.
Yeah, luckily tomorrow I don't have work.
And have a good Easter.
See you later.
Later.
All right. So here was my thought. I guess we can wait till Gabriel comes back.
We are doing. I'm sorry. I forgot we're doing that thing.
Eyes, hand, and brain. So here was my thought. You tell me if you think this makes sense. Eyes, hand, and brain, and we have one person who's doing strategic decisions, one person who's doing tactical decisions, and the one who's playing is blindfolded.
Okay.
And they don't know what kind of deck they have.
They don't know what kind of deck they have, so they're just pushing buttons.
They're just pushing buttons. And we try to help the blind person succeed in their run.
Okay. I'm fine with that. I'm fine. I've done, as you know.
You've done blindfolded runs.
I have. I could do it again, or I could do something else. I'm fine with whatever.
So people in my chat. So Gabriel, here's how I would change it. I don't know if you heard. So from last time, what I was recommending is that we have one person who's making strategic decisions, one person who's making tactical decisions, and the one who's playing is blindfolded. And so the two people that are watching can see what's happening, and they have to tell the person what to do, but that person doesn't actually know what the cards are. They don't actually know how the game is playing. They're just trying to follow instructions the best that they can. You have to play with a controller. I think it's mandatory to play with a controller.
Okay. I don't have a controller, so
I also don't have.
I can play then. I can play.
You can do keyboard shortcuts, but probably controller's easier. I don't know. I don't like controllers.
I have to get used to it. I may make some mistakes.
Well, that's part of the fun. Maybe we don't do high shard counts. I don't know.
And that means just
really
limit to like
Rush,
200, right?
Hell Rush? Oh my gosh. Just like a one-player Rush. Can you even do
that would be amazing.
No, let's just do Covenant 20.
I wouldn't be opposed to that, actually. But yeah, maybe we'll start with Covenant 25.
A Hell Rush doing that? A blindfolded Hell Rush?
Yeah.
With people giving instructions? I think the time would just be a nightmare.
I mean, last time it took, what,
I wouldn't
like
be surprised if we
hour
still
and a
win.
half or 2 hours? It took us 2 hours last time.
All right, so I'm going to put on my blindfold. Hold on a second. No, I have to wait till I'm actually in the run. But then I'll put on the blindfold and we'll do it. I don't know how good I'm going to do because I haven't played too much with the controller, but we will try it.
You're going to do random, right?
Add
googly eyes, yeah.
Yeah, just add googly eyes.
Yeah. So you don't know, you literally don't know, unless you hear the sounds, you can figure out what clans you are.
I guess I could play deaf, but then I can't hear your instructions. Just turn off your game sounds. No,
I mean...
All right, we're going to try it. I'm going to...
Oh, do you need help?
I think the key. Let me see. If I turn on my controller. Let me turn on one that actually has batteries in it. Hold on a second.
Gabriel, do you wanna? Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just gonna. I'm gonna turn off my video here. I'm gonna switch to my video on my standard stream, and then I'll just broadcast onto Discord.
That works for me. So we'll watch in Discord.
Yes, exactly.
Perfect.
How do I turn off my camera? There we go.
You rip it from the computer.
Yeah.
Let's see. I mean, I'm curious to see, like, when I was practicing for my blindfold run, I got to know like all the sounds because I had a very specific set of cards I wanted. I'm curious to see how like if you know what cards you're playing based on what we're telling you to do and etc.
I think I can't. I was thinking I could broadcast from Discord so they could still see you guys, but it looks like I can't. Whenever I switch off of Discord, it stops previewing to me my own stream. So let me just switch over now to standard setup here. Plus, I guess I need for... let's see if this now shows up. Let me turn off... There we go. Okay, so I'll just blindfold myself. And you guys can see my thing okay on Discord? It's still streaming okay?
Yep.
Okay. All right, so let me get the run set up first. And let me get... Okay, so if I'm in Monster Train...
We need to figure out how to make him play, like, My Little Pony game or something instead without him knowing.
Realizing. We're gonna do random. Okay, and then we're gonna do add mutator, and we said
just Google it so it doesn't mess with your like streak or whatever.
Yeah. Where's Googly Eyes? Is it at the very bottom? No, I missed it.
It's under G. You see?
Oh, are they in alphabetical order?
You could also just do it in the options.
Yeah. No.
Oh, but no, the options. I have it in options by default.
Ah, I see.
So it doesn't. How will you stare into my eyes? You won't be able to. Let me take off my glasses. And I actually am not blind enough that the glasses is enough. I need to actually put this thing over my face.
And you have Covenant disabled right now.
I do? Oh yeah, because my wife played. Hold on, I gotta get that enabled. This is not enough. I need to find a better blindfold. Just give me a second.
You might be able to win a Covenant disabled run without us.
I know you
I'm
did
gonna
that.
go find a blindfold. I'll be right back.
I wonder what else. I mean, I think there's other ways you could do it, but trying to think of, because when I did it was before Exiled Clans. I'm wondering if there's any Exiled Clans you can do that with. Probably not.
I mean, Firelight.
Yeah, but you need.
Trying to think.
I guess you just draft a unit, like, and you don't care what it is.
True. You got to
Yeah.
get lucky.
Yeah.
But if you get maybe a sweeper, and then you can
Well, yeah.
hear that it's a sweeper.
I mean, like, I guess it's too risky to take an upgrade because it could be large stone.
This might
True.
work,
You don't
this
want,
might not.
yeah. Like, you don't take the right upgrade because you don't want quick, you don't want large stone, or endless is okay, but
Yeah, this will work. Okay, hold on.
I can't see your face, but I'm not looking at your Twitch, so you're not doing your camera here. I see.
All right, I think I'm good. Can you hear me still?
Yep.
Okay, let me just. I think it's just X to depart, correct?
Nope. You have to increase covenant still.
Oh, that's right. Okay, hold on.
So you can move your up. There you go.
So real quick,
Yes.
the rules, or who between Narninian and I, which one are we doing each?
You guys can decide who wants to do what. Narninian
I-
did strategic last time. If you guys want to swap, and Gabriel,
Sure.
can do
That works for me.
strategic this time.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay, we ready?
Oh yeah. So I gotta look away.
You're on Covenant 24, by the way.
No, you don't have to look away. You guys can see the whole game, but
Oh,
you
okay.
cannot talk strategy.
Okay.
So you cannot
that's
tell
fair.
each other why you're picking what you're picking,
That's
and then
fair.
you have to tell me how to play.
All right. So you can click one more if you want to do covenant 20. That's fine. We'll do 24.
Are we on 25 again?
You're on
We're
24.
How
I
do
think
get
it's
20?
fine. Go up twice and then go down. Oh, now you're on the Hellhorn secondary. There you go.
There you go. Yeah, you got it now.
Yep. Okay.
You can
Ready?
Yeah.
Do I describe this?
No, you
Nope.
don't describe anything.
Oh, okay.
So you guys are gonna know what's happening. Don't tell me what cards you're taking. Don't tell me. Just tell me where to click and go, and I will try to follow your instructions as best I can.
All right.
And if I misplay, that's life. We move on.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess okay. Okay again.
Okay again.
Yes, and then maybe let's see, to the left, and then okay. To the right, and okay.
Okay.
Okay. Again. Oh man. To the right. Okay. And then down. Or does it go? Oh yeah, and then okay. All right. Good luck. Is this your decision or my decision?
Yeah, I think this is my decision.
Okay.
We're gonna hit X. Just hit X.
I hit X. Oh, I hit.
Oh wait,
Wait,
no,
hit-
hit X again. Hit X again. Sorry. Then hit down. I didn't realize what. All right. No, okay. It's loading. Okay. Well. Okay. So up or right. I don't know how you. The right thumbstick up. I guess. Yeah. And then. Oh. 8. Hit the button 8. It might give you a clue on what's happening.
Oh man. Okay. Just tell me. Okay. So I have to go to the 8th card.
Yes.
Am I there?
No, one more.
Okay. Use this.
Yeah.
Where
See,
it
I
is?
actually think
Yeah.
Gage will be
So
good
you
here
don't
because
hot-
the
you're using
rituals,
so you're
but
not
we'll see.
hockey. So, now you need to go left a few, 1, 2, 3 times. You're not on the cards anymore.
Where am I?
You're like hovering over the unit. There you go. Play this. Yeah. Perfect.
Where it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I completely forgot which version or against. Well, okay. Right. Actually, this is fine. Go down and play that. And we're good.
Okay.
You can end turn. There we go.
Okay.
Okay. We're going to go down. And play that, and that's fine. Okay, I didn't expect that, but and we're good. We're gonna go up and play. Go right, 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 right. Play that to the left. Yeah, that's good. And then go right, right, right. And play that. Wait, to the right, to the right. To the right again. There. Perfect.
I'm so glad I don't have to
And
do
we're
this
good.
portion.
Enter. Okay. Oh, right. Go to the right. To the right. I guess that's fine. Play that card to the right. To the right. Yeah. And we're entering. Go up and play. Sorry, and then play your one. Can you move your button down? I guess I can't see the cards. There we go. Go to the right 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. One more. That one. Play that one to the right. To the right. There. Perfect. And then to the left one. You can play that one to the left. To the left. There we go. Perfect. And you're done.
I think that should be good. 42, 40 damage.
Okay.
If you can get the imp
Go to the
blow
right.
up, he'll be good.
To the right. This one, play it in the middle. Try to play it. Actually, that's fine.
There we go.
And you can hit enter.
Nice.
Nice, we did it.
Well done.
We did it. I think I know what you're gonna do.
Oh
here.
yeah. To the right. The right. And then that one. Yep.
Do you not have sound going, Nate?
I do have sound.
Okay, so we don't hear the sound. But...
Oh, you don't hear the sound?
Oh, maybe I have you muted. Okay, maybe that's it.
I'm gonna say to the right, and take it. I was iffy on that one, but we'll see. To the right. Yeah. And hit. Yeah, just hit. Whatever. I guess A. Oh, we don't have much gold. Let's see. I guess B. And then hit. Yeah, hit A again. Ooh. Yeah, just hit A. And then hit A. Ooh, to the right. I gotta say, I do love this one.
This one has surprised me with how often
It's right. Yeah, I think they must have rigged it that way. Yeah, let's do it.
Really interesting. Okay,
The safer pick was probably the one on the right, but I feel like this is
because of the champion. I think this is good.
Am I? So I'm on the right one.
you're on the right one. Yep. Yeah, just hit A, and then yep, just hit A, and you're into it. Oh shoot. Well, you know what? We'll live with it.
Well, I don't even
Maybe
know
it's.
what you're.
I probably would have maybe purged, but
Oh,
whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So, oh no, we're not doing it. Go. Yeah. Oh boy. Okay. So, Ember is a thing. Okay. So, we're gonna go up, and you want to go to your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th card. 2 more. Sorry, 2 more. This one. Yes.
Play it.
Yep. And then write 1 card. 1 card and play that one to the back. Yep. And then left 1 card and go down and play that one.
Smart.
And yeah, we're good. Enter. Okay. Oof. All right. So we're gonna go. Yeah, we're gonna go right 2 and play that one in the middle, or there is fine. And that's it. Okay. Yeah, so we're gonna go right. That one to the right. To the right.
Am I good?
Yeah. Okay. I guess we're good. Oh, I didn't see something. All right, so yeah, let's go to the right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That one. The left 1. Sorry. Left. Go back to your cards. You're not in the cards anymore. That's this one. Play that one just where you are. Perfect. And then go up twice and play to the left. That. Yeah, play that to the left. And you're good. Okay. Go to the right all the way. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That one. Play that one in the middle. Oops, you're in the discard pile. Get out. B. Go left. There. That one. And there's fine. And you can end turn.
Beautiful. That's truly a work of art.
Wow, nice.
Oh, we took. Well, I can't comment on what happened.
Oh, snap! you know we're doing it. All the way to the right. I guess 2 to the right. A. Oh. 1 to the right. Yep.
Okay.
There we go.
Not necessarily. I'm not
Super
sure.
good upgrade on it too.
So, and what I'm gonna do is before the blindfold gets removed, I'm gonna try to guess what type of deck we had.
Yeah.
Okay.
What I think we had inside of the deck, just based off of the sounds that I've heard throughout the run.
Yeah, I should have a good idea already. I think.
Oh, this is a tough one. Yeah. You know. I think I think we're going to the right.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like we're guaranteed some stuff here.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair.
And I go down. A.
Oh, interesting choice.
And then left. A.
Oh, yeah, I'm very curious what you do here because I have an idea of what I would do, but.
Oh, okay.
Oh man, there's another thing I would do.
Yeah. Hit. What is that button? Select, I think. No, not that one. B. Maybe it's start. Yeah, there we go. Then go down. Down again. I guess we can't do anything with the 1, can we?
Oh, we can. Oh, there. I don't know.
Oh, you're thinking the left one.
I don't know what you're looking at. Oh, you're looking at the. Never mind. I thought we were talking about different things.
Oh, you're thinking the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we might do that. Okay. Hit B. To the right. Down. Wait, where are you now? Left.
Left.
And A, yeah. I think the highlight was messing me up. Down. And now this is the interesting one. Let's go to the right. And A.
Yeah.
And then down. Right. A.
Yeah.
What do you think of that?
Yeah.
And
somebody pointed out, I didn't think to do this until somebody commented.
Yeah, we just need one final component and then we'll wrap it together there. A B, I guess. I'm debating that left one. Then go down left. A. Oh yeah, definitely A. 100% A.
Yeah, this one's over.
Okay. Now I don't know. Maybe down. Sure. Yeah, hit
That's
A.
what I usually do.
Yeah, I feel like that's the safest. Oh.
This one is not as easy.
This one's not as easy. Oh man, that could really. Oh, why didn't it do the other ones? Yikes. Huh. Alright, I guess just A. I guess I could have just went. Nah, maybe I shouldn't have even done that. Ooh, okay, A. Definitely A. That made things better.
Yeah.
And A. And now.
I'm gonna take a guess. Was that a ye old magic?
That was. That was. Okay. And A. Down. To the right. To the right.
Down.
To the right. And A. Yeah, hopefully this doesn't bring our run down. And then, yeah, A. We are sure. Well, I get better. We're something. We are something right now.
Yeah, I might have. Hit.
There's no choice here. That's right.
Yeah,
We're on.
I might have gone back to the middle after that, but hit okay.
At this point, we might as well have, huh?
Are we facing?
Okay.
We're facing Daedalus, right?
Who knows?
Perhaps. Who knows? All right, go up one.
Okay. Oh, sorry, this one.
Yeah, and
There's
then
different ups.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Seventh card, and then one more. That one. Play that one. And then one to the right. And play that one to the left. I guess. Yeah. And we're good. Oh, no, wait. Go all the way to the left. Sorry. Go back down to your cards. You're not in your cards right now. Yeah. Go left. Left. Down. Oh. Right. Down the floor. What's she doing? Down the floor. Play that there. Boom. You're good. Okay. Go right. You know what? Just go right. Go right. That one go down. Sorry, no. There, yeah. Play it like that. Go up. Go right. Go right. And play that one wherever you like. That's fine.
You're gonna give me a choice. It's gonna be where it is.
And turn.
I don't even know if there's other units on the floor. You got to remember, wherever you like doesn't mean anything to me.
Oh my gosh, what is this?
Oh man, RNG is not
go,
kind.
Go all the way to the right. All the way to the right. Well, two more. Play that one to the right there, yeah. Okay, and you're good.
Oh, that is so unfortunate on so many different levels. Actually, that's pretty good though.
Okay. What? All right, sorry. Go up. Go up. What is this nonsense? Okay, I'm gonna try something a little different here. So, go to the right. Go to the right. Go to the right. Play that. And the no, not that. Go to the left. Play that. That's good. Good enough. And then go all the way to the left, or 1, 2, 3, 4 to the left. Play that to there is good.
I like
and
that.
you're done. No, I saw something. Okay. All right. This one is a little easier. So we're gonna go play that where it is. That's fine. And then go to the right twice. And then go up. No. Okay, there. Perfect. We'll play that.
Place there?
Yeah, there. Yeah. Good enough.
Is that it?
Yeah. Okay. This is more reasonable. All right, so we're gonna go up. Up. Go to the right.
This is a turn right here.
Yeah. I go to the right. Go to the right. Play the. Oh, interesting. I think that's fine. So we're gonna actually gonna do something a little weird here. So I'm gonna play this to the right. To the right. To the right. There. Perfect. And then go to the right. Play that. To the left. To the left, I guess. There. Yep. And then go to the right. And play that to the left. To the left. To the left. There. Perfect. Okay. Done.
I think we missed out on a little armor,
Okay.
but I'm pretty sure
Go
we're
up.
fine.
Go to the right twice. Play that to the left.
Here?
Yeah, that's perfect. Then go to the right. Go to the right. Go to the right. Play that to the left. To the left. Perfect.
Is it just me, or is that the most satisfying card to play?
It wasn't earlier.
Right.
And then you can end turn. Okay. Oh, eek. All right. So go to the right a bunch of times. One more. Okay. Play that to the left. So go to the left. Sorry, you're out of the cards. Go there. Play that to the left. One more to the left. There. And you can hit end turn.
Nice. We beat Daedalus.
You beat something.
Something happened. All right, so you can hit collect, and then it's on to you.
Oh no! That would. Oh,
No.
can't, right? Can't. I think we just hit a. Well, let's see. Why did that middle one have to have that upgrade? I mean, why did that middle one have to be the way it is? I guess B. I don't know.
What is this?
Yeah, this is not fun. I believe that's another B.
That's the choice.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure A. I think. I feel like that's a safe. Yeah. All right. It's,
we do have a thing. So
true. I think left for sure here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And A. Boo. Up. Actually, wait. B. Just for good measure. A again. I don't know. I mean, this is the last. Okay, let's go to the right and hit A.
Interesting.
Left. A. Actually, You know what? To the right. Or down. Left. A.
Huh?
And then down. To the right.
I see.
Yeah. I think this might work. And then A. And then up. Down. A. Yes. Down or to the right.
As
right.
you can tell, we got the large stone.
Yeah, we got large stone coming in. A. Down. To the down. Wait. Yeah, I guess it doesn't matter. A. Yeah. There's less clicks, I feel. And then B. Actually, does that make any sense to do that? Probably not. I guess B. Yeah. And then A. To the right. A. Man, those other ones just down.
Oh.
Down.
Oh.
Yeah, you
I
see where I'm going with that? See what I'm doing there? To the right. To the right.
This one coming, but it makes a lot of sense.
And then A. And then down. To the right. A. There we go. And then B. And then A.
Okay.
We're up there. To the right. Yeah, beautiful. A. Oh yeah. Every day, all day, every day. And then A.
Boom.
Boom.
We're gonna go X. That's right. We're going X.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, you got this.
Ring 4.
Okay. 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 So go up. Seventh card.
Yes.
You're
Uh,
not playing.
yeah,
you
you're-
don't have any cards selected. Sorry.
You're still on the floor.
Yeah. There. Yeah, that one's fine. And play that. And then play that to the right. To the right. There you go. And then go left. Left. Play that to the right. Yep. And then go left. Play that to the right. Yep. And then go right. Go down. Down a floor. There we go. And then your cards. Back to your cards. I don't know how you get to your cards, but you're not currently selecting your cards.
I think to the right.
To the right?
Or maybe not name. Oh, he's on the floor again.
I don't know how to...
There you go.
Go to the right one. And then select that. Yeah, play that. Boom. And you're done. Okay. Okay. So go to the right. Go to the right. Go to the right. Play that card. Yeah, that's fine. Go to the right. Go to the right. Go to the right. Go to the right. And play that to the right. Yep. And you're done. Okay. Go up twice.
He has arrived.
Go to the right with your cards. To the right, to the right. To the right. Doing math. Okay,
Actually,
that one. Yeah,
that
play
might have been.
one,
I might have done that play roll for the collector.
Actually, play that one. Yeah, that's fine. And then go to the right. Play that one to the left. Yep.
I'm actually curious, Roll.
Alright,
you're
and
a
then
man
go
of
to
many
right.
names. Which
the
gamer
Play that
name
one
do you
to
prefer? Do you
the
prefer Mr.
left
Papa's Penguins?
There. Yep.
Like if I were to
And you're good.
refer to you.
I'm gonna make some guesses.
I guess
after
you're
this.
probably
You
known
can
by
tell me
that on
right
Reddit.
now.
All right.
might be your
so-
most,
what is this garbage? All right. So go up.
Oh, that's some RNG right there.
Go up.
Sorry, I'm just adjusting my mic. I didn't realize where my face was relative to the rest of my desk. All right, right. Okay.
Go up. Now you go to the right. 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 And play that. Yeah, play that one. I didn't think about this, but actually play that one to the right. To the right. There, yeah. It doesn't do anything. Okay. That's fine. Go down. And
Is Papos? Is that a reference to something I don't know of? Is it like a? Oh,
Papos?
sorry. I'm meant to be talking to my stream. Ignore me.
All right. All right. So go to the left. Go to the left. Go to the left.
Here I am pressing push to talk.
Play that one. And we're done. Oh, well, you didn't play it. There you go.
Didn't think about.
Okay, go up. Oof. All right. So go to the right. Go to the right. Go to the right.
This RNG is something to behold.
Yeah, I don't know the math on this. I think we might be in trouble here. Play that. To the right. That, yeah. And go to left. Play that.
Hmm.
Yep.
Is that like a what is that
Yeah, we're
guy?
good.
That author? Amos? Who's the guy that wrote like
Okay, go
the
up.
tortoise and the hare? It's like
Up.
Amos or something like that. Something with the A. I forget.
Okay.
Oh man, these imp. Volatile gauge giveth and it taketh away.
Yeah, we're in trouble here. So, go to the right. Go to the right.
Let's see.
I don't see any way around this. Go to the right. Go to the right. Play that.
Where I am.
Yeah, that's fine. Go to the right. Go to the right.
You could use it to pull those big damage dealers forward. You can use that on.
Yeah. Play that. Go to the right. Go to the right. Play that. Yeah. Okay, it's better. And end turn. And we're dead.
You lost.
Oh,
Yeah.
that was unfortunate RNG, I feel.
So, things that I know we have Hellhorn, and I'm pretty sure we have Melting Remnant. Are those correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hellhorn, Melting Remnant. We have which champion? It is either Rector Flicker or Shardtail Queen, and I feel like it's Shardtail Queen.
Yep.
You are correct.
We have standard Melting Remnant, so we have Dregs. We started off with Volatile Gauge, was our very first artifact.
Yep.
We took whatever it is that gives units an upgrade. So Capricious, whatever.
Yep.
We have something that affects floor capacity. Because I hear with the reinforce, what would it be? What affects floor capacity out of those two? Oh, wait, you got it from the Yield Magic.
Yep.
And it moves a unit probably up, increases capacity, and it's got to be a buff of some kind. I don't know what it is, though. Does it heal? Is it rejuvenation or regen?
Nope.
It is a buff.
It is a buff. Is it rage? What is the buff with the? I can't think of what else it would be. I'm trying to think of the sounds that I heard. We have a welder helper.
Yep.
We have a fledgling imp.
Nope.
No fledgling imp. Okay.
I wish we did. Though I suppose we didn't need it.
You took Rally as your Shardtail Queen upgrade.
One of them. Yep.
And do you have a what is it called? The multi-strike fragile?
No.
No, okay. I'm trying to think what you would have, because there was something you were playing on your units, and I'm trying to think, was it just Yield Magic was your only major buff?
Nope.
Or did you have a rage buff?
Yep.
Okay.
And they always cost 3.
Yes. Every single time, as they do. I know you took a unit, you merged it. I couldn't tell from the sounds of the units what they were.
I think that might have been our downfall.
Yeah, maybe the last one there.
Or with the trial certainly didn't help.
Did we face Talos or did we face Talos?
Talos.
Oh, okay, I was wrong. I thought I heard.
Thought I gave
him
it away
put
when I
that.
said, "What does she do?"
Oh, okay. Trying to think if there's anything else I can gather about the run from how it went. I mean, we got multi-strike at some point. too exciting in the unit upgrades.
Nope,
Technically correct.
What?
Oh, you
Oh,
nerfed
yeah.
it.
We
You
got
put
rid
it-
of a multi-strike unit. We got rid of a multi-strike unit.
Didn't have any damage, but
Wait, what?
I mean,
Okay,
I mean,
Yeah, we had a multi-strike unit and we decided to get rid of it. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It
All
was
right,
a
I'm gonna go
multi-strike.
look. I don't have anything else to guess, so let me.
All
let me
right,
calculate this time.
we won't find the multi-strike unit because we infused it with a different one.
Okay. So let me see. Oh my gosh, the world is bright.
That was pretty short. I could do it. This seems like fun. Trying to guess.
yeah.
Shardtail Queen drags in
I
planes.
don't have my camera ready, but
Welder Helper, Wickless Tycoon. And so you had a multi-striking steelworker that you merged onto the Wickless Tycoon.
nope.
Oh, no.
We sure didn't.
Oh, wait. You had multi-strike on the Oh, because it came with it.
Yep.
Yeah.
This is super useful.
Oh,
upgrade.
yeah.
The problem
rolled
was we were all stealthed, right? So
You couldn't
so
kill.
we couldn't explode the imps because they died.
We also
Ah.
they kept coming in at 3 Ember, like I think 3 turns in a row.
Yeah, we had like one good turn, and they weren't even on the row. Or, yeah.
Right. Once the actual units were there, it was like just can't get anything down.
All right, so do we want to go again? Narninian, you take the lead this time.
Yeah, I'll stream. Like I said, my camera isn't really set up.
Okay, we can just do
Or-
trust. We
Yeah,
trust you.
Yeah, I mean, I have hotkeys set up from my blindfolder run before. I'm pretty sure. So, let's give it a go.
Let me just close my door to show my door is open. So I'll do strategic. Gabriel, you'll do tactical play.
That works for me.
Cool.
I like this guessing thing. I can even turn my monitor off. Like that'll be no problem.
I need to find. I think next time I do it, I'm just gonna put Monster Train off screen.
I
Like
think
just
he,
drag the
I think
window
he can
off of
play
the
with
screen
controller
because
or
I like-
keyboard.
I wish I could
think,
see chat.
if he just has
interact
his
with chat.
mouse off.
Unless
Oh,
they
there-
well, it might
There's a
cheat, though.
chat. You could get like a Twitch chat overlay kind of situation for that. Let me share Monster Train. There we go. Going live. Let me know when you can see me.
Let me just quickly remove my stream.
This is my only combo I haven't done yet.
Shardtail.
Shardtail, Wormkin. Well, either Hellhorn, Wormkin, Last Divinity.
You have a mutator on, by the way.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna fix that. I mean, we could do homework. That'd make it fun to
No.
You doing some homework practice there?
do. No. I'm getting like all the expert challenges. Last
Oh,
Divinity.
nice. I haven't even
See,
attempted those
see the
yet.
purple check marks? Look at all these purple check marks.
There you go.
Yeah. Right.
Blighted existence.
But look at, okay, while you're looking at my screen, let me show you something I'm pretty proud of here. 29 out of 30.
Oh
I haven't even
yeah,
touched them.
nice.
Well, you've done plenty of this, I'm sure.
Oh, I was looking at expert challenges with divine victories. I have no expert challenges with divine victories. I haven't
Oh,
touched them at all yet.
some of those are, I mean, some of them are easier, but some of them are hard. Let's go with Googly Eyes. That starts with a G.
Yes.
And random. I'm okay. I don't know. Is there a setting for turning on hotkeys? Accessibility.
It's usually under gameplay, bind keys.
Gameplay. Okay.
The only issue now is that we're not going to be able to see which key you need to press, so you have to know.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it was surprisingly nice to just move the cursor and have it highlight though. We'll see though. We'll see.
No, I think if you start
It
using
does
your
if you do
keys,
keys. Yeah,
if you-
it'll start.
Oh right. Okay.
But we can also just tell them card numbers now, which is also very
yeah.
useful.
So.
Oh, right.
See, yeah. See, it's highlighting and everything. All right. So, are you guys ready?
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
Okay. I'm turning off my monitor. All right. Let's go. So, depart is T. All right.
You're doing it without your monitor on. I guess that works.
All right.
Okay, interesting. Can you go up for me? Can you just press up a couple times? Like one more. Okay. Oh, I should have checked from the symbol. Oh man, this is gonna not be fun. It's fine. It's fine. This is the perfect one to do blindfolded, right? Like,
Yeah.
ask for
Yeah.
more easier blindfolded run. Okay, go down and then yeah. Okay, you're good. Yep, and again,
Enter. Just is it?
and then immediately enter again. Yeah, right there. Enter, please. And yep, enter again.
This is easy.
Ooh.
I already have a theory about the information based on how this started. What you needed more information on.
Oh man. Oh man. Gabriel,
It's a tough one.
it's tough because the first pick negates what I would normally pick here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. This gives me lots of information. All right. First pick negates what I would pick here.
I think we go with this. Press enter. I think we have to, or else we waste the first pick. And down and enter.
Okay, so what would the first pick negate? Some sort of defensive thing?
I think hit T. If you can.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Yeah. And then enter.
Oh, so we're taking the trial.
You know it. Enter.
Can you guess which trial it was?
Yes, it sounds like invasion.
So I
this
think.
This is not the ideal start.
Yeah.
So we didn't get any target removal, you say?
I think page up. And enter. Enter. And then to the right. Right. Or I guess you could just hit 4 then, right? Yeah.
4.
And then enter.
Uh-huh.
And then 3. Actually, yeah. So we'll do 3. And then to the right. Enter. And again, enter. To the right, enter.
Okay, I think I know what clan this is.
And then enter. Let me think about this one. You know what? Just T.
T. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh.
Ooh.
That's a little ugly.
4. To the right. Enter. 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 And then enter. Or no, to the right, enter. Or enter. Yes. Enter. Yeah, 2. I should be doing that. Enter. I'll have to remember to do the numbers. And then T. I guess this works out okay.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Page down. To the right. Or, sorry, 2. And then to the right, enter. 2 again. enter. And enter, 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 and then T.
We've played a lot of units.
Okay, this is not bad.
Yeah, this is not too bad. To page up. Page up. To the right. Enter. 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 Left. Left. Enter. And to the right. Let me think here. Enter, page down, page, wait, page up. 7, so 27. To the right, enter, enter, to the right, enter, and then T.
What the heck is how many units do I have? Okay, I have a theory.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Awkward.
5. Yeah, it's kind of awkward. 5. Oh, that is awkward. Oh, you know what?
Yeah.
Actually, I guess it works.
It's not terrible.
Yeah, page up. Enter. Oh, no. To the right. To the right. Enter.
Yeah.
And then 2. Oh, you know, I could have maybe even done it better. But anyway, to the left. Left. Enter. And down, or page down, enter, right, enter, and then T. And then
Right.
to the, yeah, you could just T.
T.
Unless you wanted to style on him.
I feel confident in my ability to style and not.
So anything you want to guess at so far?
I'm thinking Melting Remnant.
This is true.
And then I don't know. Like, I don't know the secondary, but I'm thinking some sort of Endless or something, but we'll see.
Okay. Okay, collect.
Enter. Just enter.
Yeah, enter once, enter. Okay, then ooh. I
That's a tough one.
I mean, yeah, but no. I think there's a clear what we need,
Oh, true.
in my opinion.
Yeah, that's actually a good point.
So press enter.
Yeah, I think you're right there.
Oh. Okay. I mean, we have to. We have to. Press enter again, please. And if we have the chance, so what's happening is I'm making all of the strategic decisions. Gearbeard is making all the tactical decisions. Narninian is playing and he is blindfolded. That is what's happening. Okay. Right path. So right and then go. Yep. Press enter. Okay. Press Q, please. Press enter. Oh!
Oh, man. That's
Enter, please. Please press enter. Thank you. Press right. Press enter. Right, enter. Down. Oh, okay. Okay, I gotta think about this. I gotta think what's better.
Yeah.
Is there a reason to do one over the other? I mean, there are different.
Right. I guess it's who you want to lean into more.
Yeah, and well, there's relic impacts. There are artifact impacts. There's like other
certainly
things
a
to
thing.
consider.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm gonna go out and say right. And yeah.
Enter.
Yeah, enter. I think this is
I like that.
also
I think
for
I'd do that.
now. I think for now this makes more sense.
Oh yeah. I think that's the value play right there.
And then go up to the right, and
Enter.
Yeah, enter, please. Ah, dang. Okay. Q.
Okay, we
I
didn't
thought-
get
I thought-
multi-strike. All
Yeah,
right.
I thought maybe if we had something, I would take that, and but we didn't have anything. So down.
I think it's
and,
worth a
enter.
shot.
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
Enter?
especially this time. Yeah, enter.
Tough one.
Yeah.
Ish.
I think we tee it.
Yeah, I think we do.
Yeah. And then enter.
We have a couple ways to deal with that.
Enter. Yeah. Even if we don't, we're probably fine, I feel.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I guess we hit page down once. Hit 4.
You think?
I think
Okay.
I'm just gonna abandon number 5 there, I think, on this one.
Okay.
Yeah, enter. And then left or 2. And then to the right, enter. And then down page down, yeah. Then 3, enter. And T. I'm trying to think what the safest line here is. Okay.
This helps.
Yeah, that helps. Enter. To the right. To the right. Enter. Down or page down. Enter. Enter. Oh, I've lost your stream. Oh, it's back. So yeah, what happened here? Hit number 1, and then enter. Number 1 again. Enter. And then enter. Whoa.
Whoa, you tabbed out. You're good.
Yeah. Do you have 2 copies of Monster Train running?
No, I tried to turn on the other monitor so I could watch chat or something.
Oh, right.
Messes with Monster Train, so I just turned it off again. All right, so
and then
enter.
enter. Oh, 1 and enter. Yeah, enter and then T, or enter. I think you've lost your hotkeys. Maybe your mouse is on the screen or something.
Here, I just turned. Okay, it might blip one more time.
It's better resolution.
Yeah, it is better resolution, but no hotkeys still, I don't think.
Okay.
Oh wait, no, hotkeys are back.
Nice,
You're good.
they're back. So 3. To the right. Enter. Page down. Enter. 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 And then enter. And T. Page up. Page up. Enter. Or no. 4, enter. To the right. Oh, shit. Actually, it's fine.
Sorry.
That was yeah, that's probably my bad. I guess
It's
just
totally fine though.
yeah, I guess it's fine. Just enter again.
Oh, yeah, you're good. Sorry.
Enter.
I was thinking.
Yeah, it's
more
that icon's like kind of similar. Yeah, just enter.
Yeah. I had to do a double take. My bad.
Go hit X real quick. Down. Okay, Q. Page down twice. And then enter, T. I'm chaining commands here.
This is not a speed run.
Yeah.
Any
And
shortcuts are good.
2? You might as well, right? And then to the right, enter. And then enter, or no, 2 enter T. Learning more about hotkeys than I've ever used in my life.
Yes.
And then you can T,
Yep.
unless of course you want to style, which is also an option.
I should probably try to style next time. See if I mess it up. Like,
Just
drip
play
crawl-
random stuff and see.
Just drip crawl, like the
Okay,
main
collect.
attacker. All right.
Enter.
Enter.
Then
Like what
wait.
almost happened on our last one.
Oh.
So this is
Oh.
this is what I was nervous was gonna happen.
Yeah.
Oh crap!
These are some first world problems here.
First world problems we have. Press Z for me. Down a little bit. Down. Yeah, Huh. You can press Q.
Tough choice. The one on the left is, one. The one
No,
on the
it's basically one or nothing, and I'm just trying to decide how relevant the one becomes. Let's do it.
We
Press-
should have made that other decision earlier, though.
Yeah, you're right. To the right, and enter. No,
Oh,
it's fine.
that works.
fine.
It works.
Okay, that's interesting.
So we didn't get.
This-
No, it's fine. Yeah, enter.
I feel like that's a safe one.
Yeah. So I have to answer a quick question. You know what? I'll finish this, then I'll answer the question in chat. Gosh. I think we're obligated to go left, but I'm not certain. I could see either. I don't have anything in mind for the one node. Is my issue. I think you know what? Go to the right. Take the right path. And then press enter.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Enter. Yeah, enter is fine.
The other choice,
I
I do
don't-
not like that other one.
No, I don't. I haven't liked it at all.
Yeah.
I think it might be okay with certain things, but anyway. Enter. Enter. Interesting. Right and enter. And now we have an interesting choice, Gabriel.
Yeah.
We have a very interesting choice here.
Right.
I think it is down, right. Because I think that's the bigger problem.
Yep.
I think that's the bigger problem.
I agree.
So enter, yep. And down, enter.
I think that'll be pretty powerful.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, especially when you consider the first artifact we got.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Can you press Z for me really quick? Down. Yeah. Okay. Q. Q. And enter. Oh, okay.
This one's always weird.
Yeah. Enter. Yeah. Enter. I don't. Oh, okay. Interesting. Enter.
I don't know the rhyme or reason that it does that.
Neither do I. Hmm. Q.
I think that makes sense.
And enter.
That one's kind of fallen off in the DLC, I feel. It's not quite.
I mean, anything in that realm is kind of a struggle these
Right.
days. And enter again. So I think this should be smooth, to be honest.
Yeah.
As long as you're not lying to me.
No, I think we're in really good shape for this fight.
Hit enter. And enter. And I think I'm just gonna do basically the same thing as last time. Page up. 4. Enter. And then 2, enter. To the right. Oh, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It's fine,
Well,
it's fine.
yeah, it's fine. And then page down. 3, enter. 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 To the right. Enter. And enter. To the right. Enter.
To the right?
Enter's fine here. It doesn't matter. T. Okay, 4. To the right. To the right.
Okay.
I'm not going to make this mistake again. And then enter. Page down. I guess 2. And then to the right. To the right. Enter. And then T. This is one where I should have probably done that differently last turn, but whatever.
It's fine.
Then page up. Page up. Enter. Oh no. Sorry. 5. To the right. To the right. Enter. I guess it doesn't actually matter, but then page down. Enter. Left. Enter. Page up. Page down. Page down. 1. Enter. And then 1 enter again, and then T. Page up. 5. And then I guess just enter. Guess it doesn't matter. And then page down. Enter. And then enter. Page down. 1 enter. Yep, and then T.
What the heck? There's just so many units. Oh my god. What are you have other things in your deck?
And then 5. Enter. Oh, I got a spicy one for you. 1.
Yeah.
And then left. Left again. Enter. And then 2. and enter. And then page down, enter, or sorry, 2, and then to the right, and enter. And then T. I probably should have done that to the left, but whatever. That actually might cost us. Oh, that was a weird.
No, it won't. Because of our thing, we're always going to be fine. Like,
right.
It's not even.
Page up. Page up. And enter, or no, sorry, 5. Enter. And then page down. Enter. To the right, enter. And then enter, or sorry, 1, enter. Or actually, yeah, enter. And then 2, enter. Or sorry, 2, left, enter. Enter, yep. And then page down. And enter. To the right, enter. For the big damage. And then T.
Ooh.
It's going to be the difference maker right there.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know if I would have had it otherwise.
Page up. Okay, page down. 5. And then to the right, enter. And then
Enter?
T. Yes. And T. And T.
Oh man, we just barely made it.
Yeah, it was a close one.
Close by.
That sounds facetious.
Alright, go ahead, collect.
Good evening, Lilibert. How's it How's it going? How's it doing?
No
It's a new
excitement
phrase.
here, huh?
No. It's just like currently I see Seraph is fine. I'm just trying to think for
Right.
Divinity. What are we gonna do? And none of this is gonna help. Q. Yeah, Q. Press H for me.
This kind of fits into what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah. Oh, press M for me. Okay, okay. Q. Q. I think we can do something different.
Yeah.
Right, enter. Right, enter. Oh wait, oh yeah, okay, yeah.
I think that's good.
Fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. Press enter. And oh, interesting. Okay, Q. Yeah, okay, enter. Down. And then down one more. Enter. And enter. Okay. Enter.
Oh ho ho ho.
Oh.
Oh! I want to be involved.
So there's a whole risk reward thing right now. I kind of oh. Can you press Z for me again? Down. One more. No, wait, hold on. Oh no, sorry. Up, to the top. My bad. Up. And H. Yeah, I think that's just objectively better. Okay, Q. Right. Enter. Enter.
I like it. I know where you're going.
Right. Enter. Enter. Down. Right, right, right. And enter.
I like it.
Yeah. That helps a little bit with my earlier question.
Right.
Not entirely, but it helps a bit. I don't love either of these.
Yeah, we
We
don't
just-
have.
we don't have the tools for it.
Right. There's a specific card I wish we had, but we were never offered it.
Yeah. There's a couple.
Yeah.
Q. I mean, it's fine. We've taken stuff, so we're good.
Right.
We're on a good pace here. Press enter. So now this becomes very fascinating because either could work. But I feel like the scaling on one is not caught up with the DLC.
Right.
Press enter.
I think that makes sense.
Last thing is up. Up one more, sorry. Enter. Enter. Enter.
That is the least amount of choices I've seen for that one.
Yep, Q. And enter.
Oh, all right. I'm making notes. I just figured out what node you just went to. All right. Okay.
Do you have any thoughts so far? Do you
Well,
have any
okay. I
guesses?
think you just went to a Merchant of Magic. Is my theory.
That is correct.
Yeah.
And the reason you don't have very many spells. That is my theory. All right. So,
anything else you can take a guess at?
well, I know we have dregs, and I'm thinking we have a tomb, and some sort of harvest unit. Now, you had a question of what to infuse with the harvest unit, which way to do it. That means you have some good scaling either direction. So it's got to be two different categories of units. So it's maybe you have an imp, and that's why I'm thinking it's Hellhorned. It could be the queen, but I didn't hear the queen, so that's why I'm a little confused about that. But that's my theory so far. I dregs, and maybe you have some sort of endless artifact. I'm not sold on that though. That's just my thoughts right now.
Some of what you said is correct. Most of what you said is not correct. But some of what you said is correct. I guess I'd say most of it is not correct. We do have some kind of harvest. That is true. We do have some kind of tomb units. That is also true. Anything else?
Yeah.
I don't think anything else was very revealing. So we'll continue with that.
Yeah. Okay. And then you had an artifact choice that affected what champion path you'd normally want to go. That's the other thing that happened.
Yes.
And one I can think of is the top floor dazes the units, which would affect any sort of revenge-based unit like Cold Channel or Wrathful Prince. So that's one thought I had.
Okay.
All right, so I'm ready to go.
Then
I am.
You go ahead.
Yeah, I'm 90% positive we could take this T, but it's actually not enough for me to want to take the T. I think
I
we
don't
just.
know. I don't know what we're gonna get that's gonna be game changing.
Right.
Like,
Yeah, I think we just enter.
yeah.
No trial. We'll find out if we could have took it.
Yeah.
So page up. Oh,
Sorry.
and page down. This is interesting. I
Yeah.
think we still page up. And 4. Enter. 4 to the right. Enter. This is the maybe I shouldn't have even done that. Page down. Page down. Enter. Enter. And enter. To the right. Enter. And enter, enter T. Okay. Enter. 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 Left. Left. Enter. Page down. Page down. Enter. To the right. Enter. 2. Enter. And enter. To the right. Enter. T. I think maybe it was right that we didn't take it.
Yeah, I think we would be in a
seeing
lot of
that
trouble
guy.
right now. Hey, it's a great turn though.
Yeah. Where is our you know what?
Yeah, I know.
Page up. Page up. Enter. To the right. To the right. Enter.
That's sick.
Yeah, that's pretty nice.
Yes.
Enter. To the left. You know what? Enter. I think it gets a little more for that next one. And then page down. And page down. Enter. Right, right, enter. 2, enter. And then enter to the right, enter T. All right, moment of truth here.
Yes, exactly. I haven't done the math yet.
Oh, we
now
got
we
it
can
now.
do the math
Yeah,
differently.
yeah.
We're fine.
Even the math just got a lot easier. Page up. Page up. 4
Oh, we were
to the
we
right.
were killing it.
To the right.
Yeah.
Enter. I'm surprised we actually killed it without this, but okay. I guess we could have took the trial then. Anyway,
Yeah.
that's still not worth the risk. I feel if we didn't.
No.
4, enter. 1 to the left, enter. Page down, and enter. To the right, enter. And enter to the right, right, enter. And then T. Yeah. Page up.
Very easy turn here.
Fair. Yeah. 3, enter. And then enter. And 3, enter, 3, enter. Page down, enter. To the right, enter. Page up. Oh, I guess T. Yeah.
I mean, this is potent.
Yeah, I think the path you took on the champ is actually working out pretty nice.
Yeah.
Page up. I mean, we could do it down there, but whatever. Actually, we'll see. Page up again. If we're taking out the floor, we're technically not taking it out. But you know what?
Yeah.
Let's just do 4. I could try to maximize the floor, but yeah, just enter. And 4, enter. Page down, 2, enter. And just T. Squeezed out a nice little bit of damage there.
All right, I think I figured out some things.
3, enter. Enter, and then 3, enter, 3, enter, 2, enter. Yeah, just entering a bunch and then T. And 4, enter. 4, enter, T.
Sick.
This is a pretty good deck.
It is. I mean, there's one glaring issue with the deck.
Divinity, maybe.
Well, that I was thinking there's a particular number on a thing that's quite low.
Oh yeah. Easily
That's a
remedied
little
though. Easily remedied.
Yeah, we can remedy that. I mean this is a way. This is a way to do that.
It certainly
right
is. Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it. Press enter.
I think it makes sense.
Oh man. Looking at door number 3.
Yeah.
We have nothing.
Right. I like door number 3. It does it. It doesn't do it well, but it does it.
It does the job. But I mean, we could get something for it though.
Right. If
There
you
are options.
find the right temple upgrade, then you're set.
Yeah, we're gonna go through door number 3. So right, and enter. Okay. Yeah. Left path, please. So just press enter. Sorry, just press enter, and press enter. Down 5 times. Enter. Enter.
Goodbye, train stewards.
Uh,
That's the only thing it could be.
Down. Enter.
Could be
Enter.
Plinks.
Planks. Foregone power.
Enter.
No, I have a theory about why it's not that.
Ooh. Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Oh, what a choice.
Yeah.
Any one of these would be good. Can you
Well,
press
it's not
M?
It's
Can you press
definitely
M
not
for me?
definitely not a merchant of steel.
So I would go here's my pathing theory. I think we go left again. And if we go with door number 1, we would probably go right after that.
Yeah. I
If we
guess-
go through door number 3, which would be I don't think door number 2 fits here.
I forget what door number 2 was.
Press Q.
Oh, right.
I don't think door number 2 is necessary.
Right.
The only thought is with what we just took, maybe it becomes relevant, but I feel like it's fine. So it would be door number 1, door number 3, and I'm leaning toward door number 1 and then pathing like I described.
I like that. Yeah. I think that
let's do
gives
that.
a nice floor and ceiling.
So enter.
Yeah, plus enter. And then Q. And then enter. Yeah, okay. So right. Yep, press enter. And press enter.
I like that.
What about this on the new one?
I like that too. That solves a
I was
problem.
thinking that.
Yeah.
I think so. Enter. And to the right. And enter. Okay, this is the final question. Press Z for me. Go down. So we could either go 3 and 4 here. I don't know if that's as important as down, and 4 and 4 and 1 here. We could also go. We could also go a little differently. I'm just trying to think what we need more of to win.
Right.
Because I don't believe this floor. I don't believe this current setup can do top floor divinity. Like
Right.
there's basically no way unless we specifically take 4 and 1 here and get some specific things.
Yeah, I think you could maybe hellvent a thing to increase the likelihood you get to it quick, because I think that would then prevent divinity from doing you know what.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that That's actually a good question. Can you press Q for me really quick? Q and then M. Down. Can you page down? Is it page down? Oh, let's table this discussion then.
Yeah,
Let's table this discussion for later.
Yeah.
So Q, and enter. We don't have to choose now. We can choose later.
Right. Let's see. Oh, I don't know if we can do that one. Well,
I think now it's a little bit better. But
yeah,
it's
we
still
do have an answer for it. You know what? You know what? Let's do it. Let's do
You know
it.
what?
T.
You're teeing it up and enter, right? I'm
Yep.
trying to learn this without your guidance.
Yeah.
Wait, I don't think you. Oh no, you did. Okay, we're good.
And then oh, that's a big boy. Page up. 3. Enter. 3. Enter. 3 to the right. Enter.
Mixing it up on me.
And I think we just T. Yeah. I think
can go either way.
Yeah, I don't want to get stuck with not being able to play the you know what.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's very fair point.
Yeah. And then I also don't want to give you know who stuff in case
Yeah.
we don't find the you know what.
Don't
And
Voldemort.
and if we find you know who, this won't matter.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we didn't get our endless unit yet. Huh? All right.
T, please.
Okay. All right, I got a spicy one here.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do enter. Enter. 3. Left. Enter. 3. Left. Enter. Page down.
Murder.
Enter. And enter. And then T.
Sick.
Oh, where is it? Page up. Page up. So 4. Enter. 82 minus 157 is like 75, I think.
Yeah.
75, so 6 times, or I guess 11 times 3 is 33. Down to 44. Page down real quick. All right, page up. 4. Enter. 2. Left. Enter. Let's see. So 33 by 2. So right now he's down to 35 or 55. Let's see. 33.
Ooh, I had a thought about this one.
33. What is that? 30. So it'd be 30. I'd be gaining 10. Or no, I'd be gaining 20.
He'd be in 20, yeah.
So 20, he'd be down to 122. Be down by 122. So then he's at
35, I think.
35. So it doesn't actually help. Okay. Right, because it's 55. Right, so he's just short. Okay, page down. Enter. And enter. T. Though maybe it could have set up for the next turn better.
Yeah, but then you also had the other issue of
the feeding him.
yeah, exactly.
Where is it?
Yeah,
Page up. Page up.
Oh, man.
So 5. Enter. 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 And enter. Enter. Enter to the right. Enter. Oof.
Okay.
That's a lot. Okay, T.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
But we should be good at this next turn. It's mathematically
Yeah,
impossible for us to
Yeah.
get screwed anymore.
Yes. 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 Yes.
Although, actually, we
No, I
could
think
be
we're
in
fine.
we could be in trouble with the spikes here.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Oh no! I shouldn't have
What's the
took
math
it.
here. Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. We might have done ourselves in here.
We might be done. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, T. I think we're more like F, but T. Is there any way out of this?
I think the only way is if. No, I think we're.
I don't think
we're
there's
toast.
any. So
I mean, we can try. You can try to like get our dude there to pull up the slack here, but I don't think he's gonna. Make it.
yeah, 1. Enter. 1. Left. 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 Enter. 2. Enter. And page. You know what? T. We're gonna need everything we can get. I don't know. There's no way we're gonna do this. So. Oh no, that's a big boy.
Yeah, no. Well.
If we stack up enough. Page up. It's probably not possible. Page up.
We'll see.
Oh,
Yeah, that's a huge problem.
That's a problem. Yeah,
That's a huge problem.
I regret
Hold on,
everything.
Hold on. Combined, that's 124.
True. But I don't know how he lives.
How much damage can we get out of everything else?
I mean, I think we can take the floor. I just don't know about the boss. So, like, we could take. Well, maybe we can't even take this guy on. We'll blow him up with the thing, but
Yeah.
I think well, page down really quick. Is there some weird thing? He's got like 1,000 health, right? Page down. Okay, page. Maybe we should just TT.
Focus on the here and now.
Yeah.
On the here and now.
Enter. Or sorry, page or to the right. Enter. 2, 3. To the right. Enter. Oh no, wait. Oh, whatever. I screwed that up. But 3, 3. To the right. Enter. And then enter left. Or to 1. Enter.
Oh, gosh.
Nah.
Would it have made a difference?
I don't think so.
100,
Yeah.
111, 100. It would be an extra 10. 111, 130, 160. Yeah, it would have.
Dang. Actually, it would have been
Well,
doable
restart
then.
Battle? Are we restarting battle?
We could.
No.
Yeah.
We gotta let it go.
Yeah.
All right. So T.
T. Oh, it was really. I don't know if we could have done it even then though. Like.
Right. I guess we would have had 100. I think we would have. It would have won
think
it.
we would've?
It would have. So that
How much did he have? How much did he have when we lost him?
He was doing about 90. A little over 90.
And how much of the stuff did he have?
He had like 13 stealth or something.
He had 13?
Yeah, because we got the double extinguish.
Oh.
So actually, that misplay cost us the game.
Oh my gosh.
Sad.
That's fine.
Yeah. If I wouldn't have made that misplay. But yeah, I guess 5.
5 enter.
Yeah. T. Or, well, how
Yeah,
about...
it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
just-
there's no
it's
way.
there.
Just T. TT. That's the crying emote. I think it's apt. And then, yeah, just T. Darn it.
All right, here are my
Oh,
theories.
man. Sad.
Here are my theories.
Okay.
So, I know we have Melting Remnant. Am I right on that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we had Dregs. We have an Endless Tomb. I assume that it's a stealth tomb, or it has infusion of a stealth tomb. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So I think that we have imps, so therefore, and we don't have the Shardtail Queen, and we don't have Rector Flicker. So I think it is the Hornbreaker Prince. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I think that you probably went Brawler path. Because normally you'd want to take Wrathful, but you found an artifact that changed the math on that. Changed what you, or some starting card like the Stealth Tomb. So that's so the artifacts I could think of. Well, considering we have a Stealth Tomb, it's not Top Floor Days. So it's either units gain endless or extra extinguish triggers. That I'm thinking is an artifact you got early, or melt when burnout units die, they do 5 damage. Those are my theories on the artifacts.
One of those is correct.
Okay, I'm gonna say it's the double extinguish then.
Yep, that's correct. We had
Yeah,
double extinguish.
Then you said there was a harvest, something scaling from harvest, but there was some sort of keywords synergy consideration. So I think you have a harvest unit that you put on a demon. I don't know I have no idea what demon. But it did not scale health, because that seemed to be a big problem that you were concerned with.
Yes.
So it must have been the big sludge.
Correct.
And I don't know if there's anything else I can think of. He had some sort of rage generation. I don't know what it is though. Could have been an imp, or could have been a card. I didn't really hear you play the rage cards though that much. Maybe so it didn't seem to be a big. It didn't seem to be a spell, but maybe there was a spell. I just didn't notice it. I don't have any other theories though.
So I can give you one hint on the main unit. The hint is the reverse would have been the most high risk play we could have done.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah, easy.
So that the reverse would make him really bad, really fragile, perhaps one
Yes.
might say.
One might say.
So that would be the guy that has what's his name? The one that has 15 times 2 now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Horned Warrior.
Horned Warrior, yeah. Okay, and you had Brawler, and you had a Stealth Tomb, and I don't know what you infused with the Stealth Tomb, but it was endless, and you got it on your last draw like every time.
Well, actually, that was the first round, I think, first battle where we didn't get it early.
Right. And it was bottom 5. If we would have just gotten it, I feel like we'd been fine. Or if, alternatively, I didn't make that misplay.
What was the misplay?
It was,
Or was it
playing. It was playing the.
The drag, I didn't play it before the fledgling imp.
Yes. And it lost us 10 damage, and the 10 damage was exactly the amount of damage we needed to the Hornbreaker Prince.
Oh
to die.
no!
Yeah,
Oh no!
because of spikes.
That might have been. I think I might have misclicked too.
No, I
You
was
didn't
that
misclick,
that
you
was
were
me.
fine.
Yeah,
It was-
I completely, that was on me.
Oh,
I
we
could have
died around
also
this-
probably just not taken the spikes. That probably would have been a smart thing to do too.
Oh yeah, spikes. So yeah, so I'm looking at it now. So the Horned Warrior had no health. I see.
Yeah, we didn't have any unit upgrades yet.
But-
We were coming up on 2 in a row.
He had welder helpers, but that's awkward to play.
We had
I
it.
also wondered, and this I didn't want to say it obviously because I'm a tactician, but I wondered if it would have made sense to swap the Prince and the Horned Warrior simply because of the welder helpers.
Right. That probably
because
would
they
have
would've-
been smart, I think.
Well, the other thought that I had was he does more damage, so you're going to have overall less strikes if you can kill the floor with a. But honestly, I didn't expect it to be a difficult thing at all because I
Right.
expected us to not get the tomb literally as our last card.
Yeah. If we would have just got it earlier, we would have not taken
Oh, it's
actual damage.
explosive.
Just
Yeah,
spikes
it's
only.
explosive stealth.
Oh, nice.
I figured like we start with 25 armor, so we have 30 health. That's, assuming 2 times 5, just 10 a turn. I didn't think we'd actually be taking damage from the units.
Correct.
But
Yeah, we had
yeah.
first unit was a big sweep, and that was brutal.
yeah. But I probably could have just not taken those spikes. That might have just been smart because we didn't need anything. We were probably going to win with that deck as it is.
Was it an artifact or money?
It was an
Artifact.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there you go. We died in similar ways too. Like harvest units with stealth. We just didn't. Well, you did enough damage in this case. Last time we didn't do enough damage.
So, a question to chat: do you guys like this format? Would you recommend changing the format? I don't know. What do you guys, Gabriel, Narnian? What do you think?
I like
Oh,
it better
I-
than the
I-
last one. Yeah.
I liked it this more than the last one too.
So
Yeah.
I mean I've done all 3 now, and that all 3 were fun. So yeah, I like it.
Yeah, it's fun. I like seeing like we line up on a lot of the decisions. It's like I pretty much am like, yep, that makes sense. It's rarely that I'm like, oh, that is so wildly different, But
Yeah,
those
but I
are
was
also
gonna-
those are also the fun ones when they happen.
Yeah. I mean, that's why it'd be great to get Carius in on one of this because he builds so different.
Right. I want that.
Yeah.
I keep trying to get him to stream. I keep telling him to, but maybe one day he will. Because I want to see how he does it. Like I see his builds, and I'm like, I don't know,
I mean,
how to make
after the
that work.
tournament, he streamed a game.
Oh,
Like just in Discord here.
right. That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, he does play pretty differently.
All right. So with that, I think I'm going to end. It is 1:30 in the morning. Time for me
Cool.
to pretend to sleep. And thanks, guys. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah,
I
I like
really
that.
enjoy this. I think it's fun.
I'm always down to do this if you guys ever want to.
Yeah. I
fun.
mean, I think on Saturdays in general, I'll probably hop on to Monster Train community
Same.
events whenever you guys are available.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't think we have to do a big deal about it. We can just jump in.
Right.
So, great. Thanks everybody for joining, and also to you viewers. Hope you guys enjoyed all the streams. Who's up? Are either of you planning to stream?
Not me.
I could do a game. I was thinking of maybe doing a game or two to close it out here.
If you want to, is your stream still running?
Still running. Yep.
Okay,
Supposedly.
then I will send my crew over your way.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
No problem.
I hope to one day return the favor. Unfortunately, I'm never up before you're up. But one of these days.
No worries.
I appreciate it.
All right, so we're gonna send everybody to Gabriel. Thanks for the stream, and see you guys tomorrow. Also, if you haven't checked it out, I put up my most recent guide. It's going to be very useful for Narnian and Gabriel who have never encountered the Last Divinity. It's a beginner's
Oh.
guide to the Last Divinity.
Actually, I think I'm going to learn some stuff from it because I don't know the actual math that behind it. So
Oh yeah, I don't.
I don't have So mine is not math. Mine is purely intro. So it's like, what does he do? I show him at all different shard levels, and then I show which builds I tend to play in the top versus the bottom versus the middle,
Yeah.
and my multi-floor builds. It's very, very like high level.
All of my math is, I mean, it's always the same for me because I always have 100 to 115 shards.
You gotta go for the big ones. I really was surprised.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna do a game or two, guys. So
stream,
we'll play a bit
not
here.
recorded. And it's surprisingly good to take almost every shard you can.
Yeah, I mean, I've done that and it's worked. But then also randomly I'll encounter a boss on Ring 4 that has 4 times multi-strike. And
so this has been the change for me. Is I started taking shards and not taking trials. That's what I changed. I don't take like any trials now after like Ring 2, maybe Ring 7 if it's going well, and that has significantly improved things. I played like 4 times, a couple times yesterday, a couple times today, and that just smoothed things out for me. Lots of shards, no trials.
I'm sure I'll explore. I'm trying to get like the last few logbook entries with my safe, moderate play, and then I'm going to explore that a bit more.
All right, thanks everybody.
Thank you as well. I appreciate it.
See you guys later.
See
Bye.
ya. Bye. All right, so let me bring up my monster train here. Real quick, going to step away for just 10 quick seconds and I'll be right back. One moment here. Alright, I'm back. How's the volume? Let me, real quick, I'm going to change the music. I think the music's a little low. Let's go with some like electronic stuff, if everyone's cool with that. I could do metal too, if everybody likes metal, but I find that's a little bit more of an acquired taste. Yes, greeting Raiders from Never Nathaniel. You can call him Nate, you can call him Nathan, but don't ever call him Nathaniel. Here we are. What's up, Lobster? Yeah, let's just get into a new run here. We'll go with the random, see what comes back. Alright, Primordium. Ooh, I'll be honest, I haven't gotten Primordium much in my random travels so far, so this would be a good one. Cave In, if you didn't know, is the best card in the game. Just a fun fact there, so we got that. You could, but unfortunately I've already... What combo do you want to see, Lily Bear? I'll probably finish this one out, but after this game, I could do the combo that you want. Ooh, nice. How you liking it so far? 5 days in. Oh, I think I'm gonna do some superfood action. Do some crazy stacking. Could get like 5 extra health, but I'm pretty sure this is just gonna be higher value here. The wax guy and the second, the morsel guy. So are you saying like Rector Flicker? I could definitely do some Rector Flicker. I know Vision of Fire will like that one. So after this one, we'll do some Rector Flicker. And you want the morsel guy as the second clan? Sure, we can definitely do that. I think this mark is easy enough to take here. And you know what? If we see Dark Calling, you know we're doing it. Dark Calling is our friend. Let's do this first so we don't stack that Ember Drain. Actually, well, what I should have done first is put this Morsel down, but, you know. Or even this Imp could have stacked some Rage. There's a lot of better things we could have done this with this turn, but the nice thing about this is I think we're just going to be so powerful that it doesn't matter. Well, see, the caps lock, it emphasizes how much you'd like to see it, so that's a-okay. We can do this, we can do this, we can do... I mean, they're all dying, maybe we just do this. Just spread things out here. No, we'll play it next. The run after this, it might be quick if I lose quick. The run after this, we will for sure do some remnant action. I could totally cave this in. I feel like I'm inclined to do some cave in here, just to show how much, you know, how much power we got with the old cave in. Plink. That pretty much seals the victory. Oh wow, bottom floor, wow. I did not expect to just win with that. But there you go. Turns out a early game advanced prototype is slightly good. Oh, I'm taking the perils. We'll get ready for that furnace tap stacking later on, or the, you know, fragile multi-strike stacking. Either will do. Ritual. I like a little ritual here. New Rage Imps are certainly pretty good. They were already decent, but I guess they're now doing 5 Rage, which is pretty nice. Could have also just gone for holdover. I mean, these stewards are going to carry me through for a while. I almost don't even need a unit here, but too late now. Well, that's interesting. That is interesting. The only thing with Morsel Maid, I'm trying to think, does it... If I put it down first, it will eat... I'm trying to think, what triggers it to eat the Primordium? I don't necessarily want to eat it too quick, you know what I mean? Morsel Maid... Oh, are you saying just generally morsel builds? You want the essences? Oh, we got some good essences here. Well, this one, if I went morsels, like if I didn't go perils, Plink is a little hard for me to generate morsels with, especially in the DLC, I think, but I could still pick up like packed morsels still, or something like that. Even making up a morsel is pretty good. I think you're right, Vision. I think if I just put the Primordium down first, which could be an issue though, because then I think I'm stacking Ember Drain, right? Do I stack Ember Drain? I think I do. I think it stacks, then goes away, so then I'd have like 1 extra turn of Ember Drain. Decisions. Actually, I might even skip here, oddly enough. I don't know that these are the units I want. I feel like almost any other unit might be safer, even though these are good units in their own right. Oh, yeah, no worries, Lollybear. If you have to go, no worries at all. I might still just do that, and you can check the VOD later, and then, you know, you'll have your combo there to watch. So no worries at all if you got to drop off at any point. You wouldn't skip Vision? See, my thinking is, I don't know. I feel like these prototypes, I don't get them in the start, But they have damage shield, which might be nice for patient. Sometimes I may not even want to play a unit at the start. Robot dude. It will be. It will be. I just don't know about relentless rounds. I could just take a morsel. Maybe I'll take Alloy since I guess I haven't beaten it with Divinity yet. I'll see if I can make Alloy work. Quick is pretty good on him. That's another thing. I guess Quick pretty good. We can get rid of an Imp, I guess. Yeah, I'll just do that. And probably no boons. Maybe I should have done the boons, rerolled for multi-strike. I think this is fine though. Oh man, I didn't want to draw that this turn. I could just put him down, do that. It's probably safer if I just... I could probably just go here, then I can't get an extra fuel though. Here, let's try this. I can at least do that first. That way I'm not Ember drained. We can just sacrifice that. I think... Yep, it looks like I do have Divine Temple. I got Hellvent too if I want it. Well, I think Lolibear, if you go to my YouTube, you can be free to say it there, and it will show up still. Let's see. I think my chat is delayed. Oh, you know what? I think my stream is delayed from you guys. I need to figure that out. Because I'm noticing now, yeah, I'm definitely like ahead of you guys by like at least 20 seconds based on when the chat is coming in. Can I change? Let me check really quick if I can change that. Where is... There's like a delay setting. You know what? I'll have to figure it out. Oh, here we go. Wait. Wait, it says my stream delay is not enabled, yet clearly there's still some delay. I'll have to figure that out. It says it's not enabled, but clearly it is. We'll figure that out later, though. Maybe I'll just do some Fledgling Imp here to get a bunch of rage stacked. Just do this. I wouldn't be opposed to caving in, just so I have one less turn of fuel to go through. And we can just do this, that. And that should do it. Oh wait, that should apparently not do it, because I have no fuel. Okay, let's do this, that. Yeah, it turns out when I didn't have the frontliner there, I didn't get fueled. That was a pretty smart play on my part. Ooh, Void Binding. So we got Pack Morsels or we got Void Binding? I'm going the Void Binding route. I feel like that Rage and Damage shield stacking is going to be pretty nice. Probably skip here. I don't know about y'all, but I love Branded Warrior in Superfood builds. I think I might just do it. I don't think I'm going to fuse the fuel in, because I don't know that I can quite justify that. But Let me think here. I could be real spicy and fuse him into himself. I do already have the quick on the alloy construct. I think I keep alloy for now. Yeah. The morsels probably would have been fine. By the way, Roll, just to warn you, for whatever reason, I'm like delayed behind you guys, so you just, at the point I'm at right now, I'm basically, when you mentioned the morsel, is like right now, just to show the time delay. I think I'll just go this route. We'll see what we got here. Endless. I'm not opposed to Steelworker Infusion. Could also do just initial 30 armor. I think this... Oh, I almost skipped. I think I'm just going to do this. So, I'm going to take Steelworker. My thought here is Branded Warrior will be able to have the armor stack on itself for now. This is more of like a current gameplay than an end game play. And let's see, 10 in piercing. I might do that on Mind Collapse actually. Let's do that. It'll allow me... Right now I have Perils and that Mind Collapse if I need to go into Ember Drain. And I'll do initial health here probably, and then just hope for a multi-strike at some point. Let's see. Let's see what we got here. Bot viewers from Wuhan. Hey, if I knew how, I would do it. I'm not above it. Let's see. Yeah, I feel like the armor... By endgame, damage shield will pretty much trump the armor, but I think the armor gain right now will get me through the relentless rounds that I'm about to face, which was kind of my thinking. I could do Stygian Guard, maybe just get some sort of a big damage spell. Gifts probably is too dangerous. Siren Song, maybe. I mean, I could stack Dazed on Seraph the Patient with that. I'd probably do Siren Song. It's going to be useful in general. Anything else I can do? I could just do this on a Steward right now just to help with the current game. Alright. Let's do Double Exploder. I didn't even really think about preparing for that either. This is a bit awkward. This is certainly awkward. Double Exploder does have haste. So I'd have 2 Ember Drain. Alright, I'm gonna try this. I'm just gonna sacrifice poor Alloyed Construct. Actually, I could put him down here. So I can still afford to play this, so I will. I probably won't do this. Yeah, I probably won't do that. Actually, you know what? Maybe I will. No, I'll do this. So we can take out... I want to take out these backliners at least. We can take some of them out. I'll still get a Slay. As long as I... So let's do this. I'll get some energy, I think. I'll sack these, and I'll hold this for later. Maybe I want that lifesteal later. Alright, we got the Void Binding. I probably don't need it yet. Let's try to plink this grenade out of here, huh? Okay, fail. 3 Ember Drain. I don't know if that's worth it. What do I got coming up? I got some good stuff coming up. I think I probably won't go Ember Drain here. What I could do, though, is I could do like this. I still want that Slay. Am I being greedy by doing that? Maybe I am being greedy. Yeah, let's just do this. I do need to get ready for this guy. Let's give you an extra one. Alright, let's get that Slay. Let's, if Plinks weren't already struggling enough, the, any amount of shards will make them useless against these grenades. And these guys. These guys are potentially annoying sometimes, too. We'll give a nice... I do like that you get a 1-1 from the rubber morsels. It probably doesn't mean much, but it feels better, right? Let's try to get some damage in out of this tank, I think. Because now we got like all of this stuff coming up. And try to take that guy out. Fail. It's fine. We'll just chump block here, I think. And take out this guy. I guess I could put another one back here. Then I can take out that last one. Try to get it... Oh, I'm just dying down there. Well, that was bad. But I think we're fine. I'm actually going to put the Rage back here. And I'll get some lifesteal. And that should pretty much seal the deal against the Daedalus here. I could even do this for maximum benefit. And yep, that'll do it. Oh, I was not wondering. It was just fine English, Lily Bear. There's the Tome. There's the Wretch. There's the Blazing Bolts. I mean, I can see arguments for every single one of these. The multi-strike would sure be nice. I won't be able to really use it right now. I'll definitely probably hit this up, this Merchant of Magic. I want to try to get holdover ASAP on Perils. That I could justify getting this down to a 3 cost and play it. Wretch would be nice if I don't end up with a Stalwart stack. I want at least 1 stack of it. Blazing Bolts is just a nice play if I need extra help clearing out these floors, which I very well may, but I feel like with One-Horn Tome I probably don't need it. I think we're going to do this. And probably skip these. I should probably get rid of Alloy. If I could have snagged maybe a Morsel Maker, you could probably argue keeping Alloy in this build, but Alloy is kind of just not going to work for the... I kind of went all in on the Ember Drain. I guess just because it's pretty familiar to me, making the Ember Drain builds work. Let's go for that. There's the Morsel Master. It requires actual generation to work, though. I think this is still probably a skip. Permafrost. I can always Permafrost Perils, but I'd rather reroll for the chance at holdover, because I can't afford it if I get it now. I am A-okay Surge Stoning, maybe the Mine. The Mine Collapse is probably better. The Plinks are honestly probably just getting removed. Okay, that's nothing that I really want. But, you know, we'll keep trying for it here. Do I need to hold this gold is the question. I mean, now I kind of regret not permafrosting the perils, because honestly, if I could Hellvent a permafrosted perils, between that and the 2 Mind Collapses, if I'm going double draw and I thin the deck out, I probably don't even need holdover. It's all good though. We'll have a Merchant of Magic here, we'll have a Merchant of Magic here, so we'll have 6 more chances. I don't see any reason to hold gold right now though, so I'm probably going to remove a Plink. I could remove it via this way though. I could do that. That's fine. And I guess we're doing this. We do need to get our shards up to 100, which might be tough since I might not have any more infusions. These are kind of weak, I would say. I mean, my champ isn't going to have attack. Not at the start, at least. Precious Plating might be a boring, safe, good one. I mean, if I very well may be leaking a few times here without my... If I can't stack my multi-strike reliably, it's going to happen. I think actually Precious Plating is probably going to be the safest here. Yeah, I'll go with the heart. Darn it. This is the punish for not taking Wretch. But hopefully we'll get a Stalwart. I only really need 1 Stalwart. And Mark. This is the only time this Mark is annoying, right? Because they can haste on up. And that actually becomes pretty annoying to deal with. It's only gold, and I don't really need gold right this moment since we're not hitting we're probably not hitting this shop up. I probably just want to Hellvent and take the Vortex. Yeah, I guess so. The only problem, I guess, is I can get 10 here. I can't get the easy 25 shards at these, but I can probably just force it with some spell chains and things like that. That could totally work. That was... you like... Oh, I should read your text here, Lily. I usually just jump in, I would say, to the game. Like, I started with... recently I started getting into Loop Hero, and I'm purposely just not checking out any streams or anything. I've just seen that it's popular, and I kind of want to learn it myself so that I try to get a unique take on things before I see what everybody else kind of says is good. That's kind of how I usually approach it. It's how I did it with this. I didn't start really watching other streamers probably until 2 or 3 months into playing Monster Train. But it definitely helped me. I was pretty bad when I first started. Some might even say I'm still kind of bad, but I have at least some skills. We're going to take the Mark. I could probably just not take the Mark. I probably should have learned my lesson from the games we just played with Narninian and Nate to not take this Mark, but you know, it is what it is. We're just going to go in here. I guess I could Plink first. That's probably a smart thing. Oh, unfortunately, I cannot take this guy out because he says damage shield and 5 health. So I should actually probably take this floor out to mitigate how much damage is going to be spread there. This is something I need to learn to get better at the DLC. I need to know. I think it is predictable based on my shards that this would have happened. I don't think it's like random. So, yeah, I may want damage here. This guy will be... Actually, damage doesn't even matter. I should just do damage shield then. So we'll go this. This is a bit unfortunate. You know what, though? I can just do this. So that works. At least now they're not getting a bunch of damage. This is actually pretty okay. I think I feel you, Lily. You're basically saying, like, when you first start a game, like, do you look up what's best, right? I would say I don't really. I usually try to struggle through it myself. I feel like that's part of the fun experience of first learning a game. I might just do this. I should Plink first. Yeah, we'll do that then. Since I'm not getting a Slay, I might as well just mitigate some damage to the Pyre here. We'll do that, get some energy. I will say, not getting my stuff into play has made this a tough fight here. I could go into a little bit of Ember Drain here just to try to mitigate some damage. We're going to be a little bit we're going to have full Ember Drain this next turn. I could do this to mitigate that a little bit, but I kind of want to get some damage in. It'll also help me stack just a little bit of rage here. And we'll do this, that. There's 2 waves remaining, so I don't think I'll kill that clipped conduit. Then I don't want to have like everything coming in at once. And let's see. I don't know about that, Lily Bear. I don't know about that, but yeah, we'll go with it. I'm gonna do this. We can try to delay a turn here, and we'll still get our Slay. Okay, that didn't help at all. We'll do this, preserve a damage shield, and that's, yeah, looks like that's the turn here. I take this guy out. I can probably play this Tome. I have 4 damage shields stacked up. Maybe... I don't want to Ember Drain in case I draw a Tome next turn. So I think I'll just do this, I think. Get a little bit of extra damage in there. We can play just one of them out too. I assume so. I assume so, Lily Bear. But you never know. You never know. Darn. No Tome this turn. Well, I should probably try to kill this guy. We can do that. I might just do this. I think I'll just let this guy hit me, and then I can get a pretty good amount of damage there. If I can hit a Plink, that'll help. Yep, that definitely helps. And this guy is at... he's going down to 30. Or 29, so we're good there. Just do that then. Let's see, 4 damage shield. If I do this, I think that's fine. And we'll just hit him for that. There we go. Right there. Yeah, that's a good point, Roll, especially since I'm gaining slays. They could just keep getting the rage on Slay. As much as I like Branding Right, I don't know that it makes much sense here. I could probably justify a Tiresome Climb. It would save me stacks of damage shield against Patient. It could help me going top floor if I need to, but I can probably do mid floor, I'm thinking, on Divinity. It's tough because I'm at 28 cards, which isn't necessarily a thin deck. I don't know if Tiresome Climb quite makes the cut here. I need to get rid of Alloy. I need to get rid of probably the Implings. The Plinks are iffy too. At least the Plinks kind of help with some of those weird damage shields that you run into now. Or spell shields even. Not that I really care about spell shield. Are you trying to entice the lurkers out, Lily Bear? Trying to hold the carrot out in front of the lurkers, get them out of the woodwork. What about Tiresome Climb? I don't think I need it. I got the Siren Song for Patient, and yeah, we'll just try to keep the deck. Try to work towards thinning it, I think. I mean, here's a way I could get... let's see. Oh, hey, what's up, Penguin? Well, this is my. I was kind of doing a chat thingy with Nate and Narninian, so they were going well until I lost it for us. Let's just say a bad misplay. It was definitely my bad, but we're gonna redeem ourselves with this run, I think. -2. I mean, it's a way to get shards. I kind of just need shards, but this is also a way to get shards. I could do that on a plink, right? And I don't know if I'd be willing to do 25 on a steward just to do it. Could do it on the imp, actually. Then I get 10 rage. That's not nothing. Let's see. Actually, Penguin, do you 12 o'clock noon on Saturdays, you should check into the participants lounge of Nate's server. I think we're planning on pretty much doing something every noon on Saturday Pacific. Would love to have you there. I think you'd be a good addition. Do I do this? I mean, cave-in, I'm not really using cave-in. I know it's... you know what? Ritual, though. Screw it. Let's do it. Ritual. Ritual's been hard to get out. Maybe I get rid of plink. One plink and one... Oh, wait. I need to get rid of alloy. Right. Let's get rid of alloy. Yeah, I was showing my dog on the stream. I felt like at least that could be pleasant to look at. I darkened. I didn't have a choice. My light is out in my room, so it was kind of dark. But at least the orange fur of my dog comes through. It's been tough to get to One-Horn's Tome, hasn't it? I wouldn't be opposed to duplicating it. Defense is an issue. Loli, I see where your mind is. Let's see. Maybe I could do One-Horn. I could do Perils. I could do that Mind Collapse that I have, the one that's doing 10. Sometimes even 10 piercing is not enough to actually kill a guy. Like, a lot of these guys are coming in with 30 health. Dogecoin. Hey, it might be better than a lot of the other things I've made investments in. It might be. Then again, I don't even know how to buy it. I'm kind of a pleb. I use Coinbase for my stuff, and I don't think Doge is on that one yet. I'm gonna do One-Horn Tome. Why not? Let's get into it here. I've spent enough time on this map. People want to see some action, right? Let's give them action. Ooh, multi-striking that guy. I don't like that. Not gonna lie, I don't like that. We're gonna go ahead and learn from our mistakes and not take this trial, I think. This is kind of a if. This guy's a big boy. Oh man. Oh man. Maybe I need to invest in an Ember. Even though I'm going Ember Drain, like turn 1, I would have loved to play this. Guess we're just doing this. I can take one of these out. Just kidding. We'll do some chip damage here. Let's see. I guess let's take. Problem with doing this is I Ember Drain myself, and then I'm really sad if I can't play One-Horn Tome. But then again, I could still draw Perils along with it. I think it could give me some. It might be a safe play actually. We'll do it. At least he'll get cleared out from the thing here, so that's like something. I should have played the Train Steward. Oops. Ugh, it happened as I thought it would. I could also just bring this guy up. I mean, that's 30 damage. If I just do like that... Nah, I think I'll probably just take that guy out. Let's do this. Oop, okay, that guy has 9 health. Let's do this. I guess this guy can... It doesn't matter where this guy goes. And then we'll just do that. And... I guess there's no point. He's going to hit me once anyway, so I might as well do this. And then I preserve my floor here. And I don't know where to put this. Here, maybe. Try to get the luck there. Man, not getting the multi-strike on is definitely hurting me. I can't take too many of these hits. I mean, that's 11. So I'm down to 98. So he'll hit me 4 times. That's 44 damage. I probably should do this. Unfortunately, I don't think I have much more of an option here. Alright, rubber helps me a little bit. It at least makes me have 1 Ember to play next turn. What's gonna be... Okay, I can take that guy out. Let's do this. Maybe I can at least get a hit in here. Youch. Okay, the one cost ritual's coming in good here, but maybe I just do this. I'll be Ember Drained for good, but I think this is pretty strong. Let's do this. This. That. That. I mean, that has to be good, right? And then they're dying. I can't play anything. And my apologies, I have not followed what's going on in chat, but I will get caught up here, I swear. I see talk of Polish something. Ooh, more multi-strike? Sure. We talking food, alright. That's a good subject. Speaking of, I need to get some of that sometime here. Gem Trove? I don't think so. I think I just skip these. Probably a skip as well. Rage Serum maybe, but probably not. Quit. Man, I need some Pyre health maybe. I think I need to get the holdover on Perils. I think that's like pretty imperative to this deck. If I do this, I'm Ember Drained for good, but maybe I like that. I don't know. Maybe Siren Song though. This is a tough one. I mean, a Void Binding's a pretty good one, but Siren Song is a pretty good one too. Not much can survive 6 hits of Pyre damage, even in the New World. The Brave New World, shall we say. Let's see. What do you guys think? Should I do Void Binding, Siren Song? I'm not doing Ritual. I think Ritual will just be better at 1 cost. If anybody has... Whoever gives me a suggestion first, I'll just go with it. But it has to be Siren Song or Void Binding. And I'll have to wait for my 20-second delay to come through here. Oh, Day Stack. Actually, technically, Penguin, you said it, right? Day Stack. Let's do it. Oh, no, you're saying Void now. Day 6 is good. Say Void. Let's do Void. Okay, I'm gonna go with your. I'm gonna count Void as your official response on that one. I could do this. Why not? And I could get Siren Song to 0. Actually, I like this, because then when I'm Ember Drained... Darn it, no luck so far on the holdover, but I can at least Permafrost Perils, and that helps a little bit. And let's see. I could get this to 0. That's not horrible. Do that. Dude, no kidding, Sanguine Penguin. I had a run. It was one of the Never Give Up challenges on Nate's channel. I was doing a lodestone build. I was stomping the whole time, and I almost died on Divinity because of that spike boss. I sapped the crap out of him. It didn't matter. He came up, and I went from like 140 down to like 20 pyre health. It was crazy. Or maybe it was like 70. I can't remember. I should maybe... Ooh. Intrinsic. Dude, I could Intrinsic Siren, and that probably allows me to go top floor against Divinity. I'm not opposed to this. What about Spell Chain? Any good things to Spell Chain? I could Spell Chain this. If I do that, then another one comes in, and that will also help with my Ember Drain. I think I'm doing that. And if I Intrinsic, I'm at 100, and I can just sit at 100 and be good. I could Intrinsic this. Do I do that? I think I do. Alright, we're going for it here. Ring 7. I'm trying to think Ring 7. Are you talking about... You're talking about spikes. Well, I'll tell you what, on Ring 7, I have gotten destroyed by Shade Wings buffed up to 30 health doing like 100 damage. I've come to really look, and I'll be honest, I haven't been doing it good on this run, but I usually try to get AoE. I don't have any though. That could be an issue. Probably take an Inferno if I can find one. Alright, Incant here is slightly annoying, but not the worst thing. I can probably afford to... I do want the Rage stacking, so... We'll just... is there any way I can like play this here? Oh, I can! Sick. I didn't even know you could do that. Well, today I learned. And we'll do that and that. Now I just need some multi-strike and we should be good. Multi-strike 1 down. What is this? Hellborn Harvest. I guess we'll just do this. And this. I'm actually... It could be a little risky, but I actually want to keep them around, I think, in case I need to use Mind Collapse on them. And I am actually willing, I think, to go into Ember Drain here, because I should be getting Perils. I think. I'll get Perils or Collapse. Actually, maybe I don't go into Ember Drain here. It's a tough call, because I'll kill this guy. Maybe I don't need to do it yet. I'll wait. I'll wait for it. I don't need it. I'm not in a dire need of the Rage and Damage Shield from it. Because now I can do this. Unfortunately, I can't stack anything with it, but, yeah, we'll just do this. I have this, but I might as well hold it, I suppose. Oh, dude. Yeah, you're right. So Sanguine, that even in the frickin' Divinity fight, I've had a few runs where the dude that harvests like armor to his entire floor, I'll just be like autopiloting and it'll be like too late. I haven't even noticed what's occurring. And by that time I've just given in like the whole floor 200 armor. It's wild. Just do this. Maybe I actually shouldn't have done that. I just like went against my Mind Collapse value play there, but let's get another imp down. We can start stacking some rage on an imp. That's fine, right? Let's try to get some damage into this guy. I'll even just do this. Oops. Well, that's actually fine. I'll have that one sitting around for later. All right, more multi-strike. sure. I do need to get me some damage shield like pronto, but you know what? When in Rome, you put multi-strike on your Roman. I think that's the saying, right? Let's see. This guy's spell chained. I say we just do it, right? Let's do that and try to get that guy hurt and keep another one for later. Although I guess there's no squishies, so there's one. There's one squishy. Alright, let's get you some rage. I'm happy to see that void binding. Very happy. I need to get these out of here. And I didn't calculate it, but I'm saving myself a weighted thing here, it looks like. I can save this till later. I probably don't do this. I mean, I'll lose 2 damage shield. But I don't know if I want to take that damage to the pyre. Let me think. I'm doing 186. Arcus has a lot of health to get through. Let's do a quick calculation. Let's say I'm doing 200 by 3 by the time I meet him. That's 600. I need 600 times 4-ish, so I need to survive for 4 turns. I'm going to lose 2 damage shield here. I can reapply damage shield. I'll have enough armor to maybe survive one of his hits. I don't remember how much damage he has, unfortunately. I mean, I might want a Siren here. That could hurt me a lot, though. Let's just not Siren. Let's, like, just do maybe this. I don't know. Let's do this. At the very least, I'm definitely taking out the... I should have probably just put that on Arcus. Okay. Can't even really chump block here, because the sweeper kind of still hits me. At least I have armor on this whole floor. Maybe the back... Let me think here. Well, this one purges. I think I'm gonna do this just to get this like out of the deck, and maybe we'll just try to somehow... I can't put these guys down because they'll just die. I think I could really use a quick upgrade on my dude. Like if I can get quick, that would definitely help me with the damage shield woes. Speaking of damage shield, though, let's just do this. I don't need to do that. Do that. I probably don't want to redraw into it. And that works for me. Now this guy I can Siren Song. That's totally fine. I've pretty clutch draw here of this, and we can just do this. We're definitely baiting him now. Beautiful. Yeah, wow. Actually, this is pretty hilarious. By the time this deck gets going, it thins out so much that I'm basically drawing my perils almost every turn. I almost don't even need holdover. Like, it's actually just a simple Hellvent is probably fine, which could make me want to go get quick on my guy. Trample is, like, potentially okay, too. I'm not opposed to the trample here. Yeah. I think I'll do it. It's also consumable, so it doesn't really hurt my deck size other than the first draw through. Now I got a dilemma, though, because it's like the Ember is pretty useless outside of my turn ones where I draw one Horn Tome. But it would be pretty powerful for me to start with that stacking onto my guy, especially if I'm not going to end up with another Stalwart. We don't know if we're going to end up with a Stalwart stack here. Tough call. I mean, it definitely won't be Pip, I don't think. Yeah. I guess you could also argue... This is tough. I can see arguments for Ember or draw. What does my floor plan look like here? I got steel. The magic has a lot better stuff next to it. It's got free artifact. It has caverns. Though my pyre health's low enough that maybe I do want pyre health. Definitely this steel wins, though. I'm pretty sure I want a Hellvent at that final one. So I know I'm hitting that steel up. That might be when I go for quick. I think I'll go for this stuff over here. Given that, I think I'm going to go for draw. We'll see. I just want to get to my high value cards super fast. This is interesting. Both pretty low value artifacts at this point in the game, but not too bad with superfood, right? Like, the initial dudes kind of are hurting me. I might do rage here. The armor could be okay, but I think I'm already gaining 5 armor a turn anyway. I think I might do the rage. Maybe... Do I want to go get some shards just to get rid of a Plink? The Plinks actually are okay at getting some chip damage in at the start. I'll tell you what, though. Best card in the game, Cave-In, should probably get removed. Then again, I can probably just remove it with gold. Let's see what we're doing here first. Trap Suit, I'm not opposed to it. I'm not opposed to it. It's free. I can move Seraph off me. I can move something off me. Just give me time to scale. Throw them all the way back down to bottom. Double stack, maybe. I mean, what else would I spend an Ember upgrade on? Umberstone. Actually, I kind of want to get Umberstone to be free. Yeah, I'm going to make this free. I might just not double stack anything here. 10. I don't even know if I want that. Damn, I am not getting that holdover, huh? Well. Should I do Trap Shoot Consume Removal? I could do it and bring it back down to 0. I'm thinking, like, I could... That could help me out a lot. Like... I'm gonna do it. There's a lot of these... That will help me on those early turns, I think, where I'm just kind of screwed. And then, Cave-In, we hardly knew ye. Sorry to see you go, but it is time. What we got here? What was it again? Just Purge. I don't know. I think I'm just gonna... I'm not too confident in this deck's ability to deal with extra shards right now. Yes, we got Stalwart. Beautiful. Praise the heavens. Or hell, I guess. Praise hell. Penitent, you are not who I wanted to see. You're never who I want to see, but I especially didn't want to see you here. If I take the armor... Damn. Bye-bye Mind Collapses. That's all I gotta say there. I did just get rid of the best card in the game. This is probably the karma for getting rid of the best card in the game. Giving me the Penitent when I have to set up top and I have no real way to kill him. And I need to draw through my deck, but they're just endlessly drawing Scourges into my deck. Oh, as I read it all out, it just pains me. This is going to be such a painful battle. I guess at least I have Trap Shoot to daze them for 2 rounds. That's a thing. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Penguin. I'm going to need some luck here. Definitely going to need some luck. Alright, well we are hard punished for not doing the Ember play, the Ember upgrade. We get both multi-strikes in the opener here. So far on the luck front, we have had... We haven't really hit it very good here. At least we got Ritual, though. I'll give it that. I'll give it that. I'm still going to set up top. I know it's going to be rough, but... Maybe we get lucky here? Yeah, the luck is not on our side today. Plink, you failed me like you do. You failed me so many times, Plink. Why oh why? Alright, let's do... I could get the Collector. I'm so unconfident though in this in this deck right now that I'm going to actually just take out a Penitent. I can actually take out 2 of them. So I will... I mean, I should probably get the Collector. I don't know. Like, should I? What do you guys think? Collector? It's 100 gold. I've kind of already missed on my... I don't have to really hit anything here, I guess. To lure me into nonsense phrases. Well, you don't need to lure me into those. I'm good enough at doing those on without any help. I'm kind of known for it. Well, I'm not known for it. I'm known to do it. I hope I'm not known for it. I mean, maybe I am. I'm just gonna kill the Penitent here. Let's do this and like get some damage in, sure. Well, he's dying. That's a good thing. And we can do this. That's really all we can do. But I'll tell you what, I'm fine with it. That was not a bad turn in the grand scheme of my turns and how they've been so far. I'm going to hold this. Can I, though? Can I? Because this guy... Oh my god, this guy has so much damage. Ouch. 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 It hurts. You don't love to see it. You don't love to see it. Let's take this guy out. Oh, man. Am I going to survive this even? So, he'll be down to 10 damage, so he's down to 200 and... 200 and what? Why can't I do math? That's like 200 and... It's like 20 something. 208, yes. There we go. 208... Oh my god, 4 times 6, so 6 times 10. I'm down to 20 health. Holy crap. But I kind of don't want to throw this Perils away. Man, this is rough. Alright, I'm gonna... Oh man, I can't even do that. Oh, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad. I need to kill this guy for sure, so let's... I guess I'm gonna have to do that. Is that gonna get me there? 81. Should have put this guy behind, actually. That was a mistake. Damn, I'm making mistakes today. This is rough. I could save myself 10 by doing this. I just... it's rough. I really need to get that multi-strike. So, we'll do this and hope... yeah, in a parallel. I mean, if I just had taken the... Okay, I think we're good here. Unfortunately, there's no point really in putting the damage there, so... I'll do just everything here. I mean, he's Ember Drain for days. You got 18 damage shield. At least that's good. Holy crap, I'm not even taking this guy in the back out. That's crazy. Well, I should have put the Perils on the... Well, it didn't matter, I guess. But, well, it did matter. I should have put the Perils... Where should I have put it? I should have put it somewhere. Anywhere other than where I put it, basically. But as... Oh, man. Am I going to die to this? I hope not. Let's redraw into some stuff before these Scourges kill us. Oh man, I can at least take this one out. I might as well purge this, it's not gonna really... Oh, I should do... Let me think here. I'm thinking of doing something, guys. It's gonna be crazy. Oh, I can do this, right? Okay, we're gonna do this. Yeah. Easy game, easy life. My thought was I don't want to die any more damage to Scourges, so we'll just do that. Wow, 7 fire health. Not gonna lie, I wish I had more. I wish I had more. I'm probably gonna skip these. Feast is like maybe a consideration, but probably not. That's an Inferno. That's gonna help, I think. I can't really upgrade it. I kind of have to hit this Merchant of Steel up, so at 3 Ember it's pretty awkward to play. That is the only downside. That Play-Doh. That Play-Doh. Hey. I make a lot of misplays, but every now and then I see the good play through the rubble. Let's see. Inferno is going to be so awkward, but I kind of need it, I think. Let's do it. Let's see. You want your best friend to play the game too, Loli? You know what you do? You wait till it's on sale. It's technically on sale right now, and you just buy it for him. That's been my way. I don't even give them the choice. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna buy it for you, and then that just forces them to play. I think that's the play. That's good. That's good. Initial multi-strike could be good too, but I'm not gonna get greedy here. Now I can't afford anything, so... Oh, that's kind of sad. Oh well. So Hellvent. I think on this... Anything else I can do? I can put like health on a fledgling imp maybe, because they're gonna be there. Let's do it. Alright, 27 pyre health. Are we gonna do it? Are we gonna do it, chat? God, I hope so. Don't want to lose my 1-game win streak here. Dude, it just wants to... Did I put intrinsic on one horn and I just didn't know it? I think I must have. So much for the intrinsic siren song, eh? I regret that one. Anyway. Ooh, we got a follow. Thank you, Resonance. Resonance drop with a Z. I appreciate it, man. Or woman. Or, you know. I'm assuming man, because I've looked at the demographics of Monster Train. It's like 99% men, so we're just going to assume there. But, anyway. I don't know what to do here. There's like no real good plays, is there? We're going to do this, and we're going to draw this next turn and not be able to play it, or draw our other copy of it next turn. I know how it works. I'll tell you what, though. I will do this just so I don't get hit by him, and I'll take this guy... I'll take him out. I mean, I miss out on a... I shouldn't have done that. I should have put him down here before, and yeah, I'm already misplaying. Let's get the misplays out of the way right now, so that when the crucial turns come around, that I'm good. Alright, this is workable. I can do this, I can do that. Now we're stacking multi-strike. I like it. I have this for a future turn. I'm not going to kill them. I need my rage. Let's see. I'm going to do this. I want you to still die, but I want to get these out of the deck, and I don't want them to die. Let's do that. Restart button. You know, I'm not going to claim that I'm a noble no restarter, but my goal is to never restart. I still do it when I either am salty about the run or I feel like there's something to be gained, like knowledge-wise, but I generally try not to do the restarts. Because I do want to do well in these tournaments that we've kind of started to put together, and there are no restarts, so it's like good practice, I feel. But B, really that's it, I guess. I like I said, there's really nothing, like, I'm not like claiming any sort of honorable thing, shall we say, about it. Should I be... I'm gonna leave... I don't even need to play anything, actually. I think I've pretty much won this run from here on out. Oh yeah, exactly. The restart button is a mod. I'm gonna consume... I could do this, I guess. And let's... do it. I don't know. Do it here. I just want to get those out of the deck, I think. Alright. We can't do the Siren Song here. I'm not even going to do this, though, because... this is even, maybe not even as good as this at this point. Should I do that, though, just to get it out of the deck? Sure. Oh. My mouse, I gotta say, my mouse betrays me quite often. I have hell-vented plinks before. I have put holdover on plinks before. You name it. I've done it all. Everything in the book. Yeah, it's just end turn. No sense trying to do anything here. Hey, you know what? We can do our signature play here. Actually, that's a good tournament play right there. That'll get you an extra turn of boss rush. So, alright, Divinity. Are we gonna beat you? It's time for my intrinsic siren song to play to pay off here. Boy, I wish I had a jack strips. Ah, not the good turn to draw Inferno. At least, though, I'll give it this. At least we didn't draw our tomes yet. That's like a good thing. And I can stack a lot of dazed here. That's a good thing. We're gonna do that now. We're gonna also do it here. I'll try to break as many spell shields here as I can. Actually, if I put him in front, no, I should put him in back. Nope, they're just dying. Okay, whatever. That's right, that guy does do 20 damage. I guess that makes sense. Alright, we're doing it. We're going in. We're doing it live, Bill O'Reilly style. Let's see. I really need a Void Binding at some point here, though. I should try to do this. Oh, man, I don't want to... Okay, this is fine. I was going to say I didn't want to shoot that guy, but I got this guy. Oh, no, he's spell shielded. No. No. Why? Okay, that's the punish. That's the punish for me doing that plink play there. Let's just take out a damage shield, sure. Let's get some extra ember so I can actually... I mean, it's not going to matter. I'm so ember drained. That was... We'll get the 1-1, we'll say. Oh, man. Oh, man. Okay. We can't take too much damage. I'm going to not do this. I'd rather do it with the tome or the Void Binding. Probably the Void Binding. Let's... Ooh, this is rough. This is rough. Can I take anybody out? Can't even take you out. I can't take... I could take you out. Let's do that. Let's do that. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Could I... okay, we're gonna... Oh, man. I need to hold this. I kind of want to play it at the same time. Let's try... This doesn't even help us. Okay, let's do this here. Didn't really hit where I guess it's okay to hit there. It saves me a little bit. Does this help me at all? 40? Not really. Man, this 25/2 guy, I need to take care of him. I'll just sacrifice this guy here, I guess. I'm gonna hold that. Oh, this is gonna be a rough one. Please, tome. Okay. Oh man, is that actually what I need right now? I might just be dead here. Alright, this is an important... Wait, what? I guess 25/2 is killing me here. Why am I... Oh, spikes. So I lose a damage shield from spikes. How am I going to get his damage up? Okay, Void Binding on him, I think. So... There we go. Woo! There we go. That is the play. Let's do you in the very back. Anything else that I'm missing here that could be a better play? I feel like this is the play. We're going to get rage across the board. Is everybody's butts clenched as mine is right now? I hope so. Can I kill you? I can't. Even if I could, I couldn't tell because of dialogue. This is where Mind Collapse becomes not so great of an option for getting out of Ember Drain. I'll tell you what, though, I might be good here. As long as I can, kill this guy, I think I can. We'll find out. And there's not much else to do this turn. I don't think I want to replicate these Mind Collapses anymore. Basically, Perils is my only reliable way out. Like even here, just their health is too much. We're getting them though, and I can stack some dazed here. That will be okay. I do need to get more damage shield though. I'm very disappointed in the amount of damage shield I've been able to stack here. Okay, here's a thought. I got Inferno. Do I need that one Horn Tome? I'm already stacking 4. I feel like this floor here needs to get Infernoed. I can kill this floor. I'm at a good threshold there. I'm gonna take out that floor down there, I think. Let's do that. And oh, I should purge this. So let's purge. Let's just do it here, I guess. I don't know. Living on the edge. That's how we do it. We live on the edge, just like Aerosmith. I apologize for that reference. I apologize, but you know, it is what it is. As we say in the poker world, whatever lays plays. Whatever lays plays, indeed. Let's get this guy out of here. I think we got it. I think we got it, chat. I think we got it. It was down to the wire, but we got it here. I don't really need to even do much more. It'd be nice if I could like kill somebody with this at some point, but actually I can. Check it out. Spellchain FTW. FTW. Let's get some. Oh, he's sweeping me this turn. How about this? How about that? Huh? Let's do it. Do that. He's dying next turn. I'm calling it now. There's a mini boss we got to chunk through here. Oh, we got it. Not even close. One of the easiest runs of my life. Please make the game harder, devs. That's all I got to say about that. Please make that game harder. We got it. Yeah, bad draw. We had decent draw. That fight. GG. Oh, GG indeed. Now, Loli, I'm not sure if you're still here, but we're gonna do your request here. You want Waxer? You want the Waxer guy, right? Oh, got a new combo. Oh, and as we do, we got to give out an MVP, maybe a 6-man award. I think in basketball terms, I used to play a bit of that myself. MVP goes to. We got any nominees? Let's get if there's any votes for MVP, I'll let you guys decide. I got my eye on what I think I want. I'm gonna say Unsung Hero. It wasn't the flashy one, but I'm gonna say Double Stacked Void Binding because One Horn Tome betrayed me too many times this game to deserve MVP. Void Binding, yes, Rough Lobster. You got it. Void Binding. They let us survive. It let us get at least enough damage to barely not die to the pyre, and then it just sort of stabilized us. Yeah, Primordium Styx, man. You know, he was there, kind of giving the assists, not really getting the slam dunks. That was all Branded Warrior, but you know, what would Michael Jordan be without his BJ Armstrong, right? Let's get into that other run here. So what was it again? I know you wanted this guy primary and you wanted this secondary, right? I don't know if you wanted Plinks or not, but before you can respond, I'm just gonna lock in Shade Splitters because I don't like Plinks. So sorry if you wanted the Plinks. I'm not doing Plinks again. Let's see. You know what? Siren Song. We could say Siren Song, yeah. And there was a few turns where Siren Song definitely saved us on the pyre health. Maybe I'll give Siren Song Most Improved award. Well, not really. It's always been good. Well, maybe we'll just say defensive. We'll give it Defensive Player of the Year award. The Ben Wallace award, if you will. So this looks pretty much like I could go a few different directions. Now, I don't know if you're still watching Vision of Fire. I feel like if you are, I should probably do Dark Calling. But given that I have the Wicklashes, I might be inclined to do Burn Bright. Maybe I'll do Burn Bright. I don't know. Burn Bright might not be that good in the DLC. His stats were statted pretty good for like pre-DLC. They're not that good in DLC. I might just do Dark Calling. It might even be the better path. I don't know. Let's do it. Let's do some Dark Calling. Oh man, Volatile Gauge? I don't think so. I like me some Volatile Gauge, but with a deck that is literally higher in the count of... I think it's higher in the count of 0 cost than it is of a 1 cost. I don't know that Volatile Gauge can happen here. Too late. Too late, roll. I already went with the Dark Calling. We gotta do it. I guess we just take Boon of the Blacksmith. I'm not super happy about Boon of the Blacksmith, but hey, you know, let's do it. I can do this. I mean, this is not a hard... These guys aren't that hard. Luckily, at least actually Dark Calling gets a pretty good because he can go top floor with really the dazed. I mean, it doesn't matter too much, but like I can put him up there, and if I could sacrifice something turn 1, I could reform him because he's not dazed. I think I am still gonna go up here with him though. Let's at least try to get one of these dregs sacrificed, and yeah, I don't know. We'll just do this, I guess. And this, sure. Three cost dregs, you gotta love it. You gotta love it. I did incur the wrath of some 3 cost dregs on Nate and Arninian today. I still think it was okay though. There was Ritual of Battles involved at least at that deck. But it probably could have just skipped that artifact. I think it was like Sketches and Volatile Gauge were the options. So I'll get one whatever you call him back here. Since this guy down here is gonna die, I'm actually gonna... Let me think. What do I do here? Yeah, let's let him die. Let's try to get some damage in here. I can do this. It'll get a little bit of damage, and let's just make him do that, I guess. Yeah, I debated just wicklashing the dude at bottom that was gonna die, so he'd come back with more. But I was like, maybe I can somehow kill this guy. I think I can kill him if I just do this. So now I can like, we'll do this first so we don't get Ember Drained. So now I can do this, and now I can probably just stick every Wicklish on this guy, and I'm fine. I do need an answer for this. Let's see, probably this then. That'll do some damage. I'm not too worried about keeping my Dark Calling pool clean from here on out because I think I'm beating the boss just with this floor as it is. We can even do this for good measure. Let's do this. And we'll maybe just put some dregs in. I probably want the dregs back more than anything else. We can do this just to get them out. We can do that. Oh, they're dying. Beautiful. Look at that. Dark Calling, man. I am serious. I think Dark Calling is the best Rector path in the DLC. It could use a buff at rank 3, but if I lose this one, let's put it this way, it'll be my first loss with Dark Calling. Maybe I won't mention the fact that it would be my second game with Dark Calling, but we'll say, technically true. Molded, I don't know. Draft seems pretty good. Oh, that's right. The Draft Infusion is just god tier. Have to do it, right? Space Prism, maybe? Molded is always good. I think if I'm crafty enough with what I sacrifice, I may not need it, though. What about Lady of the House Draft? is Oh, right, molded. If so you could like permafrost a mold. Yeah, that's a good point. True. I might take the lady here. I feel like lady early game is never a bad take. You can always just remove her later if you need to. What do we think here? I don't have any good spells, right? Not really. Let's get some unit upgrades. Ho ho ho, a cheap multi-strike. That's a oh man. What do I do here? I mean, I could do a harvest. Wickless Baron can definitely have some harvest fun here. What is the infusion here? 20. Let's see. I don't know about that. Oh, Paraffin Enforcer. Yeah, Paraffin Enforcer would be beautiful too. I'll tell you what, I could infuse Enforcer with the draft. I don't have to infuse draft right now. I could just take the Wickless. I have Wicklashes. Could infuse draft into Wickless. You think I should? I mean, I was thinking about that too. I could infuse draft into Wickless Baron. That's actually not a bad play, is it? Because Dark Calling. Hold it. Yeah, maybe. How many Divine Temples do I have? The only thing that sucks, I guess, is that I would have to get a unit draft here to really. Yeah, it's a tough call. Yeah, I guess we'll leave our options open here. I am gonna put this on Wickless Baron though. I think that's happening. And I don't know if I want these shards at that cost though. I would maybe put it. I don't know. Maybe I won't do it. Maybe it doesn't make much sense right now. If I could Hellvent it, I could infuse it with itself. That could be interesting for Wickless Baron. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I'll keep it. I didn't realize it was threat level medium for Ring 2 at just 15. That means I think this girl is going to be a bit tough. We need this unit draft, though. I really want a Paraffin Enforcer, because I think, like you said, Paraffin Enforcer with the draft infusion is just god tier. Unfortunately, no morsels here. I think I still go for the Ember Drain. Let's try to get at least one of these units dead. We could kill 2 here. Yeah, we'll kill 2. I could put you here. Sure. I don't know about keeping my pool clean necessarily. I don't know if I have time to really set that up. Let's see. This is dying. I could take out one of them. Is this Spell Shield? I won't take out the other one. I don't even take out this one. Should I put Wicklash on Wickless Baron, you think? Oh, did Twitch die? I don't know. Maybe I need to. So I've been doing the multi-stream. Maybe I don't know if my internet can handle the double stream. I may need to go just to a single stream. It seems like most people watch on Twitch, but we'll see. I need to figure that out. Comcast Internet FTW. Oh, draft. We know we want you in the mix. I guess I'll keep these guys in the mix since maybe not Steward, maybe just Drag. Yeah, let's do this. I could put Drag up top. Is there even any point to that? Let's just put him down there. Steward. Actually, I should have Steward actually die now because I only have one thing to reform. I might as well reform it. All right, this is the punish for me playing too many things. basically doing the exact opposite of what Vision recommended me to. But you know, that's how we do. I make the misplays before I have a chance to remedy them. But I think we'll get some good stuff back, hopefully. Yeah. Maybe you... Oh, this is a... Yeah, we got this. This is a kill. Once this hits... I mean, I thought it would be a kill. Is it a kill now? Okay, it's a kill now. The draft sure is nice. Just by himself, too. Ooh, another draft? I don't know that we need Molten Encasement. Maybe. I don't know. Could take Burnout Extension... Another draft means I can just infuse both the Wickless and whoever I get here. Encasement? Yeah, I guess the only sustain I'm worried about really is Rector, because I'm fine with everybody else dying. I do have massive offense, don't I? See, this is why I need to look at the chat advice before I make some rash decisions. My gut was like draft all the way, but as you say that, it definitely seems like Molten is probably what I need more. I could also stick Endless on it, that way I don't hurt my reform pool. That's like an option. I think now that I have Encasement, maybe I don't need Prismal Dust. I'm gonna skip. Oh yes, Paraffin Enforcer. So here's a question. Do you think draft into Paraffin or Paraffin into draft? I get 2 burnout. It'll be a 3 burnout. Probably draft into Paraffin, right? Or alternatively, I could just keep Paraffin. Right, that is the problem with draft. So how about this? Would you do it on Wickless or Paraffin? Because the Paraffin will lose a lot of his rage because he keeps reforming, but that might be fine, right? But Baron doesn't really lose much by continually reforming. I guess what he loses is the ability to target which floors you want to harvest on consistently. True, that's a good point. That's a good point. And I have the Wicklashes to put them on when I need them. Oh, I'm thinking of doing something dirty here. Oh man, should I do it? Yeah. Alright. Should I do this? I'm thinking of doing the infusion here. And Hellventing it. Is that like the most stupidly greedy play ever? Is that going to screw up my reform pool too much? Like double Paraffin? I don't know. I know I'm gonna... I think we're committing to this. Now the question is, do I Hellvent it? I don't need to do it immediately, but... Ooh, what about Intrinsic on Space Prism? What about Intrinsic on Shade Splitter? Or like Packed Morsels? Like, here's my thinking. Ember Drain doesn't happen turn 2. Is that worth 10 shards in a card? Oh, I'm basically just saying I could put the Morsel down and basically avoid my Ember Drain by putting down it'd be a stupid play. I'm almost considering it. just like simply to avoid Ember Drain turn 2. But I don't really need my Ember either, right? I actually don't even need my Ember in this deck, so it's probably a dumb play. Maybe I don't need any of this in Intrinsic. Space Prism, maybe, but I also don't know how much I really need space right from the get-go. Like, I may just have to figure out which floor I'm even setting up on halfway through these fights. And I might not even want it to be Intrinsic. I think 40 shards is enough, huh? These are skips. Shadow Eater, maybe, but too late now. Oh, what do you think about Penitent Remains? Penitent Remains hurts my draw, but again, I'm not really drawn, like, for anything. I just get straight up 10 damage every time I reform. Let's do it. Let's do it. Free lunch, exactly. I like me some free lunch. Plus, like, at this point in the game, getting that early, oh man, 10? Whew. That's some damage. So, Wicklash Hellvent, maybe? It doesn't cost me shards. Oh yeah, Stealth Tomb as well. I could see Stealth Tomb. I feel like Wicklash would help me the most into Relentless. Which boss am I facing? Pusher? I mean, I got enough shards that she does do a lot of damage, and if I don't have anything... I'll probably have things to chump block, though, with Rector. Yeah, I think Wicklash. I agree. Let's do it. Alright, we got this. We got this. Now it's just up to me to not misplay. That's the only thing that is, you know, something that can happen. You first. You're not gonna die unless I do like that. No, I can't even do that. Okay. Do I want Baron up here? Man, this is like actually so unfortunate of a draw, I feel. That's a good point. He's a multi-striking. Just do this, that. I like that. I could go here too, huh? Just save myself 11 damage. I mean, 11 is a lot to take for my 15 health. Let's go here. Then I'm not Ember Drained too. I suppose I could have gone at the bottom too. Okay, we got Stealth Tomb. That's definitely going here. I gotta imagine. Let's get you up in here. That's some rage we'll be getting. Oh, bye-bye floor. I like it. Let's go stats on him, I think. Probably should have just played the lady, but if I do this, I'll be getting back you-know-who every time. I think that's pretty nice. And do I even want to play these out? I think so. Let's give you a damage shield, I guess, and give you a bunch of stuff, and then not playing anything else. Oh, right. Yeah, I could have put the Enforcer top, right? Oh well, too late now. I think I am actually, if I draw my Wicklashes in the right order, I could probably bottom floor this, I'm thinking. I could do this. I could do this, he'll die. I like it. I probably should have played that morsel. Oops. Like I said, the misplays, they're going to happen. We just hope I make a little enough misplays that they don't end up mattering. Let's see. What do I do here? I'll be getting back a Remnant Host. I could do this for I don't know, maybe it becomes relevant, we'll see. Wicklash, please. Oh, duh. I didn't have it. I could have checked that and seen that. This is a pretty good Space Prism here, though, I think. Let's have this die. I mean, it could die here, too, but I don't know if I want it back, necessarily. Yeah, let's just do this. Alright, Draff. Or, alright, Paraffin and Enforcer. That's all we need. Boom. Alright. It's not the most optimal plays, but I'll tell you what, we got it done. We got it done. Ooh, sac res. Actually, this kind of hurts us because it would put our units that we sacrifice into the reform pool. I don't know if I can actually do that. Devourer of Death. I just don't know how to make this unit work, and Shroud Spike doesn't make sense in this deck. Seems like a skip to me, right? Sac res, if I eventually could thin my deck out of... yeah, skip this, right? Yeah, I don't know. I'll tell you what, if Devourer of Death could maintain its thing through Reform, I could justify it. Always sad to see an Overgorger just sort of come and go, but I don't think we'll take these. DOD, good essence. Oh. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Well, too late now. Yeah, I didn't think that. I guess it does do its full thing through... What was it? It was like... It does like some sort of just extinguish damage even without shards, right? Well, too late now. But we could have like slammed that onto one of our tomb units. That might have been pretty decent. I'll have to note that one